Well, we're on air. Good evening, everyone. I'm Leonardo Puglisi. Thank you so much for tuning into Victoria Decides live election night coverage here on Six News. It has been a campaign for the ages, an extraordinary campaign to say the least. We have had 23 registered parties, hundreds of candidates, 2 weeks of pre-polling, and today, of course, we've been on the ground covering this campaign for you in pretty extraordinary circumstances. There's the opener again. But tonight we're going to bring you live coverage. We're going to read out your comments live. We're going to bring you the seats from both houses. Coverage no one else can do. Well, they can, but no one else can do as well as we can. We've got our panel for you all night, and I'm sure they're delighted to hear they could be on past midnight if we do get a hung parliament. We have Matthew Hayne, political commentator, host of the Matthew Hayne Show. We also have Stuart Jeffrey, Six News law and government editor, also host of Between Parks Place and Capitol Hill, and writer of Commonwealth Knowledge. New edition out on SIXNewsAU.com right now. Gentlemen, great to have you both here. Stuart, I'll start with you. From your perspective over in Queensland, who do you think's going to win?
A Labor minority government at this point.
And I was going to say, in terms of that, do you reckon they'd try to negotiate with the Teals or the Greens first, given Teal and Greens gains are almost a given at this election?
I want to say probably at this point, probably going with the Teals. However, working with the Greens in both cases does make more sense for them. So I guess it depends on how many seats the Greens and Teals gain. Being with the Greens makes sense because you've got both houses there. Teals probably not going to get anything in the upper house. So again, with Teals, will be more consistent with the current policy in the federal government, I guess.
Hayne, what about you? Look, I'm sure you've been covering this election almost daily on the Matthew Hayne Show. Oh, we're already starting. But you were out at pre-polling yesterday to cast your vote. Don't disclose who it was for, please. I mean, you don't work for us, but, don't. What do you make of that campaigning on the ground, given, I'm sure Teal, Green, Labor, Liberal is really prominent in your area, and, of course, that's right near me as well.
Yeah, it is. I'm in Hawthorn myself, so a very interesting seat. It's held by Labor, although it seems Labor have just given up and accepted their fate that they're losing the seat and letting the Teals try and beat the Liberals. And there's also the Greens on the ground. Animal Justice is around. I saw some Lib Dems yesterday. There's a lot of people all around. It's going to be a very close seat, Hawthorn, and I think it will be indicative of a very close election itself. I cannot wait to be here till 2:20 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, or that's the earliest we're getting off air because, the minority government likeliness is likely. Now, of course, we have to mention so many people voted early this year, but the fact is no vote count is actually allowed until 6 minutes ago. So we've waited. We've heard the speculation. I have been out at pre-polling throughout the campaign, and I have been at the polls all day. And by the way, I'm going to be referencing those core flutes a lot because I didn't get them for nothing. And I was speaking to some candidates. It really seems like there's not appetite, maybe less so for anti-Labor, but there doesn't seem to be appetite for a Matthew Guy majority coalition government. Would you agree with that? Have you seen any real, apart from Liberal volunteers, of course, this pro-Guy government kind of stance from the general public anywhere, Hayne?
Not really. After the last election, the Liberals are bound to win a handful of seats back, get a slightly better primary vote. That's just because they got smashed much worse than expected in 2018. However, I think the strategy by Guy and the Liberals to say put Labor last is effective in terms of trying to get preferences from minor parties and independents. But in terms of trying to form a coalition around Matthew Guy, it's probably not been the most successful campaign.
I think the number is, I've heard 14, I've heard 18. Regardless, let's just go with the lowest estimate here. 14 seats needed for a majority government here. Stuart, do you give them any hope regarding that? Because I don't. I can't see that at all happening. I can barely think of 8 seats they can win now.
I agree with you and Hayne that this election really isn't about Matthew Guy. It's always been about Ben Andrews from both Labor and the Liberals and Nationals. So we're talking about Ben Andrews, whether he should be a premier. And I think that Liberals don't have much of a chance. Like the best they can hope to do is if Freedom Party candidates win some seats as well, potentially minority government there, but that's very much a long shot at this point.
I think the question is regarding, the Premier's seat. It has seemed to be a close contest, and we'll be showing you some grabs from there early, and it's chaotic to say the least. Stuart, first to you. I know you're in Queensland, where the last sitting Premier to lose lost being Campbell Newman in 2015, although, he was only a one-term MP. In fact, his entire time in the Queensland Parliament was him as an MP, can you believe, as the Premier, in fact. So do you think the kind of rumours from some, including some in Cook's base, that he can actually defeat Andrews are at all possible? Is that really, likely, given the swing that is needed here and the preference flows all have to, properly go to plan, essentially?
Look, I think before the campaign started, the figures looked like it was going to be much more harder than it is right now. I think it definitely is possible. Whether or not it will happen is a lot more up in the air, I guess. I'm not going to put my money on it, but there definitely is a better chance at Cook beating Andrews than there are for some of the other seats out there that are in contention tonight.
Hayne, what about you? I mean, do you give the people of Mulgrave any, or do you think the people of Mulgrave would go to a independent and Ian Cook over a sitting Premier? I mean, just based on history alone here in terms of defeating a sitting leader?
I think they actually might. It's
Really?
going to be a lot closer than a lot of people expect, is my guess. I think it's going to go deep into preferences. Whilst I wouldn't say that if I had to put money down, I would still back Dan Andrews to retain his seat. But I think his primary vote is going to suffer, and he's definitely going to need some preferences from Greens and others to scrape through.
I mean, yeah, he needed preferences back in 2014. The only parties I can see really favouring him here are the Greens and the Animal Justice Party. Every other party seems, to say the least, hostile against them. So I'm not sure if it got really neck and neck. I can't see him gaining many preferences. I mean, Liberal base, they'd go to Cook, you'd assume, as would all the other independents. Maybe Joseph Toscano's a bit of a mess, so it's hard to kind of determine there. I believe he's an anarchist, at least that's what I've heard. And so I would struggle to see him get there. But we've seen the Freedom Party out and about in Mulgrave. We'll show their interview later today. Do you think those kind of parties, are just moving away from Mulgrave, kind of generally, and especially in the upper house, are going to have any success here?
They could do. I think it'll be more or less around what type of primary vote they're able to put together. Because if they can put together enough of a primary vote, because the Liberals are going to lose some to them, Labor's is going to go down. Like, I've got the ABC on in the background. Anthony Green's been saying we're going to have record low primary vote for the major two parties. If they can put enough together that preferences get them into second or third, that they're the real challengers to Labor seats especially, I could see them gaining enough traction. Like, the Freedom Party have had a lot of people on the ground, especially in Mulgrave, but it's possible. I don't know if they had the manpower to really swing enough voters, but the general sentiment is probably still there that they can try and get some sort of anti-Dan style referendum on him. And if that's the will of the voters, I think it will probably help those independents.
And I find that really interesting because, there are so many of these freedom parties. We have Freedom Party. We have, you drinking milk?
It's an iced coffee, Leo.
Oh, looks like milk. What was I going to say? Yeah. I think, the freedom parties could definitely have some success. I'm betting on the ones who were working with Drury to have some success, and that would be the Democratic Labor Party, Health Australia Party, Liberal Democrats. Stuart, you're a keen observer of GVT. Do you think those parties, and I mean more so the right-wing parties like Freedom and the UAP, who have taken a stance against Drury, do you think that's going to actually cost them?
Look, I'm not a big fan of GVT myself, so if I had to put my money on it, I'd say potentially the UOP might be hurt. We have seen federally that at least the UOP had the most success in Victoria, but that was at a more a federal level rather than a seat by seat sort of thing with the GBT or the lower house in Victoria. And I don't expect the UOP to do overly well, especially when we do have a couple of strong Lib Dem candidates who have been able to be in Parliament in this last term and seem to have strong support bases. But I think definitely in Quilty seat and Limerick seat, we're not going to see much success from the UAP, especially given their comments about Glenn Giroux and their fighting with him.
Yeah, and look, I mentioned it earlier with Hayne, the Teal independents have certainly been a key figure in Australian politics since the, May federal election especially. We do have 4 official Teals running, those being Dr. Kate Lardner-Mornington, Naomi Coltman-Caulfield, Sophie Torney-Q, and where I am, Melissa Lowe in Hawthorn. Actually, we're going to play an interview with Melissa Lowe very shortly that was conducted by 6 News earlier today. But look, it's significantly less than what we saw federally, and I know there are still some unofficial Teals, but, make of that what you will. Hayne, obviously, as you mentioned, you are in Hawthorn, and I imagine you've been seeing those Melissa Lowe and also over the border in Kew, Sophie Torney signs. But it seems like, and I know, Labor does hold Hawthorn, but it seems like even just in Kew, Labor's been putting in a lot more of a fight than they did federally, in that they're not running dead. Lucy Skelton's certainly gone out there, and they're actually trying. Are they recognising that, the Teals might be coming for them soon? They are running in 1 seat.
Yeah, I think it was at the May election, there was some sort of an idea at the federal election that where there were Teals who were well-funded and had a lot of momentum and grassroots support, Labor would have a candidate there to take the die-hard Labor vote, and then they would just shift their preferences on, and they were just there to have a nice time, just to be there, make up the numbers. It seems that, they're a little bit worried, we're going to lose these seats to Teals. Teals have a certain amount of money. They're going to be able to defend these. And I think Labor's a little bit worried they might turn into the Greens, where when you lose seats to the Greens, you don't get them back. And they're thinking the total seats that they require to get a majority in the future, especially if there's Teals and Greens everywhere, it becomes a lot harder to find those seats to try and outflank them effectively from the right without being on the right, which electorally is disastrous usually. So that'll be their major problem.
Yeah, and we'll get to the Greens in just a sec. I remind our viewers, let us know your thoughts in the comment section right now. We're going to have that live seat counter up on the bottom of your screen all night. There are 88 seats in doubt. It should be 88. But I emphasise that we are going to see 1 seat not actually voted on tonight, being Narrabeen, because the candidate there died, the Nationals candidate. So we should probably, forget that seat's going to come into play here. It is a safe coalition seat. Not expecting that result to change. Really weren't expecting it to change. So that should, hopefully, make things easier for us in the county. But the Greens, and Stuart, I'll get to you in a sec. But Matthew, I have noticed, the Greens have been putting in a lot of effort over in Richmond, where I think they will win, and also Northcote and to some lesser extent Albert Park. Is the green slide coming to Victoria?
It might be. I think Albert Park is a real chance as well. I think it'll be similar to, in terms of the numbers, to the Griffith electorate in Brisbane at the last federal election. And also, I think a key contributor will be the fact that in some of those places, the Liberals are Greens as an anti-Labor move. Which is similar to what they did at the last Queensland election to get rid of Jackie Trad in South Brisbane, which got Amy McMahon elected. Whether that's a smart move in the future for the Liberals to try and help the Greens take out Labor, probably not for them. But in terms of the Greens gaining votes, they're probably going to see a very good primary vote. I think anywhere between 10 and 12% wouldn't be surprising. And they'll probably pick up 1, 2, maybe 3 seats.
It's going to be really interesting. Stuart, also your thoughts. Do you reckon those Greens, the Greens could potentially double their lower house seats? I don't want to emphasise anything in the upper house. Could get a great vote there, but preference deals, could stuff them over. So Stuart, you reckon, we're going to import your green slide?
Yeah, I was about to say with regards to what Matthew Hayne was saying, I reckon we're going to see something similar in inner city Melbourne, what we saw in inner city Brisbane in the federal election. I think it is definitely going to doubling, maybe even more for the Green seats in Victoria.
I think it's going to be really interesting to keep following. And look, we're going to cross to our reporter Austin Pollock in just a second, and also our political editor Roman McKinnon. But we'll have those interviews up for you in just a moment regarding Melissa Lowe. We're also out speaking to Richard Peppard, Liberal Democrats candidate for the seat of Hawthorn. And also out in Mulgrave, Kim Jong-un is there. He's still doing that. Yeah. Howard Lee. You a big fan of his work, Hayne?
I'm going to say no and keep it at just no, so I'm not sued for defamation.
Yeah, good idea. I agree with you doing that. What was I going to say? Yeah, we also have Freedom Party candidates Aidan McLinden and Morgan C. Jonas. He's the party leader. And also, God, did we speak to someone? Oh, yeah, Lucas Moon, Liberal for Richmond. Now, Richmond, as I said, Labor Greens contest is what we're expecting. So that's that. UAP has seemed to have died down since their big federal election splurge. Only running in the upper house. Here's some of what they're putting out. Which is just these small little things. I saw a few of their signs unmanned, but it's just saying, stop Dan Andrews by voting in the House where Dan Andrews can't, be out or in for some reason. They like to do that. And yeah, they're just encouraging up, above the line voting. Stuart, of course, we got Clive from you guys up in Queensland. Do you think he, or the party might be able to provide any kind of, decent result in the upper house? Again, reminding people they are not working with Glenn Drury.
As I said, I've been picking UAP to do very well. I think Lib Dems are going to get a lot more votes. Even with One Nation is running as well, they might even see more success than the UAP. I think we do have to recognise the success at the federal election in the Senate. But putting that aside, I haven't seen too much from them to really put them out ahead of the other right-wing independent freedom parties, to put them out ahead of those, especially when you have the Lib Dems being more established in Victoria than the UAP. I think we're definitely going to not see too much from the UAP tonight.
It's going to be really interesting to keep following. As we mentioned before, also have the Liberal Democrats running. But yeah, Melissa Lowe is the independent candidate for the seat of Hawthorn. We're covering that race closely. She definitely has a chance, but it's a three-way race there between Liberals, Labor, and of course herself. I spoke to her this morning at pre-polls in Hawthorn. Take a look. No. Come on, let's see if it'll load. Oh god. And it's only 6:21 too, isn't
I'll fill some time real quick. When I went to vote yesterday in Hawthorn, when I went to vote, both Melissa Lowe and John Pasuta were outside the polling place, so I said hello to both of them. Fun fact, John Pasuta is much shorter than I expected. That's not... Yeah, anyway.
I'm told, Hayne, we have that Melissa Lowe interview now. Let's take two. Melissa Lowe's here with us. Obviously, this is a really hotly contested seat, about a three-way race. At the end of the day, it's looking like you'll probably get up as one of those two candidates, the two main candidates. Do you think it'll be against John Pasuto or John Kennedy?
I think John Pasuto at this stage. That seems to be what everybody's, what it feels like in the electorate and what it looks like. I don't know that I've seen a very strong campaign from Labor in this seat, and I don't think they really expect to win it. They didn't expect to win it the first time. So yeah.
We had that polling out last night, and I know I never trust the polls, but look, it does seem to be favouring Labor, and it seems to be favouring them in a majority. I know you obviously want to be part of any minority government as one of those crossbenchers, or at least in a key crossbench voice. Have you been paying any attention to general polling at this election?
A little bit, but not a huge amount. I've been having a look at what happened in Hawthorn and what happened in Hawthorn in the last campaign, and looking there, and that looks good for us. Across the board, It's been a difficult campaign, I think, for everybody. Everybody's working really hard, but yeah.
How's it been? Because I imagine you've been out of pre-polling, and we're also just here, really reasonably early hours of polling this morning. I imagine you've been speaking to voters. How is it in this kind of three-way race? Because it seems like you want to get votes from obviously all sides, I imagine, but this is a seat where you have the person who was defeated last election actually coming back, and it's barely regarded as a Labor seat anyway, based on history. How has it been?
Oh, it's been really positive. There's a community here that wants different. They actually don't want party politics anymore. They're done. They want actually somebody to voice their opinions, voice what they need. So this is a Hawthorn electorate and a Hawthorn community, and the community's running, and I happen to be the lucky person to be representing that.
And look, we've had so many attacks from the Liberals this campaign. I don't just mean in Hawthorn as well. Teal Party or fake independent or anything like that. Do you think any of that might work in terms of them trying to regain this seat, or do you think it's just a lot of noise?
I think it works for the Liberals. That's who only, and it's really interesting that teal is now in the dictionary as somebody on climate action, on independent.
Yeah, word of the year.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing, right? So teal's a word. So call me a teal as much as you like, because I'm independent and I'm here for climate action.
Melissa Lowe, thank you.
Thank you so much, Leonardo.
For the seat of Hawthorn. Obviously, it was interview earlier conducted today. That interview was conducted earlier today. Hayne, obviously, as you mentioned, you're on the seat of Hawthorn. I imagine you've been getting a lot of material from Melissa Lowe.
Plenty of material. It's been great. I've enjoyed I went yesterday with the express goal after voting to get as many flyers as humanly possible. So I've got a few right here. Would you like to go through all the how to vote cards and all those type of things? Is that worth doing?
Why not?
Wonderful.
I've got
right. So
let's go through them.
We'll start with Melissa Lowe's, who I have. It was here a second ago. Here it is. Similar to the Monique Ryan campaign at the last federal election, it has vote 1 Melissa Lowe, independent. And then afterwards, there's nothing there. It just says put a number in every box. So that's what they've gone for there. I guess with the idea that the Teals are probably, she'll at least finish in second against Pasuto. So
they're hoping if it doesn't do that, it pretty much hands Pasuto the win here, surely.
For sure.
Again, without the how to vote card, I don't think enough preferences would flow. What about a Kennedy Lowe contest? It's never going to happen, but
it won't happen. But it would be quite funny. It might even be funnier than when John Pasuto found out he lost on telly last time. But I'm watching the ABC feed, by the way, to see if there are any MPs in non-safe seats. I don't think they're going to risk it happening again. Yeah, fair enough. Although I enjoyed it the last state election when who was it? It was Kennett and Brax were on the Channel 7 broadcast, and whoever it was who was running the Liberal campaign, I forget his name, the old bloke who's on Sky tonight, and he was being asked about results. Sorry? Michael Kroger? It was indeed him, and Kennett blasted him for about half an hour about how he was incompetent, and that was quite funny to watch. Anyway, back to Hawthorn. The Kennedy how to vote cards I'm looking at now, obviously put Kennedy first, is what they've got there. They've got Melissa Lowe, the Teal Independent second, and then the Green Nick Savage. And lastly is not actually Pasuto, he's fifth. Last is I believe, the Freedom Party or something like that, isn't it? I think it's Family First. And what's Family First is last. It Bell? It is Ken Triaf. Oh goodness. That's Family First. It's Family First. Ken Triantafilus. There we go. That's the name. They're last on the Labor one, with the Liberal John Pasuto in fifth. Interestingly enough. Last for the Greens is the Lib Dems. Not shocking there. They've got Melissa Lowe in second as well. Animal Justice third and Labor fourth. I would have thought the Greens would have actually put Family First or DLP last, because at least the Lib Dems agree with them on cannabis. They put Family First 6th, then Labor DLP 7, and Lib Dem last, which I think is an interesting way to go about it. So they've also got Pseudo 5th. Funny enough, they've got Labor 4, Liberal 5, the Greens. So there you go.
I was going to say, I've got a bunch of
very
disclosed
close.
stuff here, including the stuff that was mailed, and I'm really hoping there's nothing that has my address on it, by the way. Like, sincerely hoping that. But
I have the YouTube feed open. The quality isn't good enough for anyone to zoom in and see that.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's terrible. Oh, this hang on, this is Malik. I was going to say, is this Monique Ryan stuff, but no, it's just stuff using Monique Ryan, who obviously has been supporting this campaign. But yeah, teals have been everywhere. And look, I mean, I find that interesting, and of course, I got the how to vote card when it was briefly banned for a day. We're going to cross to in just a second, and I was just going to say, we're going to cross to Ronan McKinnon, our political editor, in a moment. But we're just hoping to be able to get up the other Hawthorn candidate we interviewed today, which was Richard Peppard, as the Lib Dem. Now, he's got no chance. He admitted he's got, no chance. But, that's basically what he's saying. So, hoping I'm not, blindsiding our producer here. This was what Richard Peppard said to 6 News earlier today.
I think I've become about 6th in a field of 8, but I'm happy to be here, increasing the profile of our party and the message it's got, and we've got a real chance in the upper house. We've already got 2 members of the Legislative Council, David Limbrick and Tim Quilty, and they've done an outstanding job in the last term of the Victorian Parliament. We'd love to get them back and more with them.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to David Limbrick on occasion, and also, covered what he and Tim Quilty have done. Do you reckon that kind of, especially with COVID, the protests that the Liberal Democrats did, do you reckon voters are going to remember that, especially the ones who might be angry at the lockdowns, and we're at a school here, so the school closures?
Well, I hope that people maintain a reasonable level of anger about mishandling of the pandemic. I'm not sure how much that is happening here, but we're certainly a party that voted more against the Andrews government excesses than any other party. We've passed 25% of their legislation, and so we haven't been unreasonable. If they come up with something good, we're happy to consider it seriously. We'll always look at policies that have low tax and try and reduce the size of government. And certainly we hated many of the lockdowns, mandates and pandemic powers.
Yeah, and I reckon that, I believe actually the coalition voted more with the Labor in the upper house than you guys have done, which is, pretty, big figure. I was just going to say, apart from not just in this seat in general, but there are, so many minor parties running this election. What is the one thing? Yeah, what is the one thing you reckon makes the Liberal Democrats stand out?
The Liberal Democrats have been around for 20 years. We're a party of principle, standing on classical liberal libertarian lines. So we're consistent. We've got the score on the board from the upper house. People know where they stand with us. Other new parties have appeared as angry and anti-Dan parties and freedom parties, and it's very uncertain where they're going to stand on a whole range of policies, whereas with us where we're going to stand. We're predictable, and that's very important when you want to express your democratic will in a vote.
We're going to be covering this racehorse closely and covering the Liberal Democrat Richard Peppard. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Leonardo.
So there we go. That was Richard Peppard, Liberal Democrats candidate for the seat of Hawthorn. Hoping we're able to cross to Austin Pollock in just a second, our national reporter. If he wants to give me a thumbs up while I watch his feed just to make sure he's good. There we go. Let's bring in Austin Pollock, national reporter, who has been covering this race closely for us. And he's brought back the screen, which is going to be on his TV behind him instead of anywhere else because reasons, but it's going to look great anyway, I'm sure. Austin, you're looking at some of the key seats tonight. What are they?
Yeah, well, I'll take you through. Firstly, before we get to that, I'll take a look at the the statewide two-party preferred and the latest news poll, which was released last night, shows Labor narrowly ahead, 54.5% to 45.9%. 9.5%. And preferred Premier Daniel Andrews versus Matthew Guy does also show Daniel Andrews in front versus Matthew Guy. Now we'll take a look at some key seats here, which I'll be going through throughout the night. We have some seats in an area, including Mulgrave, which we'll take a look at now. Of course, that is Daniel Andrews' seat, the Premier. And we'll bring that up. And here is, so we have the few different candidates. We've got, of course, Labor's Daniel Andrews, Liberals Michael Pastrino, Greens Robert Lim, and Independent Ian Cook, who was, as I think you were speaking about earlier, the Sluggate scandal. And he was, of course, the owner of that family business, I Cook Foods. Now, he is running primarily because to fight the, what he calls corruption in first, as he saw it firsthand. And he felt the best way to fight this was to run as an independent against the Premier in the seat of Mulgrave, which will be quite interesting to see. As I know you guys were speaking about earlier, I know with Queensland and Campbell Newman, of course, if he does take the seat from the Premier, Daniel Andrews. But I'll talk about a few more key seats a bit later on throughout this, what could be a long night, Leo.
Yeah, exactly. It is going to be a long night. Thank goodness, 3 out of our 4 people on this panel, 3 out of the 5 people here, including myself, are an hour behind, being in Queensland. So that helps us here. But yeah, I just want to stick on Mulgrave for a second. I know, and by the way, no one here, because people look at the commenters, no one here is saying Dan Andrews is going to lose. What I've said, I think what Matthew Haynes said, is that it's going to be closer than people think. Doesn't necessarily mean he'll lose. There are 14 candidates here. It's going to be a long one. We have here, he's the Freedom Party stuff in the seat. I'll try to fish out more core flutes as we go on. But the point is, Austin, it's really looking like throw out the Liberal from this race. It's going to be a Ian Cook race. What do you reckon, or do you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, I do. I do agree, to be honest. Yeah.
And I think if we look at the other parties, it seems like there are only 2 parties or candidates, really, because there are a bunch of independents who'd really favoured Dan, being the Greens, who you mentioned there. You got Robert Lim, and you also have the Animal Justice Party. And we'll actually show you some video from Mulgrave a little later. But would you say that, Dan Andrews, I was going to say, do you think Dan Andrews can get there over the line in terms of more than 50% of votes total, or do you think he's going to need those preferences in the end?
I think we'll need the preferences in the end, particularly from the Greens and particularly from a lot of other preferences, of course, as you spoke about earlier with how to vote cards.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep following that. Are there any other key seats you think we should focus on? I want to go to actually Hawthorn if we can, just for a second here, because we were talking about it, so I may as well stick on it. And as you mentioned, it is a 3-way contest here, Labor, Liberal, Teal. What's the kind of makeup here for those who are unaware and those who missed our earlier coverage of it?
Yeah, so we've got, of course, the 3 candidates, John Kennedy, Liberals John Pizzuto, who was defeated on the last time, and the Teal Independent Melissa Lowe. And, of course, Hawthorn's always been quite a safe Liberal seat. As you can see, the past 8 elections, 7 have been won by Liberal. Of course, up until 2018 was then taken over by the ALP with a 9.1% swing to them, and the seat is right now a marginal by 0.6%. Now, Hawthorn certainly before 2018, quite a Liberal safe ground, and certainly interesting to see these 3, what will happen tonight.
It's going to be absolutely fascinating to keep watching. Austin Pollock, thank you very much. We're going to just keep following that. And as I've mentioned there, I am going to keep bringing up those core flutes for you, because there's a lot. I'm going to see what's for there. We go. There's a lot, and there's a lot of green ones too. So that might be an issue. But regardless, want to bring in political editor Roman McKinnon, who has been following this race keenly from interstate. Roman, how do you think the night will play out? Who do you think will win?
I think I'm going to go with pretty much everyone else. I think that it will be a Dan Andrews Labor majority, whether or not how long he gets or how long it takes him to get a majority government, who knows? I don't think Matthew Guy will win government, whether that be minority or majority. But I think by the end of tonight, we might see Dan Andrews' Labor government on kind of on the borderline of a majority or a minority government.
Do you think, looking back at it, and I know we're kind of early into this, but if the Liberals do lose here, the coalition does lose, do you think they'll start to really regret going back to Matthew Guy? Given, I remind everyone, he was out as leader after 2018. He came back after a spill about a year ago.
I think 100%. I think to have a leader ousted and then come back, as you mentioned, from a spill and then lose an election, I think the Liberal Party put their trust in the wrong hands in Matthew Guy.
It's going to be absolutely fascinating to keep watching this. Can I ask, Roman? I don't, expect all your mates or your family to be across it. But are your mum and dad aware that there's an election interstate? I mean, I know obviously it doesn't really matter to them too much being in Victoria, but because of COVID, Dan Andrews has built such a huge nationwide profile, and that also extends to other premiers like, Anastasia Palaszczuk or Mark McGowan. Does your mum and dad know there is this Vic election, or is it just because they're wondering why you're on a green screen studio tonight?
It's funny you mentioned that, because I probably told them a couple of hours ago, I'm busy tonight, I've got the Vic election. And then one of their responses was, oh, there's an election? Wow. That's what their response was. So honestly, I think for a lot of people, it doesn't really matter, especially interstate, unless you follow politics closely.
As you do.
Keen in. Yeah. You might be keen in that, but I don't think it really matters to anyone interstate except for Victoria tonight.
Roman McKinnon will keep crossing back to you throughout the night. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo.
We've got some Ian Cook stuff here. We definitely are going to keep following on his campaign very closely, really on that anti-corruption stance, also supporting small businesses. That seems to be the main thing here. And by the way, I think we're just looking at some of those seats coming in now with the results. As it stands right now, there are 0 seats called. So, sorry for those who are waiting for a seat to be called. Not yet. But Matthew Guy, he's been saying that he's confident the Liberals can win. And it's interesting because I haven't even seen people talking to him in the media about, who will you deal with in the event of a minority? Because I don't think anyone thinks they're going to get in on a minority government. I mean, Hayne, it's pretty extraordinary that after 8 years, and whether you agree with the lockdowns or not, or all of Dan has done, even just the past 2 years, that the opposition doesn't have a better shot. We're talking about them potentially losing a number of seats here.
The timing, though, if the election was this time last year or this time 2 years ago, Matthew Guy is the premier with a supermajority, but that's not how elections work. Interestingly enough, I think that's just more or less just the Liberals in Victoria aren't very good at running a political party and running in elections and doing campaigning and messaging, which are kind of things you need to do in order to win anything. So I think regardless, unless they pull some miracle out and form something, they need to do a big rebrand of some sort. I'm not sure what it is. I think they were eyeing up Tim Smith a couple of years ago because he's an aggressive leader, but that's
gone.
That's not happening. He's on Sky News tonight, so he's no longer going to be an MP after this.
I'm just interested, by the way, because I'm watching some of these figures come in from the ABC, and I'm shamelessly watching the ABC right now. Some seat, we're talking about the impact of Teals before. Q obviously has a Teal. Mornington has a Teal and Dr. Kate Lardner. The results just on first preferences, Labor is well ahead. Liberals ahead, but then it's Liberal, Labor, then Independent. So could the Teals just be the big flop of this election? I mean, I know that's just one seat, but that's a quarter of the seats there are Teals in.
It could be. I'm also looking at that result, and I'm not sure if this is going to be a trend across the night, but Freedom Party at around 4% there and Family First around 2%. So this could be the similar 6%-ish block that we saw in May that went UAP One Nation.
And of course,
in
throw in the
tests.
parties that you don't see in those figures there, DLP and the Lib Dems as well, who are running in a couple of lower house seats. So
I'm just looking at Mornington, so that's those numbers
no,
there.
no, that's fair. But I was just going to say, statewide, 6 to 8% seems very possible. And on preferences, put Labor last is what they're going to do.
Indeed.
That's kind of the reality of it here. But that should be really interesting. Stuart,
I'm just looking at Northcote very quickly, if I may interrupt you.
Yeah.
You might find this interesting. Of course, the Labor defending against the Greens. The Greens currently are ahead on preferences after about 150 votes, but also after a tiny portion of the vote, the Vic Socialists are leading the Liberals on a primary vote.
In Northcote.
With 9.8% to the Vic Socialists and 9.1% to the Liberals. Mind you, it's 13 votes to 12, but there you go.
I find that interesting because we're going to go to Richmond in a second, where Lucas Moon is the Liberal candidate. I reckon Vic Socialists could get third on first preferences. Greens will win it, and then it'll be Liberal. And I find that really interesting. I know that's early results from Northcote. Vic Socialists for an upper house seat. The two seats they could win are Northern Metro and Western Metro. Out of those two, which one do you think is more likely, Hayne?
I'm not particularly sure which one I find most likely, because so much can go on in the upper house. I just refuse to make predictions there, other than they'll end up with one probably, but who knows with numbers flying around.
The only reason I think Western Metro is more likely is because Northern Metro has Fiona Patten occupying that fifth seat. And the reality is it's going to be 2 Labor, 1 Liberal, 1 Green, Samantha Ratnam, and then will it be Patten holding on? I find that interesting. Of course, her vote, has been interesting to follow. Obviously, after she became the Reason Party, dumping the Sex Party name, and we're all, the Sex Party, I'm sure, benefited her. You have the word sex on the ballot paper, and I'd vote for that. But it's only 6:45. But yeah, I'll keep following her results shortly. Stuart, obviously, it goes back to what we said about the Greens before, in terms of the fact that, they did well in Queensland. But of course, Queensland did not have any Teals. Queensland just really had the Greens there. And there are a combination of factors. Greens didn't just win because there were no Teals there. But do you think the Teal impact might, or just in Victoria, might have been overstated on some of those predictions? I know early numbers, but I never saw it happening, a big Teal wave. I just couldn't see it happening.
Yeah, I think the reason why we don't have any Teals in Queensland is because we don't have an upper house, so you have to be like an eccentric character to get any votes. That's why you've got Katter, you've got Clive Palmer, you've got Pauline Hanson, you've got all these figures who are very much eccentric and charismatic to an extent, and they form their own parties and they have success there, rather than running as independents. So I think you do have a bit of a different context for Queensland versus Victoria, but I think given the green wave in a city, Brisbane, I think you can apply that to inner city Melbourne, considering that we already had some success with Vics here with Greens in Brisbane at a state level, and again, the same in Victoria at a state level. You've got Greens already in that same area, so I think we can see a repeat of that still.
And of course, Teals is another Teal, Sophie Tawney, independent for the seat of Kew, who's been running a big campaign there, really hoping to take that seat off the Liberals again. As we mentioned, Tim Smith, incumbent, is not running. Instead, we have Jess Wilson as the Liberal candidate, but that result should be interesting to follow there. Again, 0 seats called, 88 in doubt. By the end of it, 1 will still be in doubt because it's a supplementary election come likely January. Stuart, I'd love your thoughts on that. I mean, obviously, not good circumstances, but a supplementary election happening in itself is just, it's political history. Last time I believe it happened was a Vic election, 1999, Frankston East.
And before that, Harold Holt. So I don't think it is very, very. It's pretty much, guaranteed that it will be retained by the Nationals. But it definitely is a political oddity in Victoria and in Australia as a whole.
It's a fun little fact there, even if the circumstances again are not fun. In a second, we're going to go to Lucas Moon, who is the Liberal candidate for the seat of Richmond. And obviously, you know, Hawthorn is near Richmond, and I'm sure you're in Richmond a lot, as am I. Have you been seeing, you know, lots of, you know, campaign signage? Because when I see it, it seems to be 5 parties mainly, and it actually really spread out: Greens, Liberal, Labor, Vic Socialists and Reason. But at the same time, I think out of all of them, Labor's actually had the least from what I've seen, even though they're the incumbent.
I agree. The most I've seen has been the Greens. They have a lot of signage around. A lot of the signs around the city, they are including the candidate alongside Adam Band on the posters because Adam Band is popular there.
Yeah,
Very
and for the
easy way
record,
to
for
get
those
the
who are
rub.
unaware, Melbourne federal electorate is part of, or Richmond state electorate is part of the federal Melbourne electorate, as is the confusingly named state electorate of Melbourne. But yeah, go on.
Yep, so the Greens have a lot of signage there. One place I saw a couple of months ago, there was a wall in a side street, and there was about 15 posters on the wall, and most of them were Greens with a couple of anti-Green Labor signs.
Yes, we'll get to
so
them in a sec. They have
There's been a lot of
really
them.
interesting.
It seems that is the majority of the Labor signs are simply anti-Greens, and they are putting them next to pro-Green signs, almost as like a counter-argument to a sign, which is, I guess, an effective use of signs if your messaging is correct. But we will see throughout the night.
We will. Keep your questions and comments coming in the live chat. The Patriotic Crow says LDP and Greens agree on a few social issues, whereas Family First and Greens don't. I think that's fair. That's, you know, definitely true, especially when it comes to things like, you know, more so the freedom side, less so the conservatism side. 8 and 11 says, I don't get the Dan Andrews will lose Mulgrave talk. I think Dan walks it in. Stuart Rogers says, a vote for sack Dan Andrews is a vote for Dan Andrews. He's rigged it. It was on Aussie Cossack. He exposed it. Hayne, you're laughing there?
Yeah, my theory is I have a question to people who will say those types of things, and the question is simple. Have you suffered a significant head injury? Because it's the only way that you could come to that conclusion.
I don't endorse your comments. I don't.
That's fine.
I'm sorry. But yeah, sack Dan Andrews. We'll get to Glenn Drury later in the night. BG2 says Cook is above Andrews on almost all candidates' cards. Yep, absolutely true. Can vouch for that. Where can you see a live count? Says Tevington. Bottom of the screen now. We've fixed the part where it said 54 in doubt. It's 88 in doubt. It's still 88 in doubt. That's not changing. 8 and 11 again says, I can't see Ian Cook winning it. Emmanuel Goldspleen says, Ian has a pretty strong campaign even if he doesn't win Mulgrave. Yep, I absolutely agree there. It has been a strong campaign, whether you support Ian Cook or not. They're everywhere. They are absolutely everywhere. Tony Martinez says, vote Green if you cry every time the tide comes in. Vote Greens if you believe the Maldives will be underwater by 2010. So keep your comments coming in. Now, Hayne, I'm going to let you react to that full time, please.
Sounds good.
Oh, God. In a moment, I'm really hoping we can cross to Lucas Moon's interview with us, Liberal for Richmond, if our producer can give me a heads up on that. But I find that interesting. Liberals seem to be just trying everywhere to win here. They're contesting a seat they didn't even bother with last time and could even have less votes than the Vic Socialists this time. Do you think, Stuart, that is, you know, a sign of desperation that they're just going anywhere at this point, even though, you know, 2018 they, you know, were essentially admitting we can't win this seat?
Yeah, I think definitely it is an oddity again, because like, even the UAP ran in every single seat possible at the federal level, and a lot of minor places used to get their name out there. The Liberals don't need to get their name out there. Their name's already out there. They're major parties. So I think the fact that they are running in every single seat now means they are going to get any votes they can. So I definitely do agree with that analysis, even though running in every seat is pretty standard. The way that they're doing it, especially when you can contrast it with last time round, does seem to suggest some concern with how much success they're going to have throughout the entire state.
Yeah, all right. Well, now we're going to have a look at what I spoke to Lucas Moon about earlier. He is the Liberal candidate for Richmond. Liberals have also been responding after Labor put out ads using the Liberal logo, these leaflets using the Liberal logo and colours, telling people that Lucas Moon says Matthew Guy's decision to put Greens above Labor was bad. Vote Labor to preserve Liberal values or something like that. Here is Lucas Moon earlier speaking to 6 News. We spoke to Lucas Moon during the campaign. He's with us here now. Look, obviously, as we mentioned before, real Labor Greens contest it actually seems to be. Like, how confident are you here?
Oh, well, absolutely. It's, I think it'll be a three-way split. Greens are traditionally strong across Hoddle Street in Fitzroy, Collingwood. They're still strong, but ultimately, I don't think the Labor vote's there anymore. The Labor votes deserted them, but we'll see the count tonight, and it'll obviously come down to preferences, and it's which way the preferences flow. Who will take out the seat is my prediction.
One thing 6 News has covered, and I think you've actually seen it too, is those Labor signs that have been going out. They've been using your party's colours, they've been using your party's logos. They're claiming that you're not happy with Matthew Guy's decision to put Greens ahead of Labor. Is any of that true?
Oh, none of that's true. Matthew's a good guy. I think he's a good leader. Ultimately, the Greens and Labor have got a bit, I'd say, grubby and personal attacks at each other with their advertising, and lately they did some advertising with Liberal colours, but ultimately it didn't come from us. I don't think it helped the Labor cause at all, telling Liberal voters, mailing Liberal voters the only way to protect Liberal values is to vote Labor. It didn't go too well, is my advice.
Do you think that kind of stuff where you use another party's logo, you almost pretend to be them with the tiny ALP authorisation, is that something you think should be banned?
To me, it just demonstrates this Labor government that's disingenuous, and they'll do anything to stay in power, and even use the Liberal logo, Liberal colours, and mail it out to Liberal voters.
Just quickly, I know I never trust the polls, but obviously they always seem to be favouring Labor, as did the one we saw out last night. Have you paid any attention to them? And also, two-part question really, but what's the mood been like on the ground, given, this is the first time you've contested this seat, your party's contested this seat in 8 years?
Yeah, so I'll be honest, I don't follow the polls, and if I've learned anything, it's very hard to poll millennials and Generation Z, so I don't worry about the polls. But in this seat, we saw early voting, we've seen about over 60% of early voting. Initially, there's a lot of angst with Dan Andrews out there, but secondly, a lot of boomer voters were not happy with the Yarra Greens either. So, I was providing that alternative, not at the state Labor team or the dysfunctional Yarra Greens team.
Lucas Moon, thank you.
No worries, thanks for your time. Thank you.
Lucas Moon, their Liberal candidate for Richmond. We're going to go to a break in a second, guys, but Hayne, I'm just interested in your thoughts there. That Labor signage, that leaflet, pretty much saying to stand up for Liberal values, vote Labor. Is that saying the quiet part out loud?
It is a bit, especially on the recent trends of their more neoliberal style of the last decade or so, or 3 decades. It also it comes in. It's common when you consider their attacks on the Greens as well seem to be in a similar way. People who already like Labor voted for them last time. There's not that many more people Labor can pick up that didn't already vote for them. And I think their idea of attacks in order to gain new voters is to try and sound more like the Liberals, to try and get people who might vote for them, which in some places might work. But I've also seen those types of attacks in more Greens-held areas. They will not be successful. They might get a better primary vote out of it, but in terms of winning seats, it's not a great style.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. And of course, Labor's had those attacks against the Greens, and that extends to Richmond, Northcote, etc., etc. We'll keep following that for you. Look, we're going to go to a break just now here on 6 News as we continue our coverage of the Victorian state election. Keep your comments coming in the live chat right now, and then pretty much, after that, we'll continue our coverage, and hopefully it's 7:30. Nick Savage, Greens for Hawthorn, and Jackie Carter, Greens for Q, will join us live. But you are watching 6 News as Victoria decides. We'll be back in just a sec. Plus, find out more about us here at Six News, who our team is and where we came from. That's all available right now. Head to our website, SIXNewsAU.com.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose Stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
Six News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a riot, violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this Six News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on Six News. Every week, Leo Puglisi and Ivan Lung discuss the big stories that matter in a joint podcast that brings together the forces of two independent and unbiased news outlets.
Lots of stuff to talk about, Leo, on the other side of the country as usual.
Thank you very much, man. Always great to chat.
Listen to East plus West. Available now exclusively for Patreon subscribers. Sign up for just $4 a month. Head to patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. Six News, proudly sponsored by Blackmagic Design. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
No paywalls, no sign-ins. SIXNewsAU.com is your one-stop place for all the latest breaking news, in-depth stories and exclusive reports. Plus, find out more about us here at Six News, who our team is and where we came from. That's all available right now. Head to our website, SIXNewsAU.com.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose Stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
Six News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a riot, violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this Six News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on Six News. Every week, Leo Puglisi and Ivan Lung discuss the big stories that matter in a joint podcast that brings together the forces of two independent and unbiased news outlets.
Lots of stuff to talk about, Leo, on the other side of the country as usual.
Thank you very much, man. Always great to chat.
Listen to East plus West. Available now exclusively for Patreon subscribers. Sign up for just $4 a month. Head to patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. Six News, proudly sponsored by Blackmagic Design. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
Welcome back. You're still with us here on Six News as Victoria decides state election 2022. We have one seat called for the coalition. Safe seat. There's nothing really to talk about there. It's nothing. I'm going to be really honest. I don't think it matters that much. It was inevitable, and it's no pickups. No pickup. No seats have changed hands yet. It's still 7 p.m. It's only 7 p.m. But we're going to be live all night. You know, we had this happen federally too. We had the exact same thing happen federally. And look, you'll see the seat counter at the bottom of your screen. LNP, ABC breaking. LNP has picked up 3 total. So In doubt should move to 85. Liberal Nationals to 3. They're all safe seats. It doesn't matter. Hayne, you look shocked and scared at the results.
So 2.7% counted in Hawthorn and...
He's cut out there, didn't he? He just cut it. Stuart, can you confirm that he cut out?
He's cut out.
Ah, damn it! Damn it! He was just saying something. I swear to God, I don't believe it. Hayne, he's doing this all night. He said he's watching like 4 other live streams. I told him not to watch the other. This is... He's back. I can hear him. I can't see him. Still frozen. You're still frozen. No, it's not.
This is God.
Okay, maybe. Okay, without my how do I say this nice and slowly? If my producer wants to put up some B-reel as Hayne speaks or B-roll, that would be good. No, you know what? Yeah, Hayne, if you can still speak to us, what are you worried about in Hawthorn? What was the big thing you're about to say?
2.7% counted in Hawthorn. John Kennedy of Labor is ahead on preferences.
I knew it. I knew Kennedy would do it. I knew it. I always said Kennedy's not out of it. He's JFK 2.0. He's doing it. He's back.
Okay, that's a bit extreme.
Stop the count.
Interesting
Stop
things.
Count,
Leo, calm down. You've got all night. So, looking at things quickly, the primary vote in Hawthorn is an absolute mess. I love it. So, the Greens and Nick Savage are at 13.1%, Melissa Lowe's at 19.7%, and Labor's at 26.2%. The major thing that I'm taking away from this is John Pasuto's primary vote is under 35% at 34.9%, which is a minus 9% swing to his primary vote last time, where he lost.
Well, that's bad for them. But Kennedy, how about that? I never ruled him out. Everyone else said, oh, no, Kennedy. Melissa Lowe said it'll be her and Pasuto. Nah, Kennedy 2.0. I've been saying it. I've said it the whole time. I said him and Clifford Hayes are going to be the surprises in Southern Metro. It's the old guys with no chance who are going to get back in, and they're doing it. I know nothing about Clifford Hayes, but I'm still saying he's doing it. Hey, some Albert Park results, by the way. Nina Taylor, ABC just cut away from the feed. Damn it. Point is, Greens are doing well. Greens are doing well on primary vote basis. But Kennedy, where's the Kennedy menu? By the way, for the record, this is all ironic. There's the disclaimer, but I've always said never doubt Kennedy because he was never supposed to win, and somehow is ahead now. This is going to be like my John Pasuto moment. We're all having a laugh and it'll age poorly, but there he is. There is that man, Kennedy. I'm going to try to bring it as close as possible due to the. Let's see if I can angle it. There we go, John Kennedy. Stuart, you've got the Albert Park figures. What are they saying? Because this is a seat, I guess there's a bit of a toss-up in terms of Labor Green.
Yeah, currently they have 401 votes counted. It is Greens and Labor. Labor sitting at 38.65, Greens at 31.67. So the Greens can definitely win this seat based on the current figures we have right now, assuming that they're going to get preferences from the Liberals and other minor parties over Labor.
There we go. Oh, Richmond. Wow. What am I just looking at this? I'm trying to make sure I've got this on mute. The ABC feed with 0.6% counted. Greens are 66.8% of the two-party preferred.
Is this Richmond?
Richmond.
At 0.6, they're 49.9 on the ABC website.
I'm definitely just like misreading whatever Anthony Green's saying on mute.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, Hayne, I'm sure you've got busy things to do in the next 3 minutes, as I've just been warned about.
To grab my dinner, yes.
Yeah. Did you get a Uber Eats again live on air?
Yes.
Let us know what you're having in about 3 minutes, and all of you at home can let us know what you're having. Leave your comments in the chat now. Hopefully we're going to cross to Austin in a second. Hopefully. Yeah, Hayne, maybe mute yourself. Hayne? Oh, he's gone. Well, forget it. Oh, he's back. Yeah, Hayne, yeah, you really clamoured about there. We heard all that. It's maybe we didn't. There he is again. We're not going to cross to Austin. I want to bring in the Roman McKinnon, political editor, because I know we discussed it. Got him ready there. That was a bit of a shock, wasn't it, Roman? I what was I going to say? Yeah, I meant to mention something. What did we discuss talking about in the ad break? Please refresh my memory here. You're on mute. Still on mute. Fantastic. Great stuff,
I'm
Roman.
almost ready.
Roman McKinnon, esteemed political editor. Thank you. I swear, if this was a ScoMo interview, you'd be ready. LNP just went up by 1. LN4 in doubt 84. Change those things on the bottom of the screen now. Haynes still eating. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's cross to Stuart. Stuart is still there with us. Stuart, do you have something to talk about?
Well, I wanted to go briefly to look at the upper house seats, and I was looking at getting your thoughts on whether you think that the Lib Dems we stuck it to. I know that there's been talk about them potentially losing a couple of both of their seats have been up to there. So of course we've had Limbrick stepping down and then being reappointed. And I know there's been some talk about him, given his success or lack thereof at the federal level, whether you think that they're both in safe hands, because from what I've been seeing, I'm looking at the figures right now. They don't have too much in. We're looking at their first in some of the lower house districts. They're looking very safe. UAP isn't getting much either, from what I'm seeing. The Freedom Party seems to be not doing great, but we do have good results for Family First, coming in at around 5% in most districts. So I reckon that potentially Family First having a revival of Family First, because they are doing pretty well. The seats I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see how well Family First does. Again, Liberal Nationals 4, in doubt 84. No biggie there. Nothing, again, really matters here. Nothing ever matters anymore, does it? Who cares? Hayne. I think we should bring up Hayne. No, let's not. There we go. There he is.
No, we're good. Don't worry. All right.
You bought a light snack. I'm sure that won't take the next hour to eat.
It's a large HSP. I'm hungry.
Great.
Okay.
Shut
I have
up.
something to add.
Oh, God. Okay, go ahead.
I'm looking at Albert Park, and at 0.8% counted, the Greens are currently ahead on preferences by about 2.5%.
That's good.
Although very few votes are in. Their primary vote is over 30%.
That's good.
Which, with the Liberals preferencing them, is a borderline guarantee if this holds. There you go.
We'll have to keep following that for you. Let's bring in Austin now. Austin, other key seats, a bit further out from inner Melbourne, Melton. Independent Liberal Labor contest it's looking like. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, Leo, it's an interesting one, Melton. So in the 2018 election, Labor's vote fell to just 34.9%, with more voters opting for one of the independents out of the 12 different candidates that were there. And we'll pull that up now. So we do have Labor Steve McGee. And as you can see, from the last 8 different elections, they have all been to the ALP. And we do have Dr. Ian Birchall, who did run in the last election and preferenced and did poll extremely well. Now, it is likely with Labor First preferences being so low that Ian Birchall will be able to get quite ahead and get quite a good count with preferences. Now, it is a marginal Labor seat by just by 5%. So certainly an interesting seat, especially done on preferences and how well Ian Birchall did during the last election in 2018.
Yeah, I find those results. I'm having dinner too. Oh God. But yeah, Melton. Melton.
I'll keep going.
Please save me.
Yeah, so Melton. What else can we talk about? His Ian Birchall did poll extremely well during the the 2018 election, he's Ian Birchall with 10.5% of the vote during 2018. Whether he'll be able to do it again, but this time get over the line, will be interesting, especially as I mentioned before, considering it's quite a safe Labor seat.
Yeah, I need water. Thank you, Austin. Now, family first following. Sorry, I shouldn't be reading out the bloody private show notes. Stuart, what was I definitely not about to say that you were going to say?
Yeah. Yes, I was looking for one of those speeches talking about before with the family first vote. Murray Plains, especially a national safety, I think ABC's already called it on two-party preferred right now. It is 83.51% for the national, so it's pretty much guaranteed. There's no way you can change that. Looking at it apparently it's currently at 8% of the votes being counted in the state. It's definitely going to call it. But the interesting thing I noticed is that Family First is coming in at third. So you've got Nationals first, then Labor, then Family First. Coming in around 6.6% of the votes. So definitely looking at Family First comeback in the state, if they're polling that well in that state, there's definitely some chance to see good Family First turn out.
I remind our viewers that Family First, they call themselves the old Family First, and there are many similarities. However, they're not exactly the same. Hawthorn, sorry, I got to read this. 37.8% Liberal, ALP. Yeah, John Kennedy, 25. Melissa Lowe, 20. How is Lowe not getting... hang on. I think they've got an independent Liberal count-up, like two-party. It's doing well for it. Sorry, they're bringing up Q now. Yeah, sorry, I'm just following those results. Interesting. What are you having for dinner? Let us know your views in the live chat now. HSP, a wrap that was given to you by a staff member that you're not entirely sure what was in it. Yeah. Huru TV says 83. I don't... referring to the seats. I don't know. Be more specific, please. Where can I find a live tracker for the votes? At the bottom of your screen. Don't go anywhere, all right? Please save me green wave. We'll see. Will we know by 10 p.m. the result? I say no. Hayne, I'm going to cross you quickly here. Hayne, will we know the result by 10?
If we know the results by 10 o'clock, I believe that the local synagogue will be presenting pulled pork sandwiches for the evening.
Stuart, Labor, 10 p.m. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't see that happening. It seems to be a trend that we're seeing more and more elections go this late. Of course, federal election didn't go this late because, it was pretty easy to tell who was winning pretty early on. But I know a lot of elections just slowly go later and later into the night, and I reckon it's the same thing here. And the later it goes, the more things we have of seeing a minority government for Labor.
Fantastic. I love live coverage. Let's now dinner over from local pub focused on 6 News now. Good idea, Trevor Weeding. You're a pro-cannabis candidate? Weeding? Or am I just making fun of your surname? I'm sorry. I retract those comments fully. T-Boy, ABC... Yeah, we'll fix those graphics. Thank you. Anyway, we spoke to 2 candidates from the Freedom Party of Victoria earlier today in the seat of Mulgrave. One was Aidan McLinden, the party's deputy leader. He's also running in Mulgrave. The other was Morgan C. Jonas, the party's founder. Asked him about a number of things, including what makes them different, how they think they're going to go, and will they accept the results of the election? Have a look.
It seems that we see this campaign and it seems like Ian Cook seems to be the main dominating non-Dan candidate here. Are you confident of your own chances here, or are you just trying to kind of help him with preferences, obviously the name being Freedom?
Yeah, look, from the outset we've always said that we wanted to, from a holistic point of view, be a wrecking ball in Victorian politics to ensure that democracy is restored. We haven't had it here for the best part of 2 decades. It's been stitched up in the upper house with cash for preferences. We've had obscure parties in the middle actually be the gatekeepers of all legislation. So, we're here for the long haul. It's not just this election. The outcome is not our focus, it's the objective, and that'll only grow from strength to strength over time. I can also say that I'm very proud that out of 14 candidates, Dan Andrews has put the Freedom Party last, number 14, so clearly we are a threat. He has been he's said some vile words and called us Nazis and resorted to some pretty terrible stuff. We've obviously got under their skin. Our aim was to provide a positive alternative outside the the major parties who have sold themselves out and become two heads of the same creature.
I think that last on the ballot paper thing, wasn't he just donkey voting except for the Greens? I mean, did he really call you out there?
Look, the probability, if you look at it, I don't think he's done a donkey vote. I think he's done it intentionally, because he's done it right across for the Freedom Party, so it's been last in most seats. And I'm thinking, clearly we are the diabolically opposite to the lack of integrity and transparency that we've seen. So we pose the biggest threat more than any party, including the Liberal Party. The Freedom Party has posed the biggest threat in terms of being a political vehicle to the Labor Party in this election.
Morgan, obviously you've been involved in the UAP previously. You ran as an independent in the federal election. There are so many parties that call themselves freedom parties this election. Is there something that really makes you guys stand out?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started Freedom Party of Victoria primarily because I needed to know 100% that our members, volunteers, supporters and candidates would be well looked after. So I have had experience in other established political parties. I was able to gain a better understanding of the internal machinations from an administrative point of view, and I didn't like it. Also, what we've seen in recent times is, of course, the lid has been completely blown on the Glenjury cash for preferences system, okay, whereby many of these so-called parties that claim to stand for freedom are implicated in this deceptive model, trading their preferences between the left wing and the right wing. So I, in good faith, having a large following, a large supporter base, could not shovel my supporters into an existing political vehicle that could be exploiting their members through a network such as the Glenjury scheme. So that's why we're here. From the very beginning, we said we'd never deal in these preferences for cash. We came out with a policy very early on for up to $400,000 for people dealing in cash for preferences, and or up to 12 months in jail. So we've made this very, very clear, and I think this is a big defining difference between us and the others.
When that Herald Sun report came out about that, the Glenjury story with that leaked Angry Victorians video a few weeks ago, I know you guys had called for the election to be delayed when you did respond to that initially. Do you stand by that call now on election day that you want it delayed and postponed?
Yeah, well, I think if you look at the Electoral Act, it's very clear that it is unlawful for voters to be deceived or tricked into voting for a party in any given way, shape or form. And I consider the nature of the group voting tickets, or more specifically the manner in which Glenjury is able to manipulate preferences whereby voters can cast their vote for a party they think is standing for a certain set of principles, only for their vote to be transferred to a different party. I would say that is the textbook definition of deception, and I think by definition that would be in contravention of the Act. So we hope for an investigation. I'm not going to hold my breath. I've asked the AEC to look into certain matters with no avail. Hopefully the VEC does a better job.
I think it is legal though, isn't it, as it stands? We've used GVT, we've had jury involvement before this election. I mean, you acknowledge it's nothing new?
Well, it's nothing new, but it's never been exposed or spoken about the way it has now. And especially when we consider the past 3 years and how terrible the legislation has been in regards to COVID and the loss of our freedoms, and the fact that it was indeed members of the crossbench, Glenjury friendlies, that were able to effectively cast the deciding votes on much of this legislation. Really, any party that cares about our most fundamental basic freedoms should have done the right thing, should have given Glenjury the flick, because as by his own admission, he has openly declared that his primary objective is to deliver a crossbench that's workable for the Daniel Andrews Labor government. So there's no excuse at this stage for any parties to be dealing with Glenjury. Maybe in the past when, nobody knew what Rod Barton would do, all right, let's say 2018, leave it there. But given what we know now, there is no excuse for using these services.
Just quick, two questions just quickly. Aidan, obviously you ran you were a Queensland MP before. You've run in elections previously. How does this one stack up to all the others?
Yeah, I think if I had to compare it to Queensland politics, I think Victorian politics has largely been in the dark in terms of how the machinations of local, state and federal politics. I'm actually quite stunned at how little the general populace understand about politics. Even people who would say that they're well versed in it, some of the basics they have absolutely no idea in, and it's through no fault of their own. We're talking about the education system that's being compromised. We're talking about the media giving very 10-year-old answers in terms of politics, and people have never had that depth of education in it. So what I've seen here, particularly this election, and I've probably run in excess of a dozen campaigns or more, I've seen here that people are very standoffish. They're playing poker face. They're keeping their cards close to their chest. Because remember, we've been living in a culture of fear and silence now for the last 2 years. So I think in the privacy of the booth, there may be a very rude awakening for the Labor Party in this instance, in terms of how people actually feel when they're in the solace and the confinement of that booth to actually put their, what they're thinking on paper. So I believe that Victorian politics now, this is the beginning of a new era in politics. Yes, we've made some inroads. To what degree, we'll find out. However, the process has begun to actually make it much more involved and a more volatile political landscape than it has been in the past.
Just quickly, there's a lot of comments I see made about your party, you guys. People call you a cooker, whatever like that. People say that you're extreme. One thing that I have seen a few people say that you will do after this election is that you won't accept the results if you don't get in. Will you accept the results of this election if you do not are successful in this seat or elsewhere? And this is to both of you, really.
Okay, sure. Well, I'm unfamiliar with these comments. Ultimately, we accept whatever the result of the election is. Our primary concern is in relation to the Glen Drury model and the preferences for cash system, which we know without any doubt is deceptive and that tricks the Victorian public into supporting parties of which they would not ordinarily support. We've never said that we're not going to accept the outcome of the election. Neither of us have said that.
No, and look, and I think what we've challenged more so is the process leading up to the election. So
Exactly.
for 15,000 workers to be found who are pretty much precluded, if you've said anything against the government in the last 5 years, you're precluded from working for the VEC. Of course, the clause to that is if you are a member of a union. So largely we now have a union membership running the election. We have a cash for preferences situation that are purchasing seats in the upper house. We have a flawed system where the Electoral Act of 2002, Section 84, has been in clear breach. So it's been heavily compromised in the lead up to the election. The results, well, it's like when you're playing a game of soccer, even if the other side cheats and you've got a ref that's stacked up against you, you have no choice but to accept the result. You have to work within the paradigm that you've been given. That doesn't mean that we're not going to continue to keep asking the hard questions and seeking change and becoming the positive alternative that Victoria so desperately needs.
Adam McLendon, Morgan C. Jonas, thank you.
Awesome.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, good on
Thanks
you,
for having us on.
Champion.
I was on mute.
Oh, wow, Leo. How long have you been doing this, Leo? How long have you been doing this?
Oh, I'm getting. Oh my. Oh, can we end the? Let's end the program. You know what? No. No one. Why didn't anyone else warn me?
The results, it's like when you're playing a game of soccer, even if the other side cheats and you're a ref that's stacked up against you, you have no choice but to accept the result.
Again.
You have to work.
Shut them up. No more freedom. There we go. Okay. I apologise to the Freedom Party Victoria for those comments. All right. Jackie Carter is the Greens candidate for the seat of Kew. Nick Savage, I'm really hoping we can bring them up, by the way. My producer told me not to rush, but let's see. I'll try it slowly. Jackie Carter is the Greens candidate for the seat of Kew, which is looking like an independent teal race, while Nick Savage is the Greens candidate for Hawthorn, that race being more of a independent Liberal Labor three-way contest. They both join us now from a car, I presume, near a polling place. Let's hope we can bring them up here. Guys, thanks for joining us. How's it been today?
First.
My turn.
Yeah,
it has been hectic. It has been so lovely to see a lot of voters out there not only recognising me, but really excited that I'm there representing Kew. Although, as we know, particularly Conservative districts for the longest time, people are really ready for change.
Can I ask, because I remember what happened in terms of, I don't know, we just got a weird Skype thing there. It's probably showing on the feed. Anyway, I presume you can still hear me. There we go. I remember, back in 2019 federally, Kooyong, very strong results for the Greens there. You were looking like within a few years, maybe 2025, even 2022 at a stretch, you would have been picking that up. Then the Teals come in, and the Teals are running in the state election too. Are you worried they're just taking your vote? And I guess, Nick, I'll ask you first, given I'm in the seat of Hawthorn, and that seems like it's the real proper three-way contest now where Teals are going against Labor.
Yeah, they're newcomers to the field of politics, I suppose, and they're very good at branding, and I think that is they've got a good community message, but their speaking personally, policies could have a bit more effort. And I think, with the Greens, we stay as a presence. We keep our policies through evidence-based research, community consultation. They're incredibly in-depth. We just keep persevering on, and that's the best we can do. And if people are drawn to that message, that's brilliant.
Hayne, do you want to ask anything to two Greens candidates while you've got the chance?
Sure thing. Just to start with very quickly, looking at the results as they come in Hawthorn with 5.4% counted. Nick, you've got up to 11.4% as your primary vote. That's an increase on that part in Kooyong and Higgins throughout the last federal election. How did you get this increase in your primary vote?
A lot of long nights, a lot of early mornings, a lot of talking to people about issues that matter. I'm personally suffering through the cost of living. It's something that I think is very important, and I don't think people can focus on climate as an important issue until they can put food on the table for their family or can afford rent. So I think that's just something that resonated with people, and I was happy to sort of say that the Greens aren't just a one policy party anymore. We're here for everyone. We understand the state of things. We understand what needs to be done, and we're going to do it.
A Greens candidate in the seat of Hawthorn or Kew a few years ago getting a positive reception seemed a bit, unheard of. But, you guys do seem to be going well there. And, federally, as we mentioned there, your vote did take a hit, but a lot of that just comes back to the Teals there. I'm interested, what do you make of what's going on across the border, across the Yarra River? We're obviously, the Greens have been really putting in a lot of effort in Richmond, which I believe, and I would say is likely that they will gain, although I don't want to get ahead of ourselves there. Do you think we're ever going to see that Green slide move into Hawthorn, or is this now a firmly kind of Teal area given those results federally and what we're seeing now tonight?
I do think Hawthorn will be green in the future. I mean that sincerely. I think there's, there'll be a bleeding effect from Richmond, and the Teals, with their constitution of how they work, they're wonderful people, but the Greens have history, and we can demonstrate our skill, and the future of Hawthorn is green.
If I can just add to that,
go ahead.
That the proliferation of the Teals is great in terms of raising the profile of climate and getting people more attuned to the policies and issues that we're facing there. But I think the real test will be their effectiveness at implementing changes in Parliament. But then that's where I think that people will maybe turn to the Greens if the Teals become ineffective in implementing legislation in Parliament.
Have the Greens, though, that been, obviously not been in this last Parliament, but have the Greens actually been able to be effective in what is a pretty Labor-controlled lower house as it stands?
Absolutely. Our leader, Sam Ratnam, is the only one to vote for amending this group ticket preferencing deal in the upper house, like the only one in the Senate to stand up, despite Labour and Liberal saying they'd stand up for integrity and democracy. Additionally, through COVID, Sam Ratnam was very influential in getting a lot of the stimulus through, lockdown orders, just everything we needed to get through COVID.
Labor has a tendency to, watch our Greens politicians table bills and then reject them and then later on submit them as their own ideas. And look, we're not here for the glory, we're here for the results. So that's fine. If they want to, for instance, the ban of plastic bags at supermarkets and single-use plastic in plastic plates and cutlery and things like that, they're all Greens initiatives that have come through Parliament, which were rejected by Labor but then later implemented by them.
Gotcha. Now, look, I imagine you've also been following how the Greens are going in the upper house. Obviously, there are group voting tickets, Glenn Drury, as we mentioned earlier. And based on the last results, they don't seem to be helping you guys. They seem to almost work against you, even if you get a decent vote of, upwards of 10%. Are you worried that despite, you know, a high vote and potentially your campaigns locally contributing to that upper house vote, are you worried that the system we have right now is just going to stop you from advancing from even one seat?
Yeah, we are worried. You know, it's an undemocratic thing we have going on. Absolutely. We're the only state which still does this, which a bit ridiculous, frankly. So we are worried, but we keep optimistic. You know, it's all we can do. We try our best every time, and the people will vote for what they want.
Can I ask Jackie, I know this probably comes down a bit to Party HQ, but you have put in a, you know, I've been out and about in Kew. You have put in, you know, a strong campaign there, at least in terms of being on the ground with volunteers. You've got your core flutes. Why not run dead? I mean, I just, it seems like such an uphill battle for you, especially when you know, it could be really just a teal Labor Liberal thing, and that applies to Hawthorn too. Was there a specific reason why you put in all that effort? Because it definitely was shown. I mean, you go around Kew and also Hawthorn too. There's a lot of green signage.
Well, I don't want to be just a paper candidate. If I'm doing it, I want to show people of my electorate that I believe in the party, I believe in our policies, and I'm a real representative for them. So I don't think it serves anyone if I was to put my hand up to run as a candidate and then didn't put in any effort, because that doesn't reflect well on the party, and it doesn't reflect well on me, and it certainly doesn't grow the growth of the Greens and people supporting us. So even though, you know, I'm well aware that I'm, you know, a pretty unlikely choice for the primary vote of a lot of people in my district. For those that do want to vote Greens, I want to show them that I'm working hard for them, and I believe in supporting them and their beliefs and the party.
I just want to get to some results actually right now, and I'll keep you here for your reaction, guys. Stuart, it's looking like, based on ABC calls, the Greens have a seat. Which is it?
The vote counted in Richmond, a very swing of 10% towards the Greens. On that, so that's the seat that it appears that Lucas Moon's preferences are going towards the Greens, and should allow them to beat the incumbent Labor. I think is Richmond currently Labor?
Yeah, Richmond's Labor incumbent.
Yeah. So it looks like the Greens will flip that one because the Liberal preferences being towards Lucas Moon. That's
what Labor warned. That's what Labor said. Oh, you know, vote for Liberal, vote for the Green. But people have followed that how to vote card, and it's happened.
On Greens preferences, the gap is 2%. Greens at 33.3, Labor at 31.4. However, with preferences, that gap widens, with Greens on 54.9%, Labor on 45.1%. Again, only 5% of the vote counted, but it looks like the Greens could flip Richmond.
Jackie, Nick, you must be happy to hear that.
Absolutely.
Like, I guess we've all been really cautiously optimistic about Richmond. You can never take anything for granted, but we've run such a strong campaign there with Gab, and I have done some door knocking in Richmond over the period of the campaign, and overwhelmingly every door I knocked on was already voting Greens. So although we're so grateful, it's not a huge surprise to me given the level of support that I saw out there when knocking on doors. And, you know, she's such a worthy candidate and such a great representative for that district that I can't wait to see what she does when she gets into Parliament.
That's going to be really interesting. We'll keep following that. I mean, that was my prediction there, and I was interesting to see how those primary votes stack up at the end of the day. Just quickly, Jackie, I'll ask you first, then Nick, I'd love your thoughts on your respective seats. You've admitted you don't think you'll get in, but what are your predictions at the end of the day?
Look, I think in my seat, Sophie will absolutely take the seat. I was actually chatting with one of the VEC staff today, and they seem to think that it's going to be a very close race between all of us, and I thought that was maybe just feeding my ego a little bit. I really think, you know, the Teals have that branding and campaigning down so strongly that, and, you know, what I saw on pre-poll with regard to, you know, people taking the how to vote cards and whatnot, I think Sophie's in with a really good chance. And if it's not me, I really hope it's Sophie.
There we go. Looking like a potential Greens gain in Richmond there. But really appreciate both of you coming on for us tonight. Jackie Carter, Greens for Q. Nick Savage, Greens for Hawthorn. Hope you've had a fun last 2 weeks. But thank you so much for coming on, and best of luck regarding your own run and your party.
Thank you.
Thanks for the chat.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks to them both there. And for the record, my personal instructions is they can leave the Skype call. We are trying to check with the producer, but yeah, you're welcome to leave the Skype call. Anyway, there they go. Great to have them both there. Hayne, what do you make of that Greens Richmond gain likely?
Yeah, it looks very good for them, especially leading Labor on first preferences. That's always a good way to win an election, to beat the incumbent on primary vote alone. On top of that, also looking at Richmond, it's interesting to see that the Vic Socialists have put up nearly 6%, and the Reason Party's put up nearly 5%. So in terms of the general way that the voting is occurring, about 40%-ish are voting either Greens or Vic Socialists, which for a Labor-held seat does not bode well for them at all.
I want to get to Austin Pollock in a second, because I'm sure he'll be looking at Richmond. I won't cross to him yet. But look, we heard there. I'm interested in your thoughts on what Jackie Carter, Nick Savage was saying about Teals and Greens. Are you personally, or if you were a Green, Hayne, you're not, and we disclose that very clearly to our audience. If you were a Green, would you be worried about Teals coming in and impacting, well, them winning? And I think that was most evident Kooyong.
Absolutely. For a start, if you look at Kooyong in 2019, they were only 2% off defeating Frydenberg at the federal level, and they've been putting in a lot of work in Higgins as well, where they did get rid of the former Liberal MP there, but with a Labor win. At the state level, having Teals as well doesn't help the Greens either. The thing with the Teals is they will be able to, they've got a lot more money than the Greens. It's worth mentioning as well, looking at the current vote breakdown, Melissa Lowe has about twice the Nick Savage Green vote on first preferences. I would like to know how many dollars per vote that equates to for both of them. Because you consider the amount of money that has been spent by the Teals at the last federal and state election. For 21% of the vote, the amount spent compared to, I'm sure the Greens spent bugger all, and for 10.6% of the vote, in terms of what is more viable electorally, if you can spend very little for 10% or spend heavily for 21%, it's worth mentioning the Greens are probably able to produce better results with fewer resources. It's also worth mentioning the type of voter who are likely to vote Teal are the type of people who will possibly, and we can look at this based off the loss of primary vote for Labor this time round, would have voted Labor if they hadn't have done, or might have voted Green. So they're eating into their primary vote there.
Yeah.
The Greens are down 7% on their primary vote, Labor down 8%, Teals up 20%.
And Green and other is up 6.3% to 17.6% total statewide primary voting for the ABC. Other does not include the Greens. The age, here we go. It's that part of the night where we start talking about the statewide swing. The age is saying there is a statewide swing to the Liberals against Labor. Well.
Breaking news.
Yeah, I know.
In other news, water is wet.
Richard Royden has won his seat of Polwarth. There's a shock to no one. Ringwood, ALP retain. Will Fowles will stay in Parliament. He swapped his seat. But they're going to stay in there. I'm just getting those. Stuart, you read them out to us. What's going on with this age call?
Yeah, according to the age right now, Labor has a swing against them of 8.88%. Liberals have a swing towards them of 2.21%. I'm not sure I like these figures. They are early figures. We've got about 6% of the vote counted. They are quite early. We do have a swing towards minor and independents, which we expected. we have a swing towards independence of 0.09%, but towards minor parties of around 6%. Again, that's to be about expected. The Greens are coming in.
We should really stress here, every time we talk about minor parties in this count, the Greens are not included in that count. We need to stress that, but please go on.
Yes, so the Greens are coming in at almost 12% of the vote statewide. That's a swing of 1.16%. So we are seeing swinging against Labor and towards everyone else, but that is being split roughly evenly, but with majority of that swing against Labor.
Yeah, Stuart, I was just going to interrupt there because I'm just seeing the figures for the ABC before they go away. ALP 35.5, Liberal 29.9, Nationals 4.1, Greens 12.8, other 17.7. That is the statewide primary vote. That is the ABC's call. By the way, the Victorian Electoral Commission has confirmed that they are aware of, quote, a limited number of voting centres running out of printed district ballot papers. That's the lower house earlier today. This may have been because of people voting outside their district. Replacement ballot papers were provided to each centre. No voters were turned away or missed out on voting. In the interim, voters were provided with blank ballots with candidates' names handwritten. I want to see that, an image of that. That is an acceptable approach. That is the Victorian Electoral Commission right now. Matthew, Hayne, is that going to fuel some conspiracies?
I made a video in February of this year called Pandemic Projectors and the Great Grift, where I specifically spent 41 minutes going through the history of lies presented by the two most prominent grifters in Victorian politics.
Careful with your comments there. But
they blocked me, so they can't see this. Those being Harvey Yemeni and Roy Rukshan, who love a good fib. I know you're telling me not to. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I've already seen them fueling this on Twitter. That's up to them if they want to continue to gain support from people who probably still believe pro wrestling is a shoot. That's great. They can buy the pay-per-views. But there you go. I'm looking at something more interesting, though. I'll move it on, Leo.
Yeah, go on.
Glenn Waverley currently, the Liberal incumbent Neil Angus, leads on preferences by 3 votes over Labor's John, is it Mullahy? How are we saying that name? Mullahy? Anyway,
Probably.
3 votes the difference at 8.3% counted. Very, very close. Worth mentioning that this is considered a possible swing district. My prediction will be the Liberals retain because they're going to get a swing going their way anyway, so a lot of the close seats they're likely to retain. Also in queue, the Liberal Jess Wilson, who's coming in to try and replace Tim Smith, is now ahead by about 2% after 7.7% counting.
Ahead of who? Who's second?
Sophie Tawney is at 47.8%.
Yeah, I always said that. I said that's the most likely seat for the Teals to gain here. It won't be a proper 3-way race, even though Labor's not running dead. Mornington, I don't think it's looking good there. Caulfield, that could be a Labor gain for all I know. But that's the situation there. We're just looking, we're trying to monitor some results in Nepean and Werribee. We'll get to those in a second right now. Just want to update the figures on the bottom of your screen now. ALP on 19, the Coalition on 13, the Greens on 1, other 1, in doubt, 54. Roman might have the Mulgrave numbers for us. Yeah, got him scared there again. Unless he wants to give me a thumbs down, Roman has the Mulgrave numbers for us. Roman, unmute yourself and tell us, what are the Mulgrave numbers? There we go.
I've got the Mulgrave numbers. 2% of the vote has been counted. Daniel Andrews is on 67.4% of the vote against independent Ian Cook, who's on 32.6%. Mulgrave was previously held by the ALP with a margin of 15.8. So at the moment, it looks like Daniel Andrews will retain this seat. Also,
don't want to get ourselves there with 2%. Sorry, can you just confirm what's the first preference figures for Andrews again?
Yes. So the first preference. Sorry, I am bringing it back up.
59.2.
There you are.
59.2.
And then Yeah,
with
two-party
2%.
preferred is 67 against 32. So at the moment, Daniel Andrews looks to be pretty good at the moment. I also want to just quickly jump into some more figures. Bendigo East was an ALP retain. That's the Deputy Premier's seat.
Yeah, Jacinta Allen.
Jacinta Allen. So she's retained. So if Daniel Andrews doesn't retain his seat, then obviously Jacinta Allen will come in. But she has defeated the Liberal Party there. Did you want me to go through the new seats or anything? That
Let's do that. Let's do that in just a second. Sorry, it's 2% in Mulgrave, isn't it? Like counted.
Yes, 2%.
2%. Great. I'll get to Austin in a second regarding Richmond, but please, Roman, go ahead. What are these new seats looking like? They're gonna bring us in terms of results.
Yeah, so we've got a couple of new seats. I'll just go through them. Point Cook, this was updated quite a while ago. We've got Point Cook, Eureka, Ashwood, and Laverton, which are all new seats. Then we've got Greenvale, Calcallo, Berwick, Pakenham, which are replacing different seats. Greenvale and Calcallo are replacing Euroki, and Berwick and Pakenham are replacing Gembrook. Glen Waverley is replacing Forest Hill and Mount Waverley. So just before this was updated, I had the numbers down 61 to 39, two-party preferred in the ALP's favour. That's Matthew Hilikari. At the moment, it's 63.9% to 36.1%. That's over the independent there. In Eureka, as last updated, it was 52-48 to the ALP. I'll just bring it up. That is now an ALP retain. So Michael Settle wins that renamed seat. It was previously held with a margin of 9.6 against Liberal Paul Tatchell there. Two-party preferred was 55% to 45%. So an early call there. But yeah, it's starting to pick up now, the seats gaining, retaining. Also, Nepean was an LNP gain. So that's something to look out for. The candidate there, Sam Groth, on two-party preferred, won 57.5% over Labor's Chris Brain, 42.5%. So yeah, the results are still steadily, but it's starting to pick up a little bit now. It's starting to come in.
Easy, Roman. Thank you, Stuart. Sorry, Austin. I'm going to get you in just like 1 second. It'll be 30 seconds here. Stuart, Susanna Sheed, what's going on there? Independent.
Shepparton has a split national and Liberal vote, so they've had to then do preferences, and coming in with preferences, we're looking at around a 13% swing towards the Liberals in Shepparton, which means Susanna Sheed on preferences is sitting at around 41.8% of the vote. So
she's gone, effectively. If that continues, she's gone.
According to, apparently it's 15% of the vote counters, so I think it's safe enough to make the estimate that she's lost her seats. That's one crossbencher gone.
Well, down with the crossbenchers. We're going to change the seats in just a second right now. We're getting those new developments in. It's looking at ALP 26, Coalition 17, Greens on 2, Other 1, In Doubt 42. Austin, let's finally go to you. First, let's go to Richmond here. We were discussing it earlier. Greens likely to win it.
Yeah, that's right, Leo. The seat of Richmond was quite a key seat for Labor, as it was on that map I was showing you before. But we'll take a look at the three candidates running this year. Now, since 1999, that has also been contested by Labor's Richard Wynne, who is retiring at the the election this year. Now, he has, of course, contested all of those, and we'll take a look. So he has been contested. Sorry, this seat has been held by Labor since 1856. Sorry, a slight technical issue there. And
I love broadcasts. Keep going.
Exactly. Yeah. And it has been. My whole thing's just frozen here. So Labor will, of course, be disadvantaged by losing that long-time MP, Richard Wynne, who I just mentioned about earlier. Now, none of these candidates ran in 2018, and it is a marginal 5.8% versus the Greens. Now, of course, as we did mention just a few moments ago, that the Greens are looking like they will gain this seat, which is important for them, but not good news for Labor. Now, this seat has never been picked up by the Greens, so it's going to be a historic night for them. This seat being contested in every election since 1908, Leo. Sorry about the tech issues.
We're all good there. Interesting results coming in from Ringwood, by the way. DLP 3.9, Family First 3.4. Again, that 6 to 8% kind of Liberal Democrats, DLP, Family First, Freedom vote, I think, as Hayne teased earlier, it's happening. And it might not be enough to win any of their own seats, but it's the kind that would preferences and upper house. Would you go with that, Hayne?
Yeah, I would, because it would mean that I'd be agreeing with myself from earlier. But also, it's,
really, agreeing with the right people there, Hayne.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there you go. Just looking at some of the votes as they come in, looking at Hawthorn right now and at Kew, the lead for Melissa Lowe ahead of Pasuto on preferencing is increasing, as is Liberal Jess Wilson over the Teal Independent Sophie Tawney.
Where's John Kennedy?
He is 23.7% first preference, and I haven't seen him in about 4 years.
It's not bad. Hey, I'm telling you, Kennedy's
that's a
coming
good
in with that
performance.
late swing.
A quarter of the vote, and I have not seen him once.
Liberal Democrats votes. He's going to do it. Mark my words. I'm kidding.
Probably not.
No, definitely not. But Pasuto ahead. Hang on, is Pasuto ahead in Hawthorn or not?
He's behind on preferences, but he's ahead on the first preference.
Okay. Yeah, Pasuto ahead on Hawthorn on primary. I think we should stress there. Ahead on primary.
Primary of 38.6% is a 5.5% drop on him last time when he lost.
Oz Guy says, is that ALP counter typo? No, looks like it's 28 now.
It is.
Stuart, what is going on with the rural independents? No, you can't tell me Ali Cupper's going to lose. There ain't no way. Come on, Stuart. You're lying. How are the independents losing? Stuart.
Where 10% of the vote counted in Mildura, Nationals on a two-party preferred. Nationals are ahead 53.1%. And then we've got Ali Cupper, the independent, who's incumbent, coming in 47.9%. Now, I will note this is a very marginal seat last time round. We ended with 50.34% for Ali Cupper, and the Nationals, Peter Chris, was at 49.66%. So not only the Nationals are probably going to flip this seat as well if it keeps going as it is right now. So we could see both independents losing their seats this election. And both losing to, might I add, both losing to...
Yeah, might I add, the third one, by the way, Russell North, ex-Nat, he's not contesting this election, might we add. So that's something. Werribee, here we go. Tim Pallas, 47% first preference, Mia Short, 25. FFV, so Family First, 6.9. Pretty nice results for them there. Independent Paul Hopper, 2.8%. I thought he was going to do better. That's early. Is that? Hang on. Is Tim Pallas on now? I can't tell if that's the right.
Can I jump in, Leo?
Yeah. Is it the right bald guy I'm looking at? Politician.
I'm watching the Sky feed right now, and on Sky News Australia, Melissa Lowe just finished up a short interview there. It seems her and her people are very excited. By the looks of things, looking at the results, it looks like it'll probably hold this way. I don't see where Pasuto finds 12% on preferences. So it seems like it is now a battle between Kennedy and Lowe for the preferences of the Greens to see who ends up jumping for the win.
Kennedy.
On first preferences, Kennedy is 2.2% ahead. It's 170 votes.
He's ahead of Lowe?
Ahead of Lowe.
I'm telling you, he's doing it. He's doing it.
Considering the way of the Greens voter of 11%, more or less, I would expect them to go to Lowe over Kennedy.
Oh. Okay, then. Again, this is for a bit. Just repeating those figures, by the way, coming in. ALP 28. Mildura's an independent retain. Hang on. Who's held Mildura? Is that Ali Cupper? Stuart?
Yes,
Who?
that is Ali Cupper, and he's going to lose that seat to the National.
She's going to lose. Okay, because I'm saying she's going to retain it. What? Hang on. Yeah, ABC just dumped that one other they had.
Possibly Mildura.
Oh, and ALP's got 31 seats. ALP has 31 seats. I don't want this to be over yet. 10% swing too. Hang on.
Don't worry, Leo. We've always got the upper house to keep us till 4 a.m.
Yeah. Okay. We haven't even got.
I'm holding out on that Vic Socialist seat until the counting is done.
Okay.
I've got those figures again for you,
Can someone give me the damn Mildura figures, Stuart?
Mildura figures on first preferences. We've got Ali Cupper winning with 33.77% on first preferences.
Yeah.
But then we also have a split Liberal National ticket. Nationals at 30.92%. Liberals coming in lower than that, obviously, with 15.07%. So on two-party preferred, they've flipped it again. On two-party preferred, it's now 48.67% for the Nationals. So it appears that Mildura is going to be one to watch for the rest of the night because it's flipped back to the Independents.
Well, results have really changed there dramatically. The ABC has dumped the other part though, from like their graphics. So
I can try and find that tidy for. I can try and find that seat for you.
Yeah, ALP's on 31 to my understanding, in doubt 38. Annabelle Cleland is going to succeed Steph Ryan, who was the Nationals deputy, is she, or leader? I don't know. Who was a Nationals MP. Steph Ryan has had a seat retained by her party. Geelong ALP retain as well. By the way, 14.9% counted. So still early. We're approaching 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Thanks for sticking with us here on 6 News on the Hour. We're continuing our coverage of the Victorian state election right now. Let's go back to the Greens here, Hayne. Richmond is one seat. What? And Stuart might be able to jump in here too. Do we know what the second one is? Is it Melbourne? Like retain?
I'm looking at Northcote. I know that's not one that they are currently holding on to, but they are increasing their lead over the Labor incumbent. It is now at 56.2% to 43.8% as it stands over Labor. This being with a primary vote loss of 5.7% and Labor losing 4.4%. Interesting, they would both lose their vote. If you're wondering where a lot of that went, the Vic Socialist Kat Larkin is running there. She also ran for Senate at the federal election. She's pulled out 7.7%. So on preferences, the Greens are ahead. So you don't need to be smart to work out a Vic Socialist voter is probably going to preference the Greens over Labor. So if you're wondering how this result has come to be, the Liberals are up 10% there in third, which, I mean, they're not in fourth, so good for them.
Numbers.
They've also got a negative swing as well.
Yeah, okay. So ALP just dropped to 30 on the ABC figures. If we can reflect that in our graphics, we will. That means in doubt goes up to 39. So it's really interesting. Roman, Nepean, you're saying is looking like it'll go to the coalition? Is that it?
Yeah, so Nepean is looking like a coalition gain. That is the only gain so far in one seat. All of the rest have been retained. In two-party preferred, Liberal Sam Groth is ahead 58.1%. Ahead of Labor's Chris Brain, 41.9%. It was a marginal seat held by the ALP with a margin of 0.7%. So a pretty big win for the Liberals there. That's the first of the 18 seats required for a coalition government.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the ABC figures. They're saying the likely chamber in terms of the lower house, Labor 32, Greens 2, others 2, Nationals 8, Liberals 12. Obviously, many seats still in doubt there. But I'm still telling you, I don't see how they can win the coalition. I don't. Hayne, yeah. I know you've been watching Sky. Is Kruger happy or not? I think that's the key thing here. Is Michael? Actually, no, his name's Kroger. I just read out your misspelling. Thanks for that. Yeah. Is Michael Kroger happy right now on Sky or not?
I think I've seen him happy at the last election, to be honest. He's not particularly pleased. The current Sky News Australia headline is "No path for a Vic coalition majority," although everyone knew that already. The question was about a minority, if anything. Michael O'Brien is now doing a cross for them. Tim Smith just cut, I think, a 90-second promo. It doesn't seem to be the greatest atmosphere there. I think the people at Sky were predicting a larger swing towards the Liberals than they are getting at the moment. But as it stands, the current way that the voting is coming in is suggesting the Liberals will make some pickups, which, considering the way they ran this campaign and how they did 4 years ago, I would argue is probably a positive for them. I think winning outright would be a bit ambitious even for them.
Yeah, I thought a second Labor majority was... Oh, hang on, sorry, Mulgrave's being pulled up. Bunch of independents really low down. Ian Cook on 17.7%. It's second. Other is up 15.4%. Liberals are down 8.9%. That's expected with Cook, but Labor's down 5.9%. Point Cook, Joe Garra, 10.5%. Independent. Look, 17.7% isn't bad figures. It's not winning figures, though. That is once you get to two-party preferred, you're done. That's not.
Well, even so, Leo, looking at preferences, the Liberal is actually ahead of Ian Cook.
We'll tell that to Anthony Green, like 10 seconds ago, had Cook above Liberal. So
on the ABC website, as it stands, I am seeing otherwise.
I don't think the ABC website's being managed by Anthony Green, though. So, look, I'm going to go with the TV. Melton, Ian Birchall on 8.4. Gee, these independents are doing a bit worse than I thought. I mean, it's tough, but I know it's ridiculously early. I stress that, but yeah, that should be interesting to follow. Hayne will leave you there for 5 minutes. Must get another Uber Eats order. Good stuff, Hayne. Thank you. Stuart, I know you've been following some of these independents, the non-Teals. What do you make of this? I'm not saying they're doing bad, but I would expect them to be a bit higher on first preferences. I mean, there's some seats I thought would have been an ALP independent contest, and the Liberals are up. Far better.
You're looking at a student, Joe Garra, for example. He was running as an independent as well. I was expecting him to do better. He's running a Point Cook. He's not doing very well in... I'll get those figures up right now for you for Point Cook. Joe Garra is coming in at third, only 10% of the vote. He's in a two-party preferred. He's getting preferences from the Liberals. The Liberals are putting a Teal over Labor, which means it is reinforcing that idea of voting against Dan Andrews rather than voting on party principles per se. So emphasising that the idea underlying all this is voting against Dan Andrews for the Liberals, and we're seeing that here, that he's coming in at number 2 in a two-party preferred against Labor. Labor will retain that seat, but I think it's interesting to look at how the Liberals are preferencing an independent candidate right there. One seat I do want to go to, though, I want to go back to Northcote for a second. Now, that seat's always been Labor, except 2017, a by-election. It was flipped by Lydia Thorpe, and then she lost it in the 2018 election back to Labor. And now it's going to go back to the Greens, possibly. It's only a 2.4% of the vote counted, but it appears that it could flip back. And now I think the important thing here, and this really emphasizes the point that this is an election about Dan Andrews, Greens are winning on the preferences of the Liberals and the Victorian Socialists.
I knew it would happen. I knew those Liberals. I just knew it. That's what happens with put Labor last. You know, sure, it'll get a minority, possibly. Anthony Green, there we go. Highly unlikely Dan Andrews will lose this seat. Ooh. Well.
Wait, do we have Hayne back yet?
No.
Because he said it'd be close. I said that it wouldn't. I said it was possible the Cook could win, but I think Hayne said it'd be really close, and then now they're calling it.
I said it'd be really close.
Margin.
Maybe let's stop talking about all our bad predictions. How about? Yeah, you know, we're going to go to a break in a second. We're going to keep coming back for you with more coverage. Keep your questions coming in the live chat now. We will read them out in just a few minutes. But we're going to keep following those races closely. The message we're hearing here, almost no path for a coalition majority government in the state of Victoria. Watching 6 News as Victoria decides. We'll be back very shortly. No paywalls, no sign-ins. 6NewsAU.com is your one-stop place for all the latest breaking news, in-depth stories and exclusive reports. Plus, find out more about us here at 6 News, who our team is and where we came from. That's all available right now. Head to our website, 6NewsAU.com.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News. Every week, Leo Puglisi and Ivan Long discuss the big stories that matter in a joint podcast that brings together the forces of two independent and unbiased news outlets.
Lots of stuff to talk about, Leo, on the other side of the country as usual.
Thank you very much, man. Always great to chat.
Listen to East plus West. Available now exclusively for Patreon subscribers. Sign up for just $4 a month. Head to patreon.com/6NewsAU. 6 News, proudly sponsored by Blackmagic Design. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
The ABC reporting Dan Andrews is very unlikely to lose his seat of Mulgrave. That's despite 13 challenges in the seat and a lot of hope from the people of Ian Cook's campaign. Well, Hayne, I think, yeah, there we go. Just stop eating for a sec. Well, that prediction I think we both made very close. No, it's not very close, is it?
I'll tell you what's happened there. Because, Leo, you and I spend too much time online and on Twitter. What's happened is we've seen all of the very high interaction tweets and people saying, we're going to win Mulgrave, all of these people.
Yeah, but in fairness, I was out there today, all right?
It did look like they were gaining momentum in many different ways.
Yeah, coalition, not coalition, Labor barely had signage, a couple of volunteers wearing generic Labor stuff, and you had Ian Cook everywhere. What?
And you know why that was, it turned out? Because it was that safe. They didn't bother to spend any resources. Anyway, I would say, and here's a reference for you oldies.
Making us look bad. By the way, Matthew Guy just won his seat. Shocker.
He's down 6% in first preferences, though.
Andrews or Guy?
Guy.
Guy, what? What a mess this is.
It seems to be everywhere. Liberals and Labor are down, the Greens are up. Anyway.
All right, we're going to... Yeah.
I would say my first thought regarding Mulgrave, and people think it would be closer than it was, including myself and you, Leo, was as a result of a very online we can do it attitude, and from people who were on the ground there believing that they were gaining momentum. It reminds me a lot of the 2017 UK parliamentary elections, where people believed that possibly a Corbyn government could be assembled. That's the same type of vibe I was getting. Obviously from people, I would presume the people who vote for Ian Cook aren't big Corbyn fans, though. But there's the same type of vibe, if you will, that I see. Also worth looking at the primary vote overall. Labor's is down 7%. The Liberals are down, or the Coalition are down.
Labor, I'm sorry, I got to interrupt here. Labor is 6 seats off a majority.
Yes.
I said I can't believe how close.
The Greens are up to 13%, by the way.
Who's dropped 13?
The Greens are up to 13% primary.
They got 4 seats. LNP's been stuck on 19. Others,
it hasn't moved for a while.
They've only picked up Nepean.
Well, this is good. We might be done by 9 o'clock, and I can watch Australia and Tunisia at the World Cup.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not going anywhere.
You're fully aware that the third screen, where I have my 6 live streams, will have.
No, you're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere, all right?
I know, but SBS will be open. I'm just letting you know now.
Sure. Hey, all right. As long as you scream if there's a goal or a terrible call, you can watch it.
Oh, I will. That's happening regardless.
Good. Stuart, do you watch the soccer?
But I did know that match was on today.
Stuart Jeffrey.
Breaking news: Nathaniel Atkinson dropped for Frank Karacic.
Shut up! No, we're not doing soccer commentary. I will not let that broadcast on there. I've been watching it too. This is the election night. This is not soccer night. I am not having the soccer coverage interrupt my election night. Okay.
So what did you say the ABC was calling it for Labor? What did the ABC?
They're not calling anything yet. How
many seats are they calling?
God, 39 Labour, 19 Action, 4 Greens, 0 other, 6 in Dow.
Sky is saying 21 for Labour, and the Age is saying small. I got the Age up right now. I had that at the Age for a second. This is the Age.
Sky News Australia, by the way, they have it 19-8 right now.
Oh boy, that's
The Age is 21-8 for Labor and the LNP.
All right, we're gonna make I hope I'm not blindsiding anyone in the production staff by this. We're gonna make a breaking call now. We're not calling an election right now, but 6 News is saying it is almost impossible. It's very unlikely that the coalition at this stage will even get a majority government. Extremely unlikely, for a majority. Minorities, doesn't seem to be doing too well for them either. But the coalition is very, very unlikely to form a majority government. That's the call 6 News is making. So none of you can disagree with that. That's set. That's the call. Wow, this is going fast. I think this is faster than
from the Dutton call in May. Is that what I heard?
Shut up. Everyone else was calling it. Even Anthony Green did for a sec. Stuart, something's happened in Footscray. Tell me.
We talked before about Footscray being a Greens ahead. Not anymore. Labor is on first preference. Labor on preferences is 0.02. 0.2% ahead, not 0.02, 0.2. So 0.2% ahead in Footscray on preferences. Greens again being carried by Liberals and Socialist Party, and they're only just behind. It's 8.58% counted. Even if Labor retains it, it's still currently a 28% swing against Labor. So even if they do retain it, it still could be a swing against Labor. That's another seat that we don't have much success from independents. Actually, I don't think there's any independents running in that seat, actually. Yeah, no independents in that seat. And again, we do see Victorian Socialists and the Liberals working together there. There are, however, some seats where that isn't the case. One that isn't the case is Mill Park. I haven't mentioned that one yet. That's the Labor retained. It was a Labor safe seat. On first preferences, they're 47.3%, and then they're receiving preferences from Green, AJP, at 64.4% of the vote. Preferences back in. So, not in every single seat are we seeing this pattern of voting against Dan.
Again, ALP 39. Liberals have been stuck on 19. Greens 4. Other 0, sorry. In doubt. 26. George, all right, you're going to love this call, Hayne. George Christensen is reporting that the Eureka Free Press has called it for Dictator Dan. What do you make of that call, Hayne?
So it's about what I expect from George Christensen. You know, I was going to mention something about Thailand, but I think I shouldn't.
No, stop it. We'll pull you off the air. I will shut down this live stream with my bare hands if I have to. Anyway, okay, can we start moving on to the upper house? I'm getting real sick of this lower house count. Oh, my core flutes, no.
Can I interrupt you?
Shoot, please, save me.
Okay. Hastings is a Liberal-held seat, is it not?
Is it?
And it looks like.
Let me check. It's a Liberal seat. Is it, Stuart?
Let me check. I didn't have.
Don't say anything yet, Hayne. Don't say it.
I'm saying they're ahead. That is all.
Oh, you said it. You went there.
What?
Melissa was ahead in Hawthorne, by the way.
Hastings is Liberal seat, correct, Hayne.
Yeah. So it looks like Labor are taking a 2.2% swing and have hit the lead. How many Liberal seats did you see possibly swinging towards Labor tonight?
1.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Also,
I'm interrupting now. Hang on, no, this is going fun. Channel 9 has called the Victorian state election for Labor.
Nice. Everyone can watch the soccer now.
Well, all right. Thanks for tuning in. What is going on? I think John Kennedy's the deciding vote.
Okay. Can I just jump in quickly? In Bass, the Liberals are still ahead.
It's over. I just can't believe
what?
This.
We're just going to end the live stream, are we?
Boy, hang on. ABC's got a breaking news graphic up. Everyone, hold on. Let me watch them in silence.
How behind am I on the ABC stream?
I'm watching it on TV. Okay, I got the first feed. Everyone, be quiet while I silent listen to. Okay, Anthony Green on mute. Can we have some graphics up that will help me here?
Talking.
Shush.
I'm like a minute behind you guys.
Make a call, Anthony, please. You're our coverage man, and we don't even work for us. Caulfield, Hastings, ALP Gain.
Oh, Sky have just called it for Labor. And Dan Andrews.
All right, we'll make a call in like 5 minutes when I feel like it.
Sky are currently calling Dan Andrews and Labor as the winners. There's a big Dan Andrews Labor wins in red thing all over the screen.
What's Tim Smith saying?
Tim Smith and Kroger are fuming. Their facial expression. Peter Credlin is very unhappy. Wow, if looks could kill, Peter Credlin looks like she could stare a hole through.
It's over. Wow, this is shocking.
They are. No one's happy.
If Austin or Roman want to join this coverage in a second, that'd be great. Because I don't believe this. I'm just shocked that I thought this would have at least be 8:30. Oh my gosh. Wow.
I would like to point out Peter Credlin right now, if anyone can switch to Sky for a second. I don't know if no one
switches to another outlet, okay? I don't know if we can do what we did with the federal election when we were like stealing Nine's feed. But yeah. You remember when we followed the Channel 9 car for a sec, hey?
I remember that. What
We're
happened?
going to lose Box
We
Hill.
took the feed for a few
Greenwood.
seconds.
The National Party is
right.
winning. Morwell, that was sort of taken.
Here's
And
what the
Greens are doing
ABC
well
saying,
in a
because we're
number
going to
of
steal their
seats.
feed for a
That's
second.
why we're
for some
saying
reason.
we're not sure whether Andrews Government is back in majority or minority, because we're not sure how many of those seats the Greens are currently ahead in or remain ahead in. But certainly we can't see, on the numbers we're seeing now, there's nothing indicate the coalition is going to make lots of gains unless there is something extraordinary in the postal vote and pre-poll votes. And we're factoring in the very strong pro-coalition swing on pre-polls last time. So if it's not as strong for the coalition on the pre-polls, then it's definite that Labor's back in power.
That's an important point. You've factored in some
Let's
caution
cut
around
it
that.
there.
But just to be clear, just to understand.
But yeah, ABC's projecting it too. I think we're gonna make the call now. Let's dump the panel, get it nice on me as we like to do during the federal election. Isn't this fun? Yeah, stop waving. You're still here for the night. Don't you go away. You're going till midnight, man. 6 News can project that Labor will win re-election in the Victorian state election, meaning they will be in power for another 12 years. And given the results, another 12 years, for a total of 12 years. I stuffed it. All right, go back to the panel.
Are we giving this a redo, Leo?
We are. No one.
Another 12 years. You're starting to sound like Harvey, Leo.
Got to the panel.
Myself,
please.
12 years as dictator of the state.
Oh god.
Is that what you're implying, Leo?
Oh my god, what a one smooth night. Alright, New South Wales in March. Let's get ready for that. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do it again. We're gonna do it again because I don't Okay. I can hear myself. Shut up. Oh my gosh. Okay. 1 sec. Okay, let's just breathe. Is the soccer started yet to fill 30 seconds?
Not for another half an hour.
Oh, damn it. Oh, God. Well, we'll be all, may as well fly there to watch it. It'll be in time for the end of it.
I'm not going to Qatar, Leo.
Let's not go there. All right. And at 8:24 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, 6 News can project Labor will win re-election in Victoria, guaranteeing them another 4 years in government. And given the results in Mulgrave, Dan Andrews will be Premier for a total of 12 years. That is the call we're making right now. That is the call the ABC, Nine and Sky have also just made in the past few minutes. As it stands right now, 41 seats Labor has won, the Coalition 20, the Greens 4, 0 others, 23 in doubt, with one of those being a supplementary election to be held at another time. But at this moment, 6 News projects Labor will win re-election in Victoria. Let's bring in Roman McKinnon, our political editor. Roman, are you surprised?
Well, I just got back from my dinner break. No, not at all, because I think Dan Andrews really had this in the bag since the counting began and since the start of the campaign. I just didn't see the logistics of Matthew Guy winning, needing 18 seats or something rather like that. That's just such a hard figure, especially with now that the Labor government will, it looks like they will get a majority government.
Just
and what
incredible.
we've only had 17.1% of the vote counted, and it's what we've gone maybe 2.5 hours into the count, and it's nearly over. But yeah, as you see on the bottom, it's not clear if Labor will govern with a majority, but at the moment, the ALP have some great seat numbers there. The ABC have ALP on 41 seats, LNP 20, Greens 4, and other 0. In doubt is 23. So only 4 more seats to win the election. But as you mentioned before, multiple news outlets, including us, are now
Once 6 News has called it, it's over. We are the deciding factor here.
You bet, yeah. So a Labor government for sure.
So, Stuart, who do you think is going to replace Matthew Guy?
but I'm going to just say I don't know.
Yeah,
And go back to you.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is Matthew Guy going to stay on as leader?
No, he's gone.
Okay, hey, what about you? You probably know like 3 Liberal MPs. Who do you think's going to replace?
Well, there's only about 3 or 4, so it's not hard to guess between.
My
guess,
the Liberal HQ right now. This is
I am predicting, right? It's an outside chance. He just got elected. Sam Groth could be the new face of the party.
Who?
Now, here's why I say that. He's a tennis player and people like him.
Oh, no.
one
Okay,
likes
you're
Liberals.
the one who likes tennis, all right?
No, I'm saying, based off the last federal election and now this state election, in Victoria, no one likes Liberals. They suck. No one likes them. But people like sports people. Sam Groth is a sports person. So, if you put him there, people might like the Liberals by accident. I think that's their best bet in Victoria.
Fun. Okay, ALP's up to 42. I know they were. I knew they were going to win. I cannot believe how fast this has come. This is. What can I say?
It matches your speaking patterns.
Shut up. What can I say? That's what. Okay, Stuart. This is something Queenslanders would know. Liberals, very bad state right now.
Yeah.
Do they try a Queenslander LNP style merger, given that the Nationals are making gains this election and some good ones too?
I'd say yes. Looking at Western Australia and Queensland, the Western Australia probably being the closest thing we have to a merger at all, considering Nationals have more MPs in the lower house, I think, than the Liberals do. I think going for a merge is the way to go. I think we'll get over the next, 3 or 4 years. I think we're going to see Nationals and Liberals in a state where they aren't a coalition or they aren't merged, moving closer and closer towards merging because the Nationals seem able to hold their ground or the Liberals are losing it. And
this is bad for them. Let's not be mince our words here. This is very, very bad for the coalition right now in the state they are in Victoria. Federally state. Oh, I'm watching the ABC feed. That mood is grim in the Liberals. Channel 10 just called it with a reduced majority. Oh, no, just the reduced majority. I'm sure they won't have MPs across the floor. I'm sure they can definitely be allowed to, though. Yeah, gone. That's it for Matthew Guy as leader. They're going to bring him back 2026. You're hearing it more and more. Cheers have erupted at Labor HQ in Melbourne, in Mulgrave. Oh, they've won. They're going to win Mulgrave.
In Mulgrave, there's probably some laughter as well.
Oh my! I want to see it. I was told Ian Cook's team had a party planned.
Right.
So,
do you reckon they're still letting people in?
I don't know. All right. Well, that's 8:30. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm taking.
ABC have the Greens on 5.
This is the 5th one. So they've got Albert Park.
Oh, I'm looking through Albert Park.
Yeah. Albert Park.
Oh, yep. They've got Albert Park. Holy crap, a 17% swing.
17%? Oof. Yeah, woof indeed.
I've got to swing against Liberals in Benambra. The independent Jackie Hawkins could potentially. It's not guaranteed that he could because she's currently trading by around 5% of the vote. But it is a minus 6% swing against the Liberals. So there is potential there. We'll be seeing independents making ground there against the Liberals. It's just Bass is having a swing towards Labor, but that was already, I think, a Labor seat beforehand. Matthew Guy's seat could be lost.
What?
Bolleen.
What?
Minus 4.4%.
No, you don't. You're not. No, ABC's already called it. You're kidding. You're joking.
It's a Libertine.
It's a minus 4.4% swing. I think the difference we're looking at right now is a difference of less than 3% difference. It is a massive swing.
Footscray, ALP, two-party preferred, 49.9. Greens, 50.1. 18.3% swing.
I said that earlier. It was a massive swing against.
No, I'm just trying to. Hang on, they're going to go to Richmond. Hang on, they're going to go to Richmond. I want to see this. Because Richmond, we already called this like an hour ago.
What's worth? Can I just jump in? Worth mentioning when it comes to Footscray as well. The Vic Socialist picked up nearly 11% of the primary vote.
Yeah, he's almost up on the Liberals there.
Not too far off. About 4%.
It's not bad. That is really not bad for the Vic Socialists. Oh my God. 20.7% swing away from Labor, Richmond, two-party preferred. Wow. Wow.
I've got even more news for you.
Oh, go ahead.
Pakenham could go Labor.
Pakenham?
Yeah. It's currently 50.3% for the Liberals, 49.7% for Labor. Very, very close. A swing of 6.66% against the Liberals in that seat.
Whoa.
Liberals come third, Greens at fourth. The even Pakenham could go towards Labor.
Looking at the Pakenham vote as well, the legalised cannabis parties put up 5.7% of the vote. And there's an independent Brett Owen who has 9%. The Greens are just under 8%, with Families First, One Nation, and the Freedom Party taking up probably around 8-ish%. There's a lot going on with Pakenham.
You want to look at minor parties? Let's go to Get the House for a second.
Yeah, let's go with minor parties. Let's go. Okay, I have a quota. Okay, that I set myself in the last 5 seconds. That we have a broadcast quota to go to 1:30 a.m. So let's look at the upper house. Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to check what the midnight game at the World Cup is now, because I guess I'm watching that one too.
Yeah, okay. No one's messing with my live coverage. Okay, I don't want sleep tonight. I am enjoying this too much. I like covering this election. We're not going to cover election till March. Okay, I'm not waiting till March. So, nice long night here.
Well, I've got a game for you. Can you guess which minor party has the highest vote in Eastern Victoria?
Shooters, fishers.
No.
Companions and pets.
Animal justice?
No. One Nation. 5.97%.
Dun dun dun.
Greens are United Australia Party 0.92.
That's grim.
Shooters, fishers and farmers are 5.25. Legalised cannabis 3.7. Greens 5.36. The Greens are about on par with the shooters, fishers and farmers in Eastern Victoria. One Nation is ahead with almost 6% of the vote in that seat. It's currently it's only 1.2% counted, but that's still a big early gains for One Nation, a party that hasn't had any representation in Victoria yet. I think that's important to look at.
News.com.au just called it, by the way, which is probably based off the Sky call, but I'll still mention it. News.com.au calling it for Labor behind us. So, yay, 6 News. Well.
Do we want to look at the incumbent crossbench in the upper house to see who retains their seats? You want to try and guess that? Even with GBT?
Yeah.
We're looking at the upper house now. We've got to,
hey.
We need content.
The content is Green Slide 2.0. Let's go.
Well, will that let's go content get us to midnight? No.
Borman, so looking at Eastern Victoria right now, Borman could lose his seat. He's SFFP. He could lose his seat. Transition comes coming, I think, third for the minor parties. One Nation, then Greens, then SFFP. So he could lose his seat even. Shake up. No one saw this coming.
Sorry, I choked. Please continue.
Sorry, another Green seat. I'm seeing more figures for another Green seat. Pascoe Vale could go Greens.
Pascoe Vale?
Yeah, the difference right now is at 0.8%. a swing against Labor of 8%.
So what is this? We're going to have like a... No, hey.
Crossbench.
Okay. Hayne, I don't see, what we need to worry about here. Hang on. What should the Greens... I know the Greens will be happy with this. If Labor gets a majority, they can't, do any minority deal here. And Labor's going to get a majority. So...
Correct.
And they're probably not going to...
Well, they can annoy them for 4 years.
Do we have the Richmond figures, anyone?
Richmond?
I want to see what Richmond's like. I want to see what Richmond...
Greens are up 64.8% on preferences.
That's big. And
that's a 20.7% swing.
Who is that seat right now? Is that a Labor seat right now?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's another seat flipped towards the Greens.
So they've got Richmond, Northcote, Albert Park. They're going to gain probably as well. I can close Mulgrave.
So, Leo, you asked me if we'd see a repeat of the Greens wave, and I said yes, and I was correct. I said more than double.
Yeah, okay. So, hey, I just tried to interrupt you there when I realised I was on mute. I was also eating my dinner. The ABC has just said Labor has gotten 47 seats. They needed 45 for a majority. They've got a majority.
Yep.
How is this so fast?
Well, I mean, if you want to know how, as in how did they win, I can give you an answer very quickly. The Liberals are very unpopular in Victoria. I haven't seen any polling, but I feel like COVID could be more popular than the Liberals at the moment in Victoria. The Greens are becoming more popular. They're doing a lot of door knocking. The Vic Socialists are doing a lot of door knocking. Labor have a lot of seats and therefore a lot of money to begin with. And Dan Andrews' favourabilities are far better than Matthew Guy's and the Liberals. And the Labor ran fairly specific ads targeting the Liberals, whilst the Liberals did kind of went for the we'll get preferences from minor parties route, which only works if the minor parties can pull in a better pull of the vote than they had.
Yeah, but they've got about 8% if the four being Freedom, LDP, Family First, DLP.
Yeah,
that should surely be enough for something. Where's this going? Where are these preferences?
But that's only about 70% of what the Greens put up anyway, and the Greens are up 2%. So the Greens are up to 13% as their primary vote. And if you're a minor party trying to beat the Greens when it comes to who gives Labor or Liberals the preferences in some places, if you're not touching the Green vote and not making inroads on it, then you can't expect it to be what helps the Liberals get over the line. And so the Liberals using that as a tactic in trying to win, therefore fails.
Let's go to Roman McKinnon now, our political editor, who I'm sure has been following what's just been happening in the past few minutes really keenly. Roman, well, it's over. What has happened here?
Done and dusted, Leo. Not over yet, though. We've still got Dan Andrews' speech to come, and obviously Matthew Guy's speech. Who knows where that might go, whether he will step down as the leader of the opposition. Would he? I'm not sure. I don't think. Maybe it might be like Scott Morrison in what has been a terrible year for the coalition and the Liberals, starting with, of course, Scott Morrison in May and now Matthew Guy and the Liberal team here in November. ABC have projected the ALP on 47 seats. So that's pretty much a majority waiting to happen. We've still got 15. Yeah, exactly. So, and we've still got 15 more seats in doubt. It says ALP 47 seats, the Liberals on 12, Nationals on 9, the Greens on 5, and other on 0. I wanted to talk about the Greens because it's kind of been like the Teals, the Greens at this federal election, and now at a state level, the Greens have really sparked an interest of now being a third major party even. In Albert Park, the Greens are ahead. 17% of the vote has been counted. A 16.6% swing from ALP. That is just mind-boggling. The two-party preferred shows the Greens on 53.6%. And the ALP on 46.4%. In Brunswick, Greens have retained that one. A 15.4% swing to the Greens. Two-party preferred there, right on the money. 70% to Greens' Tim Reed and 30% to Labor's Mike Williams. It was previously held by the Greens with a margin of 2%, so 15% takes it way out of from a marginal to a very safe seat. Footscray, the Greens are ahead. Another huge swing, 18.3% to Alina Pereira. Got that wrong. There. In Melbourne, the Greens retained another big one, double digits, 12.5% swing to the Greens, and Ellen Sandel there with two party preferred, or two candidate preferred, I should say, is 64.2% against Labor's Rebecca Thistleton, 35.8%. In Northcote, Greens gained that one. Campbell Gome winning with a 5.9% swing there. Prahan, I'm so unfamiliar with Victorian politics, it's not even funny at this point. They hung on there, a 1.1 swing to Liberals. Richmond, 21% there. Huge, just really huge numbers. For the Greens,
and I was just going to say, I just wanted to kind of just note something here. The ABC's just walked back their 47 seats for Labor to a dramatic, terrible for Labor, 46. Anyway, Austin Pollock's our national reporter. Austin, first of all, what do you make of this? It's so early. I mean, it's not even 8 p.m. your time, and it's over. You're on mute.
My bad. See, it should be late when I'm talking about this. It's only 7:45 here, as you said. It's 7:45, and we're already calling the election. And we've been saying for days, every network, just 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, we were saying we're going to be here for a late night, and it's already called. Labor to form a majority government. We wouldn't even think Labor would form a majority government. Now it's happened, and it says like Bayswater, Glen Waverley, Hastings, Mildura, all these seats changing hands, especially Richmond is an interesting one. But it's so early and quite surprising.
Yeah, I'm just kind of amazed by this because I mean I knew that Labor would win, as in I predicted it. But this is just ridiculously early. This is ridiculously early, isn't it?
It is, and even for it to be a majority government this early, and everyone was saying, it would be a minority government, if anything, and it to be called at 9:15 your time, it's extremely early. I mean, we were planning on going till over midnight, and now
we will. Don't you look happy? Hayne? You're staying.
Right. I don't want to watch the soccer anyway, so that's okay. Yes, it's amazing, and certainly not a good night for the coalition.
2 seats have been confirmed by the ALP as swinging to the Greens from Labor. 1 seat to the Liberals. That's nowhere near where they needed a majority. What is going on? How do you... Stuart, I know I'm not going to get you to get the exact figures now, but we'll keep looking at them. How bad is this for a opposition after 8 years in opposition, do you reckon, just personally, before we get into proper stats and figures?
It's the same as Queensland, isn't it, basically? They were ousted in 2015, so they're only a year behind Victoria, so it's a similar situation, The Liberals really have to try and really ask themselves, what are they doing as some soul searching and work exactly what their plan is moving forward, because I don't see one for them. As bad as that sounds, I just don't see a way forward to the Liberal Party after this. They've got Tasmania as their majority, 13 of 25, and then they've got a coalition government in New South Wales, and they're up for election next time round. And I reckon we're all going to say Labor again, because it looks like that. They said every single election that we've had, with the exception of Tasmania, which stayed the same, pretty sure. Labor has taken over, or they've increased their lead, whether it be a 5% increase like we saw in Queensland, or double digits for Western Australia. There's going to be a swing towards Labor in New South Wales as well, if it turns out that Labor is the majority government here.
Can someone help me bring up the Mornington figures here? Because when we looked at it originally, Teals were doing... No.
They've got an 11.4% swing towards them.
Independent.
Yeah, as well.
Hang on. So wait, up on two-party preferred?
56.4 to 43.6.
Okay. Now, I've got a whiteboard and marker in front of me, all right? Let's brainstorm the ways the coalition can still form a government from here, shall we?
Oh, military dictatorship. That's the one.
I've got one.
Yeah, Roman?
No way. There's honestly no way. Labor are at 46 seats. Is it impossible? I have to make sure.
Have you considered magic?
Is it impossible?
Okay. Magic. Okay, I got a better one. January 6.
Yes. Oh. We pretend the numbers aren't real. Where's Arvie leading a crowd of nut jobs with gallows? Oh, wait, I've seen that.
I don't hear that. These comments are not being broadcasted. Austin, unmute yourself. Brainstorm ideas for us. How can the coalition still form a government from here?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Ridiculous. This is...
Leo, I have an answer if you're interested.
Hayne, yeah, shoot. Careful.
So, I don't know if you're aware of this, but numbers and maths was invented by Islamic scholars in the 12th century.
Maths.
Now, if we use Christian math, I think the numbers look a little bit different.
Maths are not Christian. Great one there. How about...
I stole that from Veep, if anyone's interested.
Okay, how about... let's go with... how about... all the Labor MPs were Liberals in disguise. It's like a big ruse.
Massive. Oh, they all get sworn in, they turn up, and then they switch party.
Yeah, they're going to do a Catherine Cumming. Oh, can someone check how she's going, by the way? Please.
Which
I really... Yeah, Western Metro. No? Okay. Someone needs to talk while they do this too. No, really helps.
Okay, I'll say words. It looks like the Greens will take Footscray. They now have a lead of 0.5%. At a total of 27% counted. In Hawthorn, the margin is shrinking slightly. It's now down to about 4%.
You're telling me Kennedy's got a chance?
Okay. Well, actually, Kennedy's only he's 48 votes behind Melissa Lowe.
Kennedy's done it. It's over. Stop the count. He's won.
And Nick Savage is up to 12%.
Please, no one call that. But yeah, go
on. Nick Savage is up to 12% with the Greens as well. In Q, it is slightly shrinking. The Liberal Jess Wilson now leads Sophie Tawney by 2.2%. So the margin is shrinking, but it looks like the Liberals will stay ahead there. In Glen Waverley, it looks like Labor are going to pick up the seat from the Liberal incumbent Neil Angus.
Pick up the seat? Why are they picking up? What kind of 8-year incumbent is picking up all these seats?
Labor have a 3% swing their way. Also helped by, the Liberal primary collapsed by 10.5%. With Labor holding theirs and the Greens picking up 2%. So if you want to know where the votes came from, that is how that happened. Mornington, It looks like the independent Kate Lardner's got that just about in the bag. The
Caulfield.
Liberals,
Can someone get up Caulfield? I think Labor can win that. So
Caulfield, Labor's ahead, 55.3.
Labor's going to win it. There's my prediction. Don't make it an official call.
We're not
Is there-
So
Oh my
I just want to see something out of Brighton. I'm just watching the ABC's coverage. Yeah, okay. Brighton. 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 Stop it, I'll keep saying it.
Switch towards Liberals.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, Felicity Federico has not done well. Let's just can I just make sure everyone sees this? I want to make sure it's nice and clear for everyone in terms of possible. Okay, please don't glitch out on me. Green screen. There we go. Oh come on! It keeps doing it.
I just keep seeing January 6th flicker on my screen. It's cursed.
I'll bring it in. Okay, hang on. No, damn it. Do we have it for a split second?
We've got it.
Screenshot.
Great.
You know what? It says mass defection, but I read that as mass detention.
Yeah, that's what Labour does in Nauru or whatever. I can't. It's terrible. Okay.
The competition can pick up 3 seats.
Hang on. Oh, they're bringing up Hawthorn again. Oh, show me some Hawthorn results. I hate the ABC. I love the ABC. Now they've shown it. Okay, yeah, 22.2 Low, 21.1 Kennedy. Okay, it's upper house time. It's really upper house time, okay, guys? Now, let's go in alphabetical order, shall we? I love the ABC. I love the ABC and Anthony Green. I'm being told to say that. I love the ABC. They are our ABC. Okay, great. Got that cleared. Okay, upper house. Northern Metro. What's going on in Northern Metro? Someone can get me some results there. I mean, I'm trying to look it up too, but I've also got like half-eaten dinner in front of me.
I'd look, but they're walking out on the pitch, Leo.
Shut up. It's 6 minutes till it starts. You don't need to watch the national anthem. You're not going to remember the lyrics to the Tunisia. Are we playing Tunisia?
Yes.
Yeah, we're not going to remember
Tunisia, I think. I could be wrong.
ALP is ahead of independent on primary vote in Q, by the way. That's something. I don't know if it's anything, but it's something.
Just while we're on lower house for a second, Leo.
Liberals are still ahead, by the way, in Q.
I have news from Morwell, Mildura, and Shepparton.
Shoot.
All three held by independents. All three are coalition. I called Shepparton and Mildura earlier, and I'm staying that way. So Shepparton is currently held by Susanna Shi. Liberal is 53.44%. So she's lost that. So that's a coalition game. Then we've got in Mildura, Avi Cupper, 46.99%. She's lost that to the Nationals. Jade Benham's got 53%. And then finally, we've got... So what's the third thing we've got? We've got, I've lost it. Morwell. There we go, Morwell. Morwell's the other set held by independent, isn't it? So the independent is stepping down. And that is going to go to Nationals. So Nationals gain 2, Liberals gain 1. Nationals have that 54.25% to Labor's 45.7%.
I'm getting some great Telegram notifications, by the way. The last one I saw was Victoria equals North Korea. It was a question. Oh my gosh. Independent, yeah, 11. Okay, I really just want to walk back on all my earlier comments about Mornington doing badly for Labor. What's going on in the ABC? I don't think she can hear. So I'm just watching ABC, Melissa Lowe. Okay, someone get Northern. Northern. Who has Northern? Raise your hand in the.
Hi, I'm waving.
There we go. I don't know what's just happened. Okay, I'm pretty sure our entire news feed's just showing the behind the scenes. Is that it? Am I? Roman, you're seeing that. Okay, is our producer in the bath? Hang on, what? Okay. Huh? Okay. Yeah, okay. It's only here.
Stuff is fine.
Okay. If anyone can see more than 5 screens right now, like in the one shot, let me know. Because that shouldn't be airing. Coalition's down on their phone. Yeah, no, I mean our viewers.
No, the stream's fine.
No, I'm getting all. I don't like this. I think, I'm pretty sure it just automated the feed because our producer wants to go to bed, which is like very fair. But yeah. Okay, we're fine. We don't need to keep playing the feed. It's going to be this weird loop. It's confusing everyone. Cool. Okay, no. Okay, Mr. Producer, you're fine. Okay. So look, apart from all these notes, what else can we brainstorm here? I'm telling you, it's fine.
Sorry, you go, Leo.
No, go ahead, Roman.
Someone on Twitter said we should sell for Liberals with the whiteboard thing. They said sell their souls to Saturn.
Satan. Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
Satan's my boy.
Stop it, Hayne.
We have to remember it's a Victorian election.
Yeah, okay. Now, here's an original thought no one else has prompted. I think we need to collect ourselves because this is chaos.
Tunisia's playing a 3-4-3 if you're interested.
I don't care. I don't like them.
I have news from Northern Metro.
Yes, shoot. Please.
Victorian Socialists are ahead of Fiona Patten.
Wow.
Ooh.
So it is only early days, but Victorians, so even in early days, they've got 0.24% counted. So I'm not going to call it based on that. But you've got Victorian Socialists at 5.2% of the vote. Fiona Patten, I believe, is 3.7. I could be wrong. I'm going to try and find that one again for you. Freedom Party has got 1.34% of the vote. Fiona Patten, there's reason Party on this. 3.31% Fiona Patten. So Vic Socialists are ahead. At the tail end is Freedom Party, Ingrid Victorian, basically non-existent. Lib Dem, tail end. UAP, 1.34%. Transport Matters has got 6 votes.
6 votes?
Again, this is early days, 0.2.
Hey, that's about as much as Rod Barton got elected on.
Do you want me to try and find Rod Barton's? What's he in?
He's in Eastern Metro. It's now called Northeast Metro. For some reason, they changed the name. I don't know why, but it's...
I'll get Northeast up for you.
Also, I just wanted to jump in.
Yeah.
Western Victoria, I don't know if we've been over this. The Liberals have 39.75 of the formal vote counted. Labor has 22.1. Other notable ones is legalised cannabis on 4.31, One Nation 3.4, Shooters, Fishers, Farmers 7.03, Lib Dems 3.48%. So, and the Greens on 5.72.
It's interesting because it seems, from what I'm being told, I was just reading a tweet from Kevin Perry, TV Black Box. He's saying all the other networks bar ABC are stuck at 28 seats for the coalition, for the Labor. Look, we're going to head to a quick break here on 6 News right now as we continue to monitor all of this. We are going to be back though with more of the results. Hopefully Dan Andrews and Matthew Guy will be speaking later rather than sooner, and I didn't say that wrong. I like doing this live coverage. And of course, we'll keep monitoring the upper house for you. Don't go away because our reporters aren't allowed to. Stay with us here on 6 News. We'll be back in a sec. No paywalls, no sign-ins. 6NewsAU.com is your one-stop place for all the latest breaking news, in-depth stories and exclusive reports. Plus, find out more about us here at 6 News, who our team is and where we came from. That's all available right now. Head to our website, 6NewsAU.com.
when big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a riot, violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News. Every week, Leo Puglisi and Ivan Long discuss the big stories that matter in a joint podcast that brings together the forces of 2 independent and unbiased news outlets.
Lots of stuff to talk about, Leo, on the other side of the country as usual.
Thank you very much, man. Always great to chat.
Listen to East plus West. Available now exclusively for Patreon subscribers. Sign up for just $4 a month. Head to patreon.com/6NewsAU. 6 News, proudly sponsored by Blackmagic Design. Find out more at blackmagicdesign.com.
Welcome back. You're still with us here on 6 News as we continue our coverage of the Victorian state election. It's interesting because, you know, we're going to look at the upper house in a sec with above and below the line voting, although realistically it doesn't matter right now. We're just trying to figure out who gets in one of the votes, although above the line voting does matter with preferences. ALP's got a majority, okay. Let's bring in our panel again. We have Matthew Hayne, political commentator, host of the Matthew Hayne Show, and Stuart Jeffrey, law and government editor, host of Between Parks Place and Capitol Hill. I'm sure you're happy with that plug there, Stuart.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's I going to say? Are we still on air? Yeah. No, we are. So this is really, you know, for the coalition. They've been stuck on 19 to 21 for about an hour. You know, they're not going to win. That's just set in stone. How do you think you'd be feeling right now if you were just a Liberal supporter, Hayne?
If I was one of the 17 Liberal supporters in the state of Victoria, I would be quite upset because clearly when everyone said they were leaving the state, they did.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is just I'm just watching this coverage kind of play out, and it's
Tunisia's going to smash us if that interests you.
Okay. I was having a good night, okay? I was, you know, covering election results. You don't need to ruin it with the World Cup results, okay? Just because we have a terrible football team. It's not, oh, God, I actually said football. Soccer.
Football.
I'm not getting Europeanized, Hayne. It's soccer. What's that American chant? It's called soccer. Anyway, back to the election. So, upper house, we were just talking there. Stuart, it is looking like Fiona Patten at this stage is below the Vic Socialists.
That's correct, yes. At the stage. Again, early days, that is correct. And then looking at Northeast Metro, again, you've got the incumbent Rod Barton there not doing too great. Again, it is only early days, though, so I don't know if this is going to be a trend of the incumbent minor parties suffering in their votes. But currently, Greens are going to be happy with the results in Northeast Metro, but again, not looking good for any of the independents in the upper house. I want to get the figures for those 2 Liberal candidates, though. I wonder if his vote is consistent with his vote federally.
Hayne, your thoughts on this, though, because it's really looking like if you're a coalition man, and by the way, if you're in the rural areas, I would be happy right now. You know, you've probably defeated a couple of the ins, done well, upper house probably. But if you're a guy in Hawthorn, where you are, support Liberal, I mean, You'd be fuming. You'd have to be fuming at this.
Especially considering, I think John Pasuta ran a pretty good campaign in Hawthorn. Definitely
agree.
spent a lot, had a lot more energy than the Frydenberg campaign had here 6 months ago.
Had a
Far
lot more energy
signage.
than Kennedy as well.
Yeah, that too. And with the Teals having far less money, volunteers, momentum. I'm going to sneeze in a second, by the way.
What is wrong with you, man?
My apologies.
Nah, someone get a bloody doctor.
Sorry, hay fever. Yeah.
Hey, hay fever?
Yeah, of course.
It's inside. You're in a house. Where are the trees in your house, Hayne? What kind of backwoods place do you live? You're like the Unabomber, are you?
Not that type of bomber.
Go on.
I was just going to say, I think the Liberals ran a good campaign in Hawthorn. Pasuto had a good campaign. Melissa Lowe's didn't have as much energy. I think the difference would be that Kennedy and Labor were a little bit... They spent a little bit more on advertising and signs and boards and things than Peter Lynch did in Kooyong at the federal election.
Oh, yeah, he did nothing, really.
Yeah, he was just on the ballot. And I think the fact is that's probably done a pretty good job of getting the Labor primary vote up enough for a not quite as successful Teal candidate to get the votes required, and the Greens also nearly doubled on their federal result as well.
Just keep reading your thoughts right now. KA says, what were the issues constituents raised most often? Door knocking, public, blah, blah, blah. Loving the brainstorming. Nick Hodgie says he's waiting for the Greens National Coalition.
Well, they would have their colour sorted.
Oh, no, exactly. Someone else made that comment too. Breaking panel falls into chaos is Brendan Webb, friend of the show. Let's back up stream Call of Duty. No. Russell Hayward says Dr. Kate Lardner in Mornington. She will get strong. Yeah, okay. I was wrong. Kate Lardner will win. I guarantee you that. But yeah, I think the other thing, that we'll get to in a second with Stuart, but I'll stay with Hayne now, is legalised cannabis. Now, I said they're going to win a seat, not just because of group voting tickets, which obviously benefited them in WA, got them 2 seats. Labor has them second. I reckon, legalised cannabis will win a seat. Do you reckon the same thing, Hayne? Doesn't matter where it is, but just anywhere in the upper house?
They definitely have been building momentum and getting more votes, whether it's been at the state level or also the last federal election in Queensland in particular. So as a single issue party, they're a pretty straightforward one to understand. And also that single issue is becoming a more popular policy as reflected by polls over the last few years. So seeing them win at least one or just one in the upper house in Victoria wouldn't be a long shot, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think it's a long shot either. Just looking at some of the Point Cook results, Labor doing well there. Joe Garrett, independent, only about 7.3. That's even with the Greens. So, to that. Big indeed. Roman, looks like you have something to say. Please do.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about Mornington. Kate Lardner currently leads by 718 votes. The two candidate preferred there with the 10.1 swing from the Liberals. 55.1% to the Independent and 44.9% to Liberals' Chris Cruther. Guess what? This is the first time this seat has been won by an independent. Since 1985, Mornington has been held by the Liberal Party.
Really?
Yep.
Stuart, what about you? Limbrick, gone, possibly.
Looks like it. He's currently trailing behind Greens and legalised cannabis.
Are we hang on, I was just going to say, are we taking into account random jury preferences?
This is taking into account the current preferences as they stand
on
the VEC website. we have Greens and legalised cannabis beating Limbrick and also beating Quilty. Quilty, not as bad. For Limbrick, he's at, I believe, 3.7%. And legalised cannabis is at 5%, 5.2%, and then Greens are around 8%. For Quilty, he's looking a bit better. He's not far behind legalised cannabis. I believe Quilty is Northern Vic. I'll just get the votes up again.
Yeah, it's correct. Quilty's Northern
Victoria.
Victoria. So that's like up in, Wodonga. That's right on the border. I once saw his office, and I've got that footage from like 2020 of his bloody office. I don't think I ever knew who he was back then. But there's a little fun fact.
Can I jump in real quick?
Shoot.
In Kew, the seat of Kew, it is tightened to a 0.5% lead for Liberal Jess Wilson, with the Teal Independent Sophie Tawney now back to a 50.5 to 49.5 margin, 0.5% away with a 4.2% swing from the Liberals to the Independent.
Is anyone actually surprised by this? No, sorry, not Kew, but like genuinely that, and not even just how fast it came, but that Labor's got a majority. Is anyone like, raise your hand. I know I said I predicted a minority, but I said it wasn't out of the question majority. Is anyone here surprised it was a majority?
I'm not surprised it was a majority. I think I'm surprised at the Greens. I mean, they got 2 gains. One was and the other
possibly another 2, might I add, as well. But they're 5 seats is certain.
Labor now leading in Footscray, I'd like to add.
Yeah, and those huge swings to the Greens as well. I was quite surprised by that. Of course, we saw kind of the same thing in the federal election. But were we really expecting that in a state level? But all that we know is that the Liberal Party, I mean, Leo, surely you would know. Sorry to put you on the spot. But
no, it's all good. I'm here all night.
Yeah. Do you know how many state levels are now Liberal? I mean,
1.
They're 1. Yeah.
No, sorry. 1 is sole Liberal, which is Tasmania, and the other is Coalition, which is in New South Wales. I would suspect that would be won by Labor. So mainland Australia, by end of March next year, I suspect no Liberal governments, no one Liberal government in Tasmania, and no coalition governments, except there'll be a coalition, but lowercase c, for ALP Green Coalition in the ACT. My point is, that's bad for the coalition. Real bad.
That's quite a bit of a shock. So this time, at the start of the year, I mean, how many there were a couple of states in Liberal hands, and now, of course, federally, we've got Labor. So it's quite a little bit of a shock, I think, for the Liberal Party. Something's going to have to change, and whatever that may be, it's going to have to change quite fast to try and hold on to the New South Wales state election in March next year.
Yeah, just flagging with Austin Pollock, a national reporter there. It'd be great if he can look at some of the Mulgrave results. I won't cross to him in a second, but he can let me know when he's got those up, because I really want to see how that's going. I mean, it looks like, Andrews is going to win comfortably. Nationals, Jade Benham will win the seat back for the Nationals, the seat being Mildura. And you look at the primary vote of the majors just on the ABC, it's down. It's still down. I have been looking at it, but again, those preferences, it doesn't seem like, the Liberals are getting up anywhere. They're still stuck on 19 to 22. What is going on? Stuart, an hour later, I'll go back to what we said. Going to the Liberals going to a LNP style merger. Still reckon it should happen, or could happen?
Actually, it would harm the Nationals, but I think it's in the Liberals' best interest. It depends what the Nationals think. It could harm them, but it's definitely in the Liberals' best interest. I wanted to go back briefly to looking at the upper house. I have some more figures for you. I've been going through the vote test slowly, and one thing that really stood out to me was the Greens are at 12% in Northern Victoria. Is that basically guaranteed in the seat? Even more interesting than that is I've gone to look at Catherine Cummins, and she's out. She's gone. Angry Victorians Party in Western Metro. I guess it's only 1% of the vote counted, but I think it's pretty safe to say she's out after these figures. She's coming. Her party is coming in at 1% of the vote. Not even that. 0.58% of the vote. 0.58%. The UAP, for comparison, is 0.77.
So, are the Greens actually a chance of picking up all these random crossbench seats? Because, I'm sorry, but once the results come in, I think with preferences, could stuff them over. Could really stuff them over.
It could again, but as I don't believe Angry Victorians are a jury party, are they?
No, they are not. They exposed the jury video, so that no, they're definitely not.
So then she's gone anyway, and it probably will go to Greens. Yeah, I'd say if the stations that, especially in Western Metro, will go Greens.
What that means is, though, I was just going to say, what that means is Greens are getting such a high primary vote that it doesn't matter about the preference flow, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's not double digits. It's not guaranteed. It's definitely not guaranteed, but looking at the figures right now in the upper house in Western Metro, if it's not the Greens, it'll be essentially looking at, it'll either be, where is it? Legalised cannabis, because they're 4.77%.
And they've got those Labor preferences.
And then Labor DLP is at 4.59%. And the Victorian Socialists are 4.42%. But either way, Tone's out. And I've also looked at the figures. Darren Hinch's Justice Party isn't looking good in any of the regions.
Not looking good, was that?
In any region.
Including the two they have seats in. Ooh.
Yeah, well, can you just remind me what
okay,
those two
so
seats
apart from Greens, Vic Socialists, legalised cannabis, what minor parties could win here?
In this seat in particular?
Any of the 8.
I'm potentially seeing room for a One Nation. I saw a One Nation figure that was earlier, it was a 6%.
Hayne, get up. We're talking about One Nation potentially winning a seat. Upper house. Thoughts, Hayne?
Well, you have to ruin my evening somehow, and if the Socceroos won't do it, that'll do it.
Okay, stop watching the soccer. It's making me feel bad. Yeah, I want to know how Clifford Hayes is doing. Good old Cliff in Southern Metro, my area. Wonder how he's doing.
I've got the Metro up right now, convenient. I've got it up right now.
Oh, how's he going? He got first on the draw, which I'm sure has helped. But how's he going?
Just going to find the party. Hang on.
What was that?
He's Animal Justice, isn't he?
Sustainable Oz.
They're similar. They're relatively similar.
That's up for dispute. That's a contentious thing. But Hayne, is the soccer going?
Tunisia nearly just scored. I had a small heart attack.
Watch them score in the next one.
It is doable for Sustainable Australia. 1.16%.
I knew it. Clifford Hayes, forget John Kennedy. Clifford Hayes is coming in clutch.
Forget John Kennedy. You sound like the Hawthorn electorate.
Other than that, it will be
and yeah, okay. I'm trying to think of a witty US presidential line here.
The other
You sound like Donald Trump. Is that good enough? No. Biden? No.
However, again, I don't feel confident saying he's going to get that seat because again, Greens 13.5 in Southern Metro.
Again, yeah, but they had really high figures in all seats last time, and they lost everyone but one because of preferences. And where they polled the highest, I believe Northern Metro is where they have that one upper house seat. So that green slide, I think, is a lower house thing. I sound crazy, but because of this system, I am not discounting the Greens making zero moves.
What a surprise for you, Southern Metro. We didn't see this coming, but Lib Dems are doing pretty well.
Who's the Lib Dem? Is it Matthew Ford?
I think so. But Lib Dems are coming in at a pretty reasonable. Hang on, I just lost it. 2.71%. I believe they're the highest party that isn't the Greens. I'm just going to check that. They're doing the best of every minor party that isn't the Greens. So the Greens are at 13.5, and then it's the Lib Dems, and then it's the DLP, and then Reason. DLP coming in at 2.59.
And so, can we go back to Northern Metro? Are we still going with Vic Socialists over? Oh, Bayswater 4.3 for legalized cannabis. That's not bad. Sorry. Sorry. Can we just go back to Northern Metro?
Northeast or Northern Metro?
Northern Metro. Fiona Patton and Vic Socialists seem to be fighting for that 5th seat. What's going on there?
Okay, I will get to that one. But now, coming into that seat, it's still looking pretty close. You've got DLP at a 4.06, which is pretty reasonable.
I'm not surprised by that. Based on last time, I'm not surprised.
The AJ is the 1.18. Sorry, 1.8. So again, there's an option there. Reason is at 3.83%. Legalized cannabis 2.99. So it'll potentially be Reason that gets that seat potentially. But Vic Socialists are at 5.44.
Gotcha.
I'm expecting if that doesn't go Greens, because Greens.
Where is all this Drury chaos?
Guys, I believe the Socceroos have scored. I think I heard.
I'm on a delay! Why would you say this?
Okay, Leo.
I'm on a 30-second delay!
I'm sorry, Hayne.
Oh!
Deganek with the throw in.
I hate to.
I'm live com now. Hi, Rose.
I just heard very loud cheering, so I think they scored.
Greens are about to take
Roman, okay. Stuart, okay. Whose fault is this? Roman for spoiling or Hayne for being on a delay? The one who thinks at fault gets sacked.
Boy.
It's like a scene of the. It's like on Survivor. You voted off. Who's it gonna be?
Selection Duke.
Be better, Hayne. Be better.
Keeper's had an absolute moment.
Be better. Oh. Legalized cannabis. Hello, could win Western Metro. 4th in terms of the 5 seats.
I'm more concerned about Northern Metro. The Greens are about to overtake Liberals there.
There's a shocker.
Greens are sitting at 20%. Let's decimal for it. So Liberals are 21.3 in Northern Metro. Greens 20.69. So Greens are just shy of taking the Liberals, which guarantees them a seat.
There we go. Well, that's not bad for them.
So there's that Green seat for you. Wait, is that Ratnam's seat?
Yeah.
Okay, she's safe. That's not surprising then.
Well, too much silence. I agree.
Anything in the House yet? Any changes there? Any more Liberal seats in the lower house?
No, it's still on 21. What are they doing?
Sorry, guys. I wanted to ask, when do you think Andrews will do his victory speech and Guy his
probably about
defeat speech?
Guy before though. Who's waiting for Guy?
Yeah, probably for that call. Do you know where, what Dan Andrews, where he is? That wasn't English.
He's in Mulgrave, I believe, which is obviously, which is going to retain easily. It looks like.
It's quite interesting though, because did we really see Dan Andrews up?
I mean, we did. What I want to know is from Austin. I want to get to Austin about this because, I mean, yeah, I'm sure he wasn't ready for that. No, Austin, you've been covering Mulgrave closely. We've gone from, could be tight to, wow, this is just another Labor safe seat, isn't it? That's pretty much what happened here, surely. You're on mute. It's happened again.
I'm on mute. It's getting late. sort of.
Not even
yeah, so
30 man for you. Come on.
whatever. It's so 7.5% of the votes have been counted, and two-party preferred is showing Dan Andrews in front, 64.7 to Michael Pistrano to 35.3. And first preferences is showing Daniel Andrews in front, followed by Ian Cook, who we were speaking about earlier, the independent, on 18.6%. He's got an 18.6% swing to him as well. But I think Daniel Andrews will retain. However, there are a few websites. Yeah, ABC saying it's too early to call still, but I would say it's probably safe for Daniel Andrews.
Benembra, which is where there was a big independent challenge, looking like the Liberals will retain that, which I think is really interesting there. Again, the coalition's dropped on the primary vote, 34%, down 1.1 according to the ABC. Greens up 1.8 to 12.5. Others 17.4, up 6.1. So I don't know. Jacinta Allen, deputy, she's won. Tony Barry, former Liberal strategist, has just said on the ABC that we need more women. We've got to have a conversation about quotas. Stuart, what do you reckon here? Do you think that's something that's going to have to be discussed here, given it's kind of something we saw federally too? You know, the people who you might call originally moderate Liberals, centrists, sensible centre, whatever you want to call them, the Teals, are all women, some of them ex-Liberal people. So in terms of kind of representation, do the Liberals need to go with a female leader here or something like that? Or do they even have female MPs? I can't name any.
I think the problem that we see for Liberals right now is that they're trying to compromise, and in the process they're not appeasing anyone. They're trying to compromise with the centrists, the moderates, and that's costing them votes on the right, which is why we're seeing people voting for the UAP, One Nation, Lib Dems, and the like. And at the same time, they're trying to compromise with the right to get them back in the party, and then that's losing votes with the centrists and the Teals. So they're trying to appease both sides, and in doing so, they're going to lose both. They're only going to keep that middle, that core Liberal voters, but that's not enough to win them in the election. The right or the centrists.
Yeah, I think the Western Metro region's really interesting. I'm going to keep following it for you. Obviously, no Liberal MPs following Bernie Finn's defection. So based on those crossbenchers, Catherine Cumming, gone. Bernie Finn, gone. Kushulia Vagela, gone. In, Moira Deeming, Liberal, and likely legalised cannabis. What a fun electorate that is. They are just got all those results. I think the Labor candidate for Caulfield's on the ABC now. I'm just going to keep an eye on that because I think they could win that seat. So, yeah, I wonder, is that possible? Let's stick with the upper house for a sec, Stuart, just because it's fun. Okay, Northern Victoria, Animal Justice. Yeah, I knew Animal Justice is getting because of that preference stuff. Actually, this is a really even split. How's this? Liberal, Labor, Nats, AJP, One Nation. How's that for Northern Metro? That's probably one of the most balanced upper houses, surely.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely very surprising for me to see those figures come in. I didn't expect to see One Nation doing that well.
It's Northern Victoria, by the way. Sorry, your audio died again. Oh, God. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Something... All right. Let's forget Stuart for a sec. Matthew's somewhere? I don't know. Roman Austin. What do you think of that? Very balanced upper house race there in Northern Victoria.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I'm not obviously across the upper house. I was kind of falling asleep. This is in Northern Metro.
Northern Victoria. So it's... I'll repeat it for Hayne. Oh, good. I'll repeat it for Hayne, who came back here. This is probably one of the most balanced upper houses. Liberal, Labor, Nats, Animal Justice, One Nation. very likely Northern Victoria results. Roman, what do you think about that? One Nation, traditionally, they're big up in Queensland, not here.
That is quite interesting, yeah, especially for One Nation there. To have that kind of those low, more balanced things, I think it'll be quite interesting. Do you know if it's kind of like a normal upper house, like kind of like a Senate, really?
Yeah, except we have preference deals and it's 5 per seat. It's weird. I'm not entirely sure how it stacks up compared to some other places. I'll get back to Austin in a second regarding Mulgrave, but Hayne, what do you make of that in terms of Northern Victoria? I mean, going from an Animal Justice Party MP, which I think is because of that jury trickery they did, and then you've got One Nation getting it too.
There's a lot of moving parts, a lot of variables. There's a lot going on. To be completely honest, my understanding of the upper house is very limited because it confuses me because it's way more complicated than it needs to be. But I can give you some analysis on the lower house, even though no one cares about that anymore. Glen Waverley is officially a pickup for Labor over the Liberals, with Neil Angus losing, which minus 10% on your primary vote will usually not help you. In Q...
Sorry, 10%, minus 10.
Yeah, he didn't do well.
Jeez.
Looking at Q, Jess Wilson seems to probably be in a position where the Liberals will retain that seat over the Teal Independent Sophie Tawney, out to 50.8 to 49.2 with 63% counted. Footscray has gotten close again. It is now 1.2%. Well, it's 0.6% is the lead, sorry, for Labor MP Katie Hall over the Greens. So that got closer again. In Pascoe Vale, the Greens are now 1 point ahead in a Labor seat. In Pakenham, the Liberals look like they're going to barely retain their seat there. And in Caulfield, David Southwick looks like he may just hold on, although it's only 0.2% in it.
I was going to say, I thought Southwick had lost by now. Western Victoria, Australian Greens looking like they'll get one. Shooters, Fishers also won, which is interesting. The results seem to be the Liberals seems to be the first, most votes in that, instead of Labor. So it's swapped over, which I think is actually really interesting. But in terms of, mattering that much, it doesn't, because Labor's still getting their seats. Labor will probably have a reduced upper house. Those minor parties certainly be getting in a lot of areas. Actually, some interesting results coming out of Northern Metro now. Hayne, I know you don't care about the upper house, but Northern Metro, come on, it's Ratnam's seat. Labor, Liberal, Greens, Patten, then Labor again in the 5 seats. No Vic Socialist.
Yeah, the Vic Socialists are in 4th there, from what I'm seeing. I just updated on the ABC website. It looks very close. Labor, the Liberals, and the Greens are within about 700 votes of each other, which I think. Leo, what's going on, Leo?
I don't believe it. When Stuart comes back, he will love this. Okay, Rod Barton, the man who was elected with 0.62% of the vote.
My hero.
0.62% of the vote is a likely chance to win again.
That's hilarious.
I can't believe it. Rod Barton coming in clutch. Everyone hated him for the pandemic bill. And look at what Drury's done. Glenn Drury has given Rod Barton a second term. The Transport Matters Party. Wow.
Breaking news, man gets $55,000.
Oh, Stuart, did you hear that? Rod Barton. Oh my gosh. Glenn Drury. Stuart, did you actually hear any of that?
All I heard is he's back in second term.
Yeah,
That's
Barton back. Forget Dan. That's the headline tomorrow.
I
Barton
thought the headline was Kennedy.
How do we know that? Sorry,
forget Kennedy. Forget Cliff. It's all about Barton now. It's Barton. I can't believe it. I am actually like, I don't care about his policy. The fact he is a chance of coming back, 0.62% of the vote. I don't believe it. I'm stunned. I'm actually. Oh, the guy with the surname Puglisi. The surname who's like really similar to mine. Ave, the Greens candidate. Chance. I could have a pug in Parliament. This is incredible. What a night for me. Anyway, how's your nights going? Hayne, how's the soccer going? Have we scored any more goals?
No, but we're winning and we're playing really well. Mitch Duke is the greatest centre forward on the planet, I've decided.
We're complaining about the soccer like a minute ago.
Well, we weren't playing that well, but now we're playing really well.
Where's the difference?
Aaron Moy's really good.
Is he though?
Yes.
You sure?
He's outstanding in midfield. His possession retention, his progressive passing. Harry Suter is doing incredibly well in defence. We have energy with Goodwin and Leckie on the wings. Bajic is pressing really well on the left-hand side. Leckie's on. He won't be able to walk or play in the A-League in a month when he comes home, but he's on fire now. There you go. There's my news. We're doing the soccer. This is going to turn into a Socceroos watch-along.
No, it will be because bloody Guy hasn't come. Why hasn't it? I'm sorry. Genuinely, what do you think Guy is waiting for? Because it's over.
I think he's waiting for someone at Sky News to tell him what he's supposed to say.
Yeah, well, look, we're going to stay with this until we have both leaders speak, okay? I'm sorry to everyone who wanted. I'll pay you overtime. I don't care. We're staying with. Okay, no, I retract that. Shut up. Hey. Okay.
Say what you want to say, Leo. I dare you.
Yeah, can we? Yeah, I'll cut my mic. Melbourne has been retained by the Greens. There's no shock there. Ellen Sandel, she's going to get back in. Roman. What do you think Guy's waiting for?
Honestly, I'm not sure. A bit of word out of Liberal HQ from Sky. There was a guy that took off his Liberal t-shirt at Liberal HQ and hurled abuse at the front door. The word was that he wasn't registered for the party, but obviously a bit of tension and anger at Coalition HQ.
Well.
That's awesome.
So obviously not some happy.
A positive night for the Liberals.
Performance.
Yeah. I think though we need to appreciate. We want to look. I'm not saying we're not being biased here, but obviously it's not been good for the coalition. But again, regional areas done really, really well here. They've seem to be improving in the upper house. Definitely made some gains in the lower house. And by the way, ABC's called Mornington for independent Kate Lardner. But they've taken all those seats. Morwell is looking like it's going back to the coalition. Russell North was not, running again. But yeah, that's actually not half bad, I think, for the Nationals, which is why they kind of have to band together. I mean, Stuart, we're in a very different circumstances here, but obviously in Queensland, Joe Barocki-Peterson, Nats hugely dominant here. Now, Liberals still have obviously the majority of seats, but in terms of the gains, they're almost all national here.
And again, all the losses are all now. I think all the losses are Liberal as well. So
yeah, I don't think Nats haven't lost a seat.
As I said, we're seeing the same thing with the federal election. Nats do fine, Liberals suffer, which is why a merger works with the Liberals to adopt the Nationals. So it comes down to whether the Liberals can convince the Nationals to have the merge.
Yeah, I mean, Nationals, who knows, they could go the way of SA and just treat themselves.
Matthew Guy can't do that. Matthew Guy's not the person who can convince the Nationals to merge. It has to be someone else.
Yeah, because Matthew Guy won't be the bloody leader. He'll be gone within a few hours. Let's be realistic here.
Maybe Michael O'Brien comes back.
He would. Okay.
Look,
do the best. Okay, right. Raise your hand right now if you think. Okay, no, hey, not in the. Oh no, we scored a goal.
What a save!
Oh, save. I don't care about the save. It's not a goal. It's nothing. Boo. Bringing up the soccer coverage here. Moving away from soccer just quickly. Okay, raise your hand if you think Michael O'Brien would have done better than Matthew Guy tonight.
And if you're a Queenslander, raise your hand.
Okay. Hayne, really?
He couldn't have done much worse. So, probably. I mean, the Labour ad that he ran last time and he got kicked from his party, he's the Liberals' cuts guy, that type of thing. Can they do if it's Michael O'Brien? I mean, he's still not a very good leader electorally and they don't win. But
no, when the reason they got rid of him
less, maybe.
The reason they got rid of him because he was not like tough enough, wasn't it? But like look at Guy, and Guy isn't doing much better.
You know, I turned off the Sky feed.
Let me make it clearer. Clearly hasn't done a lot better.
I haven't watched the Sky feed for a bit. I feel like Tim Smith right now is regretting a couple of choices he made one night because he'd be a shoo-in. He'd be leading the party and he would have his aggressive right-wing style implemented within the week, within the party. He would shake them up.
Let's go back to Mulgrave, shall we? Because, it's not, I mean, Ian Cook. Okay, Ian Cook is up 18.1%. He didn't run last election, so his total vote is also 18.1%. Greens didn't win Preston. But it looks like on the two candidate preferred count, Labour is against the Liberals, not Cook, which I think's weird. Weird. Let me just show. I actually want to check the results. Because it's okay. Kim Jong-un has 11 votes. Hayne.
Those 11 people. Do we know, like, if they're okay?
Yeah.
Are they safe?
Okay.
Are they well?
Let me just read down. And Austin, I'd be interested in your thoughts on this just after it. But I just want to read down the results right now. So it's going Labour, Cook, Piastrino, Liberal, Greens, Freedom, Family First, Animal Justice, Labour, DLP, Independent, Kim Jong-un, Independent. The lowest Independent is the guy with absolutely no presence out there, whoever the hell Ezra J.D. Isma is. Congrats to you and your 5 votes. Well done. You've defeated Dan with that. Austin, is that kind of how you expected it in terms of like first preferences going Labour, Independent, then Liberals, then a big sharp drop off when it gets to Greens?
Well, yeah, sort of. I might be on mute. No, I'm not on mute. Okay.
This time.
Yeah, this time. I expected it in that order, but I thought Ian Cook may have had a decent few more votes, and possibly seeing what we've seen tonight, as Rome was saying before about the Greens, maybe a few more Greens votes, only 165 there, but then again, what is it, only 8.7% of the votes have been counted so far, but so far,
ABC,
it's
by
the
the way,
order, yeah.
ABC is still saying too early to call, which I find really interesting.
Yeah, Channel 9...
8.7 counted, updated 16 minutes ago. That's just ABC's website.
9's got ALP retain, and I think... Yeah, I think it will be ALP.
ALP retain in the end.
Yeah.
I'm confident about that. So, look, by the way, we're going to probably see a lot of claims about fraud at this election. I just want to note a few things, and we've been covering this, but it should be really clear. Stuart, pick me up if you think I've got anything wrong, because we've been covering GVT together. But as it said, GVT, not a new system. It was used in Victoria last time. You can argue against Glen Drury, but however, you know where the preferences are going. Even if you think they should be more accessible, they are available publicly. They obviously do not control who wins this election because they are in the upper house. You cannot control preferences in the lower house. And in addition to that, there's no evidence at this stage, unless someone wants to show me anything else, there is zero evidence at this stage of any type of electoral fraud. No one has. There's been no evidence. Stuart, have you seen anything from your corners? By the way, not so claiming.
I've
Actually,
seen
with
claims
actually
of it.
with proof.
Not beyond there was that. Not beyond the whole, the shortage of ballots thing that happened today. I've seen a few people saying that's proof of fraud. There wasn't enough ballots because one of the US counties, plus with an M, had a shortage of ballots in the US election. Which ballot? Hang on, I've got it here. Maricopa County. Maricopa County apparently had a shortage of ballots in the US 2020 election, and that was therefore proof of election fraud. And really, Trump won the election. And we're seeing the same sort of thing being made now because there were a shortage of ballot paper in Victoria and a couple of voting booths in a couple of seats. And that's enough evidence, apparently, but nothing beyond the usual stuff when it comes to election fraud. Unfortunately, it's becoming more and more prevalent because of the US culture is coming into Australia, and that's a bad thing.
Yeah, and there was claims at the federal election too, because of like some wrong advice from like one person who worked at the AEC, which is not a proof of electoral fraud. I'm pretty sure it was for like an independent Senate candidate too, and we all know, apart from Nick Xenophon, not going to win. And then again, Nick Xenophon formed his own party later, but that's enough about Nick Xenophon for one night. What are you laughing about, Hayne? Do you not like Nick Xenophon?
No, I just thought it was funny that you said that's enough Nick Xenophon for the night.
Yeah, well, insert reference. It doesn't do anything in Vic politics. Forget it.
He's from South Australia. There's no point.
I know, but at one point they tried to form Vic Best after SA Best. But,
Did they?
Yeah, BuzzFeed found a registration, and for some reason we're going with that as proof. It's on our website, SIXNewsAU.com. Keep your questions coming in the live chat right now, because we really want to read out your feedback. Stuart, the other thing is, I asked this to Roman earlier. I'm actually interested in your thoughts. Obviously, you're in a bit more political spheres, but have people actually been looking at the Vic election, given Dan Andrews does have a national presence despite being a Victorian leader, and that's inevitable after the COVID presses?
Yeah, but it's mostly Americans, surprisingly. I've seen more Americans concerned about it than Australians who are outside of Victoria, because we know that, like, people, I guess a lot of Australians know that no matter what they do, Dan Andrews is going to win, because it was basically, like, even we were saying it's going to be a minority government, but it's still going to be a Labor minority government. And I think everyone here had agreed that it would be Matthew Guy would be out as Liberal leader because he lost another election, and then Andrews, whether or not he won his seat, his party would win. Now, unfortunately, echo chambers of Twitter means that outsiders to the Australian system started this protest against the Australian electoral system going, and that's again Americans. We can discuss American influence another time, though. But I think most Australians, no matter how, he's a popular leader. We saw the same thing and I say it again, we saw the same thing in Queensland. In the upper house in Western Australia, Mark McGowan had a swing of just under 20% in the upper house. Like, this isn't a new thing. Like, we all expected that Labor would win because that's what we've seen in every pandemic election we've had, except Tasmania, where it stayed the same, except ACT, where the Greens gained seats and Labor lost seats. It's pretty much part of pretty much run the mill now.
Just got a comment, by the way, because I'm just continuing to read out your comments. Keep them coming in. Emmanuel Goldspleen asks, how about the UAP? What's the situation? At this stage, doesn't look like they're going to win in the upper house. Here's one of their very small core flutes. Really didn't try much. I'm sorry, but they didn't. I know not running in the lower house, but there are parties who seem to put in more of an effort. Again, most of the signs I've seen of them were just like left there, and I presume picked up later. So I don't know. I wasn't expecting them to do well, but One Nation in regional Victoria was not a shock. I don't think. Just based on we saw this federally too. I want to play now something that we saw 4 years ago, almost exactly 4 years ago to the day. And I know we're kind of getting ridiculous here, but Matthew Guy was obviously the leader 4 years ago, and he lost that election. He didn't resign on the night as leader, but he did concede on the night. This is how he announced it, because we might be seeing a speech like this again in maybe 15 minutes or so, if we're lucky. This is how Matthew Guy resigned or conceded last time. This is a speech we definitely could see in a second. And again, we remind you before we enter this is 2018, okay? So don't get confused. Here's some of what Matthew Guy said 4 years ago.
I've noted are being written off or given away for the Liberal Party without the counting, though, of the early and pre-poll votes. We expect a number of those seats to be retained by the party, but let me again in no way detract from the result that our opponents have had tonight. In the Liberal Party in the last, not just few weeks, but indeed the last few years, we have campaigned on issues that we believe are important and of the most importance to Victorians. Keeping Victorians safe, lowering their cost of living, easing the congestion in places like particularly the eastern suburbs of Melbourne, and also decentralising our state's population. It isn't sustainable to keep growing Melbourne at the rates that it is, and I note in country Victoria, the minimal swings against our party. However, as I said, there are a number of our members who have not been re-elected tonight. I want to offer my sincere commiserations to them, to their campaign teams, to their families, to those candidates who haven't been successful tonight. I want to, ladies and gentlemen, thank, if I can, the campaign staff at the State Secretariat, led by Nick Demiris. Our campaign staff was young, enthusiastic, and it has done an incredible job under what we see now as trying circumstances. I want to acknowledge my own staff, and not many people do that, but I want to acknowledge my staff led by Scott Pearce for the work they have done. Pearce is going to get some sleep because he's going to need it, poor guy. I want to thank all of them for the work my staff have done for 4 years. Over 4 years, the work they have put in is outstanding. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I want to thank my parliamentary colleagues in the state parliamentary team in the parliament that has now just passed. They have been unified. They have stuck together. They have done what they had to do to stick together and to learn from the mistakes of disunity. Can I say that for the next parliament, as a party, we need to stick together. We need to stay united, and we need to stay focused on our opponents in the game ahead, not on ourselves. And I hope we'll continue to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank my family for being incredibly supportive, not just over recent months and weeks, not just over the last 4 years. My parents, Chris and Vera, will know when I joined this party in 1990, they wondered what I was doing, and it's crescendoed with this career in politics. I thank them immensely. My brother Darren, I want to put on record my thanks to my in-laws, Steve and Lorraine. I want to particularly mention the support of my wonderful wife, Renee. In politics, as you all know, it's
said back in 2018, we're kind of waiting for an inevitable concession speech from him shortly, which you assume he would resign as leader as well. Stuart, he spoke there about his party being united, focusing on issues, not on themselves. From your observations 2 states away, have they done that? They also noticed there were minimal swings against him. That's what he said. I don't know how accurate that is when you look back at it, given they lost Hawthorn a few days after that. But here, again, bar a couple seats, they're moving nowhere. Nowhere. It's, you'd think after more than 250 days of lockdown, they'd be able to have some kind of anger capitalised on, but no.
I mean, looking at the figures we have right now from the seats that have been called, you've got, one gain from an independent, and that's about it. there's a gain. So clearly they're doing something wrong. I've also and like even to be calling seats for a gain before Nepean. Nepean's the only seat that they're gaining. That was, and they gained that from Labor, I believe, and they gained one seat from an independent.
Sam Groth's the man,
and that's it.
Hayne the Liberal shill. I knew it.
And
exactly.
I think I have to agree with Hayne. The fact that Sam Groth can be the only person to dethrone an incumbent Labor MP means he has a good job at getting the leadership. Like you said before, Hayne, that if Tim Smith is still around, he'd be in the same position. He'd be able to shepherd the party. And I think we get the same thing if Sam Groth, if he wins the only seat that goes to the Liberals from Labor.
And again, the only seats also not the only, but I think the seats we could are big celebrations at campaign headquarters for Kate Lardner. By the way, I think the seats that the Liberals are going to lose are Mornington, that's been called, Caulfield likely to Labor, Kew likely to an Independent. Now, why don't we play a little game, hey? Why don't we play a little game, guys? I'll try to find a corflute. I'll dig out a corflute. You tell me whether you think this is a party that's done well or not, or how do you think? Do you think the party I'm pulling out has done well or not? Let's start. Have they done well tonight?
Who?
There's some non-parties here too. Damn it. Okay. Liberals.
No.
Australia won? I don't.
No.
The unregistered.
That sounds like a news network where they only have One Nation people on and they outflank them from the right.
Yeah, no, that's literally the party. That's the party.
Oh, okay.
They're unregistered. I found a sign for them today, by the way. It says they're an independent, but they use the same colours. They're all these endorsed independents. I had to get a photo of the sign, but they've not done well. They've clearly not won anywhere.
Wonder why.
Okay, animal justice.
I'd say they did fair.
They could lose their seat in Western Vic. They could pick up Northern Vic. So, mixed. They're not.
Yeah. They put up a decent primary vote in the lower house too. They're putting in 2 to 4% ish in most places.
No, I mean it's not bad. That's someone wearing what? Huh? Is that a? I think I just saw it. I think there's a. Is that a? Hang on. I can't know if that's a conjoined twin or someone wearing two pants. No. Someone wearing the same shirt. If you're watching the ABC, you know what I mean.
It's 10 o'clock, Leo, and you've lost your mind. There's no way to get around this now.
Are they?
Oh yes, I can see it.
Oh no, okay, they're just sharing a shirt. Okay, Vic Socialists.
I would say they've done well. They picked up more than 10% in multiple lower house seats.
I saw one seat where they were third.
Yeah. They, what was it, 12.2% or 15% in, was it Footscray or was it Northcote or...
Like right. Yeah. Okay, moving on. The other yellow Freedom Party. Lib Dems, first election with this logo, the Libertarian American style.
They should change their logo back.
I don't like it.
Stuart, you got a lot of thoughts on the internal workings.
Yes, I do. How much time do we have, Leo? Let's get started.
Let's just get back in time. Random stuff from this pile, this long, hefty pile. Here's one. The Freedom Party.
Nah.
All right. No. Dead. I think we'll all have a unified view on this one. Greens.
Yeah,
very well.
Yeah.
I'm just going to flip over the pile. Okay, it's just Liberal stuff there. Don't wake up this Sunday with a Dan Andrews hangover. Oh, boy.
I haven't had a drink, but if I'm going to have a hangover, it's because I had a kebab and the Socceroos are going to keep me up.
Have a drink, Hayne. I'm letting you.
No. Okay. Hold on.
This 15-year-old journalist is giving you permission to drink on a live broadcast.
Oh, that's good water.
I can't tell if that's a new low for you or a win for me. Either way, it seems bad for both of us. Okay, if I can't find their call flute, I'm just going to name them. Okay. Labor.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think they've done.
Well, they've retained their majority, so they're still the government. So I'm pretty sure all the ministers still get paid nicely. They'll be happy.
They will.
Do any ministers lose their seats, though? That's the question now.
Only one's Werribee was a close contest, but even then it's looking like he's going to win it. How about, let's go to an individual candidate. Sophie Tawney, independent for Q. I reckon she's doing pretty well now.
Yep.
Yeah, currently the difference is
0.5%.
150 votes?
150.
Yeah, 150 votes.
That's great. How's our man John Kennedy doing? Hayne?
I closed Hawthorn ages ago.
He's putting in third.
Oh.
He's behind by 260 votes.
Oh, so it's got worse
by the way, breaking, I was just going to say, Channel 7 is reporting Victorian Premier Dan Andrews has not received a concession phone call from Matthew Guy.
Right.
He's pulling a Trump.
They're doing it January 6th. I told you.
Magic.
I'm kidding. I retract that.
It'd be hilarious if Matthew Guy showed up.
Our man, our great man, by the way, sorry, I was just going to say, I was just going to say, our great man Lincoln Holmes is in Melton. Steve McGee's looking like he's going to win that again. So independent looks like a no-go there. Melissa,
Can I just point out very quickly, the Herald Sun on Twitter put out a photo of Dan Andrews with a very smug face on their Labour win. And I want to know who is running the Herald Sun social media account, because it's like a smug Dan Andrews grin. Like he's got a shit-eating grin. That's what they've gone with. And I want to know why.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting look. Democratic Labour DLP Bernie Finn's party looks like he's lost. So
no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Yeah.
No, they're not in a good state there. So what we're seeing here really is we're in a waiting situation, and we're going to stay on air because I'm not missing these speeches. Okay, sorry, fellas, just get paid more money. Okay, I'll just chuckle.
I've noticed something. I was going through all the seats. Preston, which is currently looking like it will be a Labour retain against the Greens, a difference of 70 odd votes. The vote is counted currently 42.95% counted. Candidates, so it's on first preferences goes Labour, Liberal, Independent, Greens. The Greens, Liberal, Independent candidates are all within 300 votes of one another. Like, how's that? Like, they're basically neck and neck.
Hey, yeah, I find that really interesting, and why do I keep using that damn line? It sounds sarcastic. I genuinely find that really interesting, by the way. So Matthew Guy has apparently not called the Premier yet. Why do you think he would be not? Hayne, why do you think he wouldn't have called him yet? Given 8:30 it was called Labour majority by like everyone, including us.
Well, the thing is, based off the last two election results, have we ruled out Matthew Guy may not be intelligent enough to know the results yet?
Who's going to inform him? Who's going to tell him?
I actually have a question for you, Lee. I have 3 of them.
Shoot.
Right. How many seats have the Liberals picked up?
The Liberals or the Coalition, just to be clear?
Liberals.
Liberals? 1?
How many seats have the Greens picked up?
2.
How many seats have the Greens picked up? 2, probably another 2.
Who do the Liberals preference in a lot of places?
Well, it's every place, Greens over Labour.
How's that worked out for them?
Well, it worked out well in Richmond.
But aren't the Greens gaining seats that are Labour otherwise, though? So.
Well, yeah, they are. I mean, look, let's be real. They didn't gain them anyway. I just think the Liberals slightly helped them for those who follow how to vote cards, which is an interesting move, by the way. By the way, some campaign memorabilia we've actually got here. It's hard to see. This is an Ian Cook stress ball. I wonder if... I'm not kidding. Look.
Did you like seeing his flags out today?
What?
Did you like seeing his flag today? Did his flag of volunteers really make you excited?
Oh, look, I wonder how he's feeling after all this. But I think he might need to use this. I would not be feeling too
I'm
happy.
looking at your tweet today. Looking at your Ian Cook tweet.
Yeah, gotcha. I think, yeah. So look, I mean, look, so many safe Labor seats are staying safe Labor. Actually, no, all safe Labor seats are staying safe Labor seats. Like, except Footscray, which I think's pretty safe anyway. I mean, their majority was huge, except it's swinging. But yeah, I mean,
Labour's still ahead in Footscray.
Are they?
By 0.6%.
400 votes. There's 400 votes in it.
But it's been around this for about 10% of the voting now. It's up to 60%. It might hold.
Gotcha. I think, yeah, you look again. I mean, the other primary vote seems to be big, or not big. Sorry, bigger. I reckon that you know, well, actually, animal justice running in all seats. I can understand that rumor. Sorry, not that rumor. I can understand that move. Yeah, but Family First doing it, especially last minute. I mean, they've gained really nothing out of it, apart from at times being the main non-liberal right-wing party.
I've got a seat for you.
Yeah, shoot.
Bass, 58.83% counted. Labor has had a swing against them of 1.37%. Labor is winning on preferences by was that 67? No, 77 votes. There's 77 votes in it. The Liberals have a chance to flip Bass. If they see they can flip, it's Bass.
Mm-hmm.
Swing against Labor, 1.37% against Labor.
Well, Labor's up to 50 now, so I don't think that's going to change anything at all. By the way, apparently Austin's just informed me, actually, you know what, no, Austin, I'll bring you in on this, because you're watching what's trending on Twitter right now. Rigged is trending on Twitter. I wonder why that might...
Yeah, it is. Well, I've got a theory to why. Some people aren't happy with the election result, obviously, but yeah, it's got like, what is it, 16.3 thousand tweets in the last hour or something, and all with the words rigged. So obviously some people think it is rigged, as we were speaking about before.
And we stress, by the way, not everyone who's tweeted rigged thinks it's rigged.
Not everyone.
There's people who've just said, people are going to say it's rigged, and it's just going to keep getting it trending, you know? That's inevitable with Twitter and algorithms or whatever. Anything else trending? Has any names in particular? I think Jeff Kennett was trending a few minutes ago.
I'll just take a look. Vic votes are certainly trending. Libs, Anthony Green's trending. DanSlide2, hashtag DanSlide2 is 11 trending.
Cool.
And Murdoch, Peter Credlin is trending too. So it's full of Vic vote stuff.
Hayne, sorry, Stuart, I was just going to say Hayne. Thoughts on what, I'm just watching the Twitter feed. Thoughts on RV Yamini, Victoria has fallen. That's what he said.
If it's fallen, at least he wouldn't have to fall very far because he's so short.
Stop it, Hayne, please. Oh my God. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're if the freedom vote has come out, because it's been so split.
There was a freedom vote?
No, but it's been so split. Oh, Albert Park. What? Sorry, Labor just said ALP ahead, and then they showed figures showing the Greens ahead. Stuart, if you can, I'm looking up.
I'm seeing the same thing as you are.
So the number saying Greens is Labor saying ABC saying Labor.
Everyone's saying Labor. Sky's saying Labor. The Age is saying Labor.
What?
Everyone is saying Labor. So they're all saying Labor, but the figures say Green.
All right. Well, then I'm betting Greens. All right. I'm sorry, but like
I see it as well.
I don't. Why would what possible reason could the?
There's 1,000 votes in it, and a quarter of the votes have been counted.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of votes still to be counted everywhere, but yeah, we called this damn thing by 8:30. So something. I don't know. I truly don't know here. It's tough, but I'm just gonna grab my my commemorative Ian Cook stress ball.
Leo, at 8:23 p.m. your time, your biggest fan, True McSween, who's now trending on Twitter, mind you, said the Victorians have spoken. They get what they deserve.
Look, I mean, in fairness, and I'm not going to comment on her views, not my problem, but she's not saying it's rigged, so, you can say Victorians made a terrible choice, but, you're not claiming it's rigged for no reason.
It's quite interesting because with Matthew Guy not conceding yet or even calling Dan Andrews, what kind of move, what do you guys make of that? Do you,
I mean, I'm not surprised.
He's obviously defeated, right?
I don't know whether he's trying to make it so he speaks later than he did last time or something like that, but it's weird.
Well, it's rumoured that he's waiting for pre-poll results to be counted.
I mean...
So we're saying, 4 days, 5 days a week?
Exactly.
Maybe he's waiting for Narracon with their supplementary election. We've all forgotten about Narracon. I think that's going to decide it. Goodbye, Labor majority. Narracon's coming.
Kennedy's running there, so they'll be okay.
Kennedy and Clifford Hayes. Oh, gosh. But look, we emphasise that's all rumours, okay? But all we know is the reports, Seven saying it too. There's not been a concession phone call yet. At least it's been leaked.
Sky News has also labelled tonight's Liberal HQ madness, really, a disaster in Doncaster. So that might be something you might see on the front pages tomorrow morning.
Okay. Okay, Hayne, Stewart, what is more likely tonight at this stands? You've got to pick one. What is more likely? A Ian Cook win in Mulgrave or a Liberal majority government?
Well, the Liberals could still win. They do require that Scott Morrison, with the military, and Peter Dutton and Ben Roberts-Smith do a military coup. And
no,
Victoria
I gave you like 3 conditions, and one was don't talk about Ben Roberts-Smith. Ben Roberts-Smith, of course, is a person. Stuart. Smith is a Queenslander. Say something, please.
I want to say Ian Cook.
Ian Cook. Okay, Ian Cook. I would say Ian Cook.
Because the vote count is only 8.7% of the vote counted, so that's more likely than a Liberal win.
Yeah.
Although, actually, hang on. The difference between Ian Cook and the Liberals is 60 votes.
Okay, yeah, let's play this game. Here's the here's what I think we should bet on instead, unofficially. Who's going to get more votes? Or no, who's going to be the 2 preferred candidate, Liberals or Cook in Mulgrave? Not win, but who's going to be it? Cool. So I think Liberals, even though Cook's first preferences. It's weird. Samantha Ratnam saying to the ABC, the result is a testament to our incredible campaign teams and stellar candidates. They've done really well. They should be, really happy right now, and I imagine they are, the Greens. This is, apart. I mean, I'm sure they would have wanted a few less Labor seats, but the reality is, if they can't get in the upper house majorly because of, those tickets, they will have a very strong crossbench voice in the lower house, and be key in a number of seats like that. We're talking about, certain parts of Melbourne. It's just going to be proper light green patches. And Bush, you'll get all the dark green. Here, it's going to be light green. It's going to be teal. It's going to be Labor. Where are the Liberals here?
And then even then, the Greens are going to get seats on committees as well in Parliament. If they get like 6 or 7 MPs, that's going to give them a bunch of committee seats as well, which also gives them some influence beyond just their votes in Parliament, which will be useless because Labor have a majority.
I just remembered, by the way, something I brought up. Maybe it was an hour ago, but maybe it was 20 minutes ago. I don't remember. But Ian Cook's team is having a party tonight. I
think that he should be pretty proud. I think that he should be pretty proud of his outcome to go up against a premier in Dan Andrews. I mean, that high-profile person. I think for an independent, I think he's sort of got his name out there, and we'll see if he runs at the next election.
He's not. It's just look. Could have been a lot worse. Ripen other is up 2.2%. Labor's down 3%. Looks like ALP went anyway. Shooters Fishers is ahead of Greens in terms of like third on the primary vote level. So look, so many people voted early. Austin, I'm interested in your thoughts. Wakey, Austin. There we go. Austin, I'm interested in your thoughts again because we said those rumours. You know, Dan Andrews, Matthew Guy was not calling. Oh, that's interesting. I'm sorry. ABC just listed under new members in Parliament. They just listed Jess Wilson, Liberal for Q.
Well, that would make sense because she's been ahead in Q for a while now.
Yeah. Okay. Regardless,
it's up to a 2% margin. They're 65% counted. It's been holding steadily around this 25% of the count now.
Okay, no, it's got to be wrong, surely. Because Hutch Hussain is listed in Polwarth. I swear Labor's retained that seat. The Liberals have retained it. Have they? Have I missed something? Stuart Hill.
Polwarth currently, Labor's ahead in Polwarth.
What?
However,
Liberals, they called it for the Liberals an hour ago. What?
Polwarth has been ahead for a while now.
God's sake. Oh my. This is worse. This is worse than 2018.
The reason why is because every candidate running in Polwarth, if there's no Freedom Party running, it's Liberals, Labor, Greens, Independent, Family First, Animal Justice, Darren Hinge. So basically, there's no one's going to be preferencing Liberals over Labor. All those other parties will probably want to.
That's really a surprise because I thought Sophie Tawney, Independent, was actually the biggest chance for a Teal to get.
What did you say?
Who sneezed?
Someone sneezed.
Someone who's.
It wasn't me this time, I promise.
Was it Austin?
I don't think it was me. Austin.
Oh.
Okay.
So you were saying?
Yeah. Polwarth. What? How did Polwarth? What? Not Richard Royden. Oh boy. Yeah. ABC. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. They're looking at Q again. Yeah. Oh. Yep. Wow. I genuinely thought that was, as I said, that was the seat the Teals had the best chance in. Well, I didn't think so because of the whole three-way race thing.
She's an actual Teal, isn't she?
What was that?
Is she an actual Teal? Is she an actual Teal?
Tawney.
Is she a Teal or is she just an independent?
She's Teal. She's the 4 Climate 200 back candidates: Sophie Tawney, Q, Melissa Lowe Hawthorne, Kate Lardner Mornington, and Naomi Coltman in Caulfield. Naomi Coltman, by the way, I saw her out at pre-polling today with one other volunteer. I think she'd do the worst of the Teals, and she seems to have done that. Even though it was a seat that Labor's picking up now. And I thought that. Sorry, I saw her, and a few people came up to us when we were media because we've got the 6 News jackets on. And she seemed to say something about 6 News and just walked off. So I'm not sure what that was all about. But I did go hard on her during one interview. But look, she's nice enough. But I don't think she had a chance. I think Labor had a far better chance at Caulfield, and it seems like they're going to win it too.
Oh, she's 4th on first preferences. Liberals are currently ahead by 180 votes or so.
I would not want to be. Okay, sorry. This is ridiculous. I need to put some of this out there because I tweet about it. But someone needs to realize here. My old Instagram account got hacked. Okay, and it's just constantly posted. bloody private text went up. It's constantly posting World Cup stuff. I don't post that on Instagram, okay? If anyone wants to report...
You should.
Okay, no. If anyone wants to go report at Leo_Puglisi 60_2, it doesn't... it's an old photo of me, okay? Not... There's this 02 at the end. Someone do something about that. But yeah, Michael O'Brien's retained his seat in a shocking announcement for everyone. Greens have retained Melbourne. So I don't think they've managed to put in much of a fight there. Labor, a successful one. I mean, Rebecca Thistleton, did campaign hard, but it just doesn't seem like the results were there. Mildura again being picked up by the Nationals, defeating independent Ali Cupper, which I thought was a bit of a surprise, but again, kind of a testament to the fact the Nationals are doing pretty well this election. Geez, do I have any more merch I can just show out? I'm really trying to. There's some more Ian Cook stuff. I think.
What about some Six News merch, Leah?
Oh yeah, where's my jacket?
Well,
I had it on all day. I had it on all day. Anyone want a Six News jacket, a pen, something like that? Give us.
Why not?
Give us a shout. I really need to, get rid of it. So, again, Matthew Guy has not conceded publicly. We are still waiting for that to happen. Look, I just don't know why he hasn't gone out yet. It's approaching 10:30. The election was called 2 hours ago. Why hasn't he conceded yet? I don't get that. Roman,
it seems quite crazy that you would wait 2 hours to do this. It just doesn't seem right to make everyone wait for 2+ hours now. It just doesn't seem right. I mean, it's just it feels like it's quite unheard of. I mean, Scott Morrison resigned in half an hour during the federal election,
and then Albo made us wait till like 11:30 at night.
That was fun.
Oh no, absolutely. And even if you did it with a minority, and a minority government with the Greens and Teals would favour Labor. Again, actually, might I add, no seats have been called for a non-Greens crossbencher. There's likely, but there's been no calls yet.
I think it's too close to call.
Pardon?
Caulfield is now too close to call. It was
I still reckon Labor's going to win. Still very confident of that prediction. The candidates I hope win are the ones like actually Melissa Lowe and Sophie Tawney, because, hear me out, Six News has got lots of stock footage of them and we can use it for 4 years. And I hate using network footage. And so it really helps us. It helps my production. So, come on, win, please. Just for the sake of Six News' production staff. And I'm sure our production team would be appreciated because it would mean, less ripping off from the others.
I think, sorry, Leah, I was just
go ahead.
Say, I think it's what you mentioned earlier. I think it's because the election was pretty much done and dusted within a couple of hours, 3 or so hours. I think Matthew Guy, he just said maybe, or it's rumoured that he's waiting for pre-polls when Austin just said that, he cannot win. So I think he's just trying to wait it out a little bit later because it was so early that this election was called. So I think the theory is that he's just trying to wait it out just to let the night go as long as possible in a really bad night for the Liberal Party.
No, it's a terrible night. But again, Nationals would be a happy place. Who knows? Nationals, if it was even worse for the Liberals, the Nationals would be the official opposition, like in Western Australia. Wishful thinking for some. Stuart, you got some breaking news out of Q.
Yeah, Q's been uncalled. The Age is calling Q for Liberals. No other outlet is calling Q right now, but Q had previously been called for the Teals. Is someone got called? Some outlets are calling Mornington. Not all outlets are calling Mornington, though. which is weird because it's a significant lead. It's a 8% difference.
Hayne, I think this is a bit like Al Gore, Florida. We're getting uncalls now. Isn't this? This is our Al Gore, Florida moment. And you're right. Okay, shut up about that. It was a reasonable call based on the numbers we had available at the time. You went along with the call. I will replay the footage on my phone because you went along with that call. Okay, we all did. Everyone did. Roman did. Austin did. I'm throwing you all under the bus now. I'm not the cool guy. I am not the Anthony Green. Austin was the one standing up at the screen. Okay, don't blame me.
I don't think it's my fault.
Okay, it's someone's fault. It's not mine. Okay, who tweeted it? People getting too excited. I think certain Labor people tweeted about it too. Primary vote Labor's down 6.5% statewide, but again that's to 36.4. Coalition's down 0.2 to 35.0. That's still, of course, nowhere near where they needed to be, and that's very right now in the numbers we're seeing right now. I'm going to keep going through core flutes right now, okay? I really am desperate here because we need to stay on it because we want to see what Matthew Guy's going to say. I'm sure we're all kind of interested in that. But look, it's been a fascinating campaign. Hayne, again, you've been on the ground right now. What's your kind of, if you've had any fun moments covering this, even online when you've seen it, or on the ground in terms of the volunteers and all that. And also, by the way, Stuart, I will get to you in a second because we've got breaking news there. But Hayne, your thoughts?
Is this just for the election as a whole?
Just general election, not just in like Hawthorne or whatever.
One thing I have enjoyed seeing has been a very strong door-knocking effort from both the Greens and the Vic Socialists, which is the most effective method for those two parties to gain votes.
That, by the way, really evident in Greens Queensland federally as well. Their door-knocking campaign was incredible.
And they have matched, if not beaten, those numbers in Victoria very recently and have been rewarded with very strong votes.
Speaking of minor parties, you remember how like a minute ago we said the DLP was doing badly? Well, Stuart has some breaking news out of the lower house. What is going on? What's the DLP done now?
They're not going to win St Albans. There's no chance. It's pretty safely a Labor seat. I think everyone's called it. But previously, it was Labor, Liberal, Greens, Vic Socialists, then DLP. DLP has now overtaken Vic Socialists and the Greens.
So they're third. Am I correct in thinking it's Mark Hobart as the candidate for the DLP?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, dumped by Freedom in the upper house. The controversial doctor, with the vaccines and all that, who had actually been controversial in the years prior. That's not bad. I wonder what that votes for. I mean, I've been out in St Albans, but I'd be happy with that. That's really good lower house numbers for the DLP. That's
10 votes different.
Good.
It reminds me of that really high Lib Dems vote that they got in Northern Territory in federal election. They got double digits in one of the two Northern Territories. I'm not sure if it was Darwin or the other one, but they got double digits from Northern Territory. So the rest of it is like 5% at best. DLP 6.7. It's 10 votes difference between them and the Greens. Greens 644. DLP 754. It's a quarter of the votes being counted, but still the fact that they're able to compete with the Greens and the Socialists at this point in time is a win for them.
I'll be interested in seeing. There's going to be these seats where the Greens will not be the biggest third candidate, and it won't be an independent either. This is one. It's possible. Either way, still that's a really high DLP vote. I'd be happy with that. Where else? I mean, Socialists not doing too bad in a few of those Greens pickups. Footscray, Richmond also been pretty good as well. Where else?
What was that? Family First is consistently 4th or 5th. They're currently 3rd in Murray Plains. And then
Sorry, where in Murray Plains did you say? 3rd?
3rd.
Oh, it's not bad.
And then Freedom Party is 4th.
Greens 5th, I presume?
Yeah, Greens 5th, then Independent, then the Animal Justice Party. So Family First coming in with 5.8% of the vote at 78% counted.
Hey, that could be a lot worse.
One Nation coming in at 5th in Morwell, beating the Greens there, and Shooters, Fishers and Farmers, so they're beating the Greens and the FFP and the Independent. Although they're being beaten by another Independent still, and also, of course, Labour, Nationals, Liberals. But there are some seats out there where they are getting good polling figures. Good Socialists are 4th in Melbourne. And they're also 4th in Greenvale. So they are pretty good seats for them.
Yeah, no, I mean that you'd be happy. Look, honestly, any lower house candidate, non-independent or Green, that is up to 3rd in the primary vote, even just 3rd, you shouldn't be. That's not bad. Shooters Fishers do it a lot in New South Wales. In fact, Shooters Fishers elected 3, I believe, in 2019 in New South Wales, and then 2 in the upper house. Although one of them is now gone in the lower house to be an independent. But by the way, Shooters Fishers also could pick up 2 seats, including Ben Collier, who I actually spoke to before this campaign happened. So best of luck to him, and we'd love an interview if you come in. Hayne, what's happened in the soccer?
We nearly scored a second, but we didn't.
What's the minute? What minute are we in?
70 minutes gone.
Okay, but it's 1-0, so I don't see what the big worry is.
We could have iced the game, Leonardo.
Yeah. Could have iced it. We could have iced it. If only he got 6 points and the goals came a lot sooner. Like a proper sport.
Oh.
How many leagues has Aussie Rules played in around the world at the professional level?
Okay, look, we got too many Queenslanders on to talk about Aussie Rules.
Actually, I love the sport too, but if you're comparing it to the world game,
Stuart, maybe not. Roman, hang on, let me just Roman, Brisbane, Austin, Carlton, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you both teams suck, but then again.
Sorry, hold on. Your club is who exactly?
Okay, I've been alive for 4 premierships. All right, I've been to 2.
And you're about to see your first wooden spoon.
No, I will not say.
I love your energy, name.
No. No wooden spoon for the Hawks. Never again. Never.
When was the last time they won?
Never. Wait, the footy. Who brought up the footy?
You've seen 4 premierships wins, Leo. I've seen 4 Carlton wins in premiership seasons.
Mm-hmm.
But we're getting better next year.
At least the girls are going to win tomorrow.
Oh, right. I thought the game was on tonight.
No, tomorrow at midday.
Oh, God.
That's that day. Who are they versing? The Crows. Yeah, we should win.
Yeah. Okay, enough about women's now. We may as well make a footy talk graphic too. No, I'm kidding. Please don't do that.
I'm on that.
I think it was interesting because the Liberal Democrats had an interesting campaign here, Hayne. And I know you tried speaking with Limbrick, but you've also actually followed what he's saying here. He certainly gained a lot of anger, I noticed, when people realised, and it was known for a while, but people realised he was a Glenn Drury person. Drury used to be on his personal team. Drury, has worked with the Lib Dems at this election. That seemed to get a lot of people anger. And I think that might have split the vote even more in terms of the Freedom parties. I think that might have cost him his seat. And maybe some extent Tim Cooley as well.
Yeah, I think the main problem for him would be the fact that because there was increased parties, he just has his vote automatically split and he might not get it back on his preferences until far later than he needs them. Realistically, if you put yourself in the mind of that type of voter, I would think that the Lib Dems did the best and were most effective in conveying that point of view from within Parliament. So I don't personally understand why that voter wouldn't then vote for them. But that seems to be the case. Possibly their anger was better orated by people in Angry Victorians or another party of that nature that perhaps Mr. Limbrick did not get, but I thought policy for policy, he goes with that group with more name recognition. Honestly, it doesn't make sense to me, but there you go.
Victorian Premier Dan Andrews has just been congratulated by WA Premier Mark McGowan. McGowan says, quote, "Congratulations to Andrews and the Victorian Labor team on winning a third term. It's an incredible achievement. Victorians have once again put their faith in strong leadership." Look, Limbrick, yeah, it's interesting. And I think, yeah, that split vote, I mean, just imagine if they had all united, but they have not. And that's why the only Freedom candidate I think is going to win. Shooters Fishers aren't explicit. Some call them, but they're not an explicit Freedom Party. The only one who win, possibly, One Nation in Northern Vic. But that's a lot lower than you'd imagine. That's a lot lower than I would have expected. Yeah. Austin, something I've noticed. Enough about the footy talk for a sec. Also, terrible image you chose. I will fight you. But the count in Mulgrave, I think I've realised why people are saying it's too early. It's pretty much stopped. Do you reckon, given the amount of candidates, 14, and given how many, just independents, scrutiny is being really, really careful here?
I think so. And I've been checking this Mulgrave thing. It's still at 8.7% counted, and it's been like that since I last spoke to you, which was a good 45 minutes ago or something. So it's slowed down heaps, but obviously still Dan Andrews to win. But yeah, the scrutiny, yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to keep following that one because it'll be interesting. Stuart, would you say the same thing? Scrutiny is just want to be really careful given the attention on this seat.
Agree. Considering a lot of these people have been out, working at polling booths all day, and it's now 10:30 at night. I reckon they're probably losing staff as well, and people they want to make sure.
Yeah, but in fairness, it's been like this for an hour. Other seats have been moving really forward with this.
Yeah, that is true. But I think looking at all the votes, and although Mulgrave has slowed down more than others, the votes are coming in slower for all the other seats. With the exception of Ripon, I haven't seen anything called in a while.
Yeah, the Liberal Nationals are still at 23. It's barely moved since 8:30. ALP just went down from 51 to 50 with another moved into in doubt. Greens have remained at 5, could go to up to 7.
That was Berwick.
Other is at 0. Greens in Footscray. It's interesting because they didn't put in as much of a fight as I thought they would. I think if they don't win this, I reckon they would have, because they announced a candidate. Well, actually no, sorry, I was going to say it was more Albert Park, but they have certainly not neglected it, but they've definitely not put their attention there as much as they have in Richmond. Also, Melton, there is a swing towards Labor, which is really surprising here. Ian Burchill's up on the 2 candidate preferred, the independent, but there is a swing towards them, which certainly surprises me here, because I thought that was one of the seats that would have been a gain for an independent, a non-teal. But there you go.
Did you say that the independent? Who did you say was up? You said the independent was up?
Yeah, Ian Burchill.
I thought he was losing to the McGee.
Well, no, he's up in terms of he's one of the 2 candidates. He's not. He's not up. Also, by the way, fun fact: the DLP candidate's surname is spelled ALP. Ashley Alp. There's a very minor fun fact for you. But yeah. Hey, look, I want to remind everyone why we're actually still on air right now, because we would have, gone off air a while ago, but we are still waiting to hear something from anyone. Anyone. All right? No one is on. We're genuinely just waiting for Matthew Guy or Dan Andrews here. Stuart, you hoping they come out soon? I mean, I know you're an hour behind, but this is tedious. And I love covering elections, and I'm finding this really tedious. Stuart, he's gone, isn't he?
Well, it's not that fun being an hour behind. It's what?
Yeah, Roman, you take over as the Queensland guy here. Shoot.
Yeah, it's 20 to 10 or something or other, and you've probably seen me yawning one too many times in the background. It's it just seems odd that Matthew Guy hasn't had a call with Dan Andrews to concede. It just doesn't seem right in a politics way. I don't think it's the right thing to do to wait out this long to have the Labor faithful.
Think of the voters. Think of the poor people. Think of us poor media people.
It's horrible.
Hayne gets the soccer, but the rest of us, stuck running.
I'm watching the soccer as well. It's on my second screen. It's.
Hey, seriously though, thank you to all our viewers who are continuing to watch this. Keep giving us your thoughts right now in the chat. Genuinely appreciate it. And some of you, I've seen you in the live chat all night. Some who have come in at different points. Regardless, thank you so much for coming on, because you are what makes this stuff possible. Stuart was asking you a question. Yes, I was. Stuart, I asked this to Roman when you didn't answer, but I'll ask it to you again. I know it's a bit tedious for all of us. You're an hour behind, but still. Do you think Matthew Guy kind of owes it to Victorians to just come out and concede? Because as soon as he concedes, Andrews will come out and declare victory. It's going to happen.
Well, I want to say first that my internet is apparently shitting itself today. I've dropped out several times during this call. It's really frustrating. It's just dropped out of me several times. But yes, I would say that you're absolutely correct with Matthew Guy giving a concession speech or not giving a concession speech in this case. Like, we would have expected it to happen already by now. So I think you're correct.
We are hearing breaking news now, just as we're discussing this. Sky News is reporting Matthew Guy is on his way to the Liberal headquarters. So
tomorrow or today?
It's going to have the traffic. It could be bloody next year at this rate. Maybe he's waiting for Narracon. But yeah, I think we should see him before 11. Hopefully. I don't know. But yeah, it's who's gonna bet on the lines he's gonna use? Hayne, Stuart. I'm gonna bet it's gonna be something like, we've put in a tough fight. I want to thank my candidates. I want to thank the people, and it looks like Sam Groth is doing a great job over in the P, and give it a round of applause. Thanks to my campaign staff too, really doing well, and to all those new Liberal MPs. I look forward to seeing you in the next Parliament or something like that. You reckon?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yep.
Yeah. Hayne, I think.
No, and the other guy has replaced the Independent as well. I think we can't forget about him. The guy's replacing the Independent.
Which guy?
I don't know his name. But one of the Independents being replaced by
which seat? Which seat?
Is it Mildura? No, it's not Mildura. It's
Morwell.
Shepparton, maybe.
Is it Morwell? I think it's Morwell.
It could be Morwell, or it could be National.
Matthew Guy's coming out now. So we'll cut to that feed in just a second. Hayne, I think the big question everyone wants to ask you, and it's something, I think we kind of need to establish here. But I want to know your thoughts, Hayne. Is this a little dark age for the Victorian Liberals?
Indeed it is, Leo. Indeed it is.
Oh, here comes Guy now. If we can cross to that feed, we will do that.
But a very difficult night for
David,
two-time election loser.
Matthew Guy has called the Premiers.
He has?
Yep, and conceded.
We are about to hear from the opposition leader.
Right, here we go. We got Matthew Guy on. In a second, he's coming out now. He's at the Liberal Party headquarters, and well, it's inevitable. He's conceding. So we're going to bring that feed up for you now. There we go. That is Liberal leader Matthew Guy, who was en route to Liberal HQ. He is now there at Liberal HQ. Let's listen in.
Smile on his face. To be introduced, will we hear Matthew Guy stand down as leader, or will he defer that decision for another day?
Thanks, guys. It's my very great pleasure to welcome Matthew and Renee here. You could not have found someone to work harder for this election, someone to put his heart and soul into it, and I thank you, Renee, and the boys for what you've put up with over the journey. Matthew's done a fantastic job leading us, please. It hasn't been the result we all had hoped for, but please welcome Matthew to the podium.
Well, thanks, Walshy. Well, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, a short time ago I did ring Premier Daniel Andrews and offered the Liberal and National parties congratulations to him on his and the Labor Party's re-election to government tonight. On behalf of all Victorians, I think it's important now that post this election that we come together as Victorians knowing that the best of our state should be ahead of us, not behind us. It is, as Peter said, a disappointing night for all of us. But what we can see is that with a swing of around 4% to us and many pre-poll votes to come, we will finish, despite what many commentators say, we will finish with more seats in the Parliament in both the lower house and the upper house. There have been some truly tremendous swings to our side of politics in Melbourne's north and west. Swings above 15, approaching 20% in Melbourne's northern and western suburbs. And that alone, I just say, is a message that in this term of government, I hope that the Labor Party, who will form the government, will heed that message and will have a change in style, a change in attitude, a more approach focused more on uniting Victorians, not just dividing them, as has been the case. I hope and trust that the next term of office for the government will be a different one, because Victorians need to hear that. Folks, we do not shy away from the important messages we've raised in this last term around health and the state of our health system, and I want to particularly acknowledge here tonight the immense work of our Shadow Health Minister, Georgie Crozier. One of the reasons that we have obtained a swing which is more than halfway to government on paper is because of the work Georgie has done. And Georgie, can I put on behalf of the entire Liberal and National parties our appreciation for the work you have done over the last 4 years. Can I also just say, ladies and gentlemen, we respect the right of every Victorian to choose their government. We respect the right of Victorians to vote how they vote and respect the outcome of this election. We say to each and every Victorian, the choice you make is yours, and we respect that. We intend to, as you'd expect, hold the government in the next term to account for what they've committed and for the important issues that are raised on behalf of Victorians to them in the Parliament. But I just say this, I'm immensely proud of all of the Liberal and National Party candidates around the state. They've put in a tremendous effort. And where we've been around the state, whether it's in Shepparton, new seat for the Nats, Mildura, new seat for the Nats, there are a few there for the Nats, Morwell as well. But also places like Nepean with Sam Groth and right around the state where we've been. We can feel with Victorians those issues that they want us to raise. And I just want to say again, on behalf of the Liberal and National parties, thank you to all our candidates, to their volunteers, to their families for the work they've put in over the last, not just month, but the work they've put in before that as well. I know secretariats always get a bad rap in politics, but I want to put on record my deep appreciation to Sam and Brad and the team in our secretariat, and to Matt as well for the Nats. They've worked incredibly efficiently, particularly over the last month, and they deserve to have all thanks put on to them on record. So thank you guys, and thank you to our entire secretariat team and the work they have done. And finally, folks, can I just say to my beautiful wife and my boys at home, Joey, Sam and Alex, who've never lived with me outside of politics, but they're home tonight. I hope they're not still up, or my eldest will be. To my in-laws, Steve and Lorraine, for their great support. My parents, Vera and Chris. I better say to my mum, I love you very, very much. To all of you as well as a Liberal family, and to all of the great support you've been during this campaign. Folks, every election concludes itself, but there's another one to fight for as well. We've got a lot of work to do. We know that. But we also know that our time in the sun will come again. Thank you very much.
Matthew Guy there, Liberal leader making his concession speech there. Our time will come, but not tonight. That's the message we're hearing from Matthew Guy there. It was interesting because, Stuart, I presume you were listening to that. I'm hoping you are for this question. Get a nod, makes me confident. Almost all the seats he named as Liberal gains, as the coalition gains, were Nats gains. The Nats have done very well this election in terms of where they were. The Liberals have lost seats. They have lost a bunch of seats. They may actually, they've gained one seat. They could lose like 3. So, Haynes just watching the soccer there. But, Stuart, I'm going to ask it again a third time. After all that, Liberals and Nationals, LNP-style Queensland merger. It's got to at least be attempted, surely. After all this, you're seeing clearly one party does not have as big as a problem as the other one. One has not gone backwards. One has done really well. You're on mute. Still on mute. There we go.
As I was trying to say, with regards to the seats, Liberals, as it stands right now, have gained 0 seats.
What about Nepean?
Yeah, well, they gained Nepean and they gained Shepparton, but they lost Ripon and they lost.
Hang on, no, wait, it wasn't. Hang on, no, Shepparton was Nats, wasn't it?
Shepparton was Liberals.
Really?
I think. Hang on, let me check. I can check again for you. Was Liberal. Because Nationals' preference, for some reason, on first preferences, Nats are ahead, but two party preferred Liberals are ahead. I don't know how that works, but apparently how it works.
Yeah, the whole coalition government.
Either way, it's
Victoria.
It's a net gain of 0, and I think the fact that to say we are now halfway to forming government. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, that's. You know how bad halfway is? Dude, what is he on about? That's not good. Halfway to government is not good.
If that's the LNP currently is 18, or 20 or 22, depending on which you're listening to. But either way, that's like barely there. If that, some of those figures are actually less than halfway.
Yeah, no, yeah, 22 times 2 is 44. Majority is 45. If we want to be really technical about it. Did he resign? I didn't hear him resign. Did you?
No, definitely didn't do what. Definitely didn't. Poor Scott Morrison resigned immediately, as Hayne pointed out earlier. It seems like he still wants to keep going.
Well, let's be honest here. Who is going to lead the party? Because you mentioned Georgie Crozier there. I don't know her popularity levels, but obviously, you know, some have said that the coalition has a woman problem. Whether that's true or not, you know, not my view here. But she's in the upper house, so no. David Davis, upper house, no. Brad Batten, Ryan Smith, The only Liberal I can think of right now who's on the ballot paper right now who would realistically be a leader that could win an election for them is John Pizzuto. And he may not even win. What do you do?
I mean, their opposition is technically, institutionally, they can get away with putting another leader in the upper house. It would probably break convention.
Oh, yeah. Hey, why not try? Who's the Nats leader? Who's the Nats leader? LNP style merger. Put the Nats leader as the leader. By the way, front page of the Herald Sun right now, Dan Slam. And they're using an old photo of him, by the way, because, you know,
Dan Slam can work either way.
You think?
And Australia have won.
Fantastic. Thank you, Roman.
Did the Liberals slam Dan Andrews, or did Dan Andrews slam them or slam dunk them? So it can be used either way. So
if it said slammed, maybe it would have been different. But it's interesting. They're using an old photo of Dan because they don't have any from his speech tonight because he hasn't had his speech tonight. We're expecting it shortly, I think, and we will bring that to you live. Yeah, ABC reporting is expected to speak shortly. Yeah.
Tinfoil hat. They only wrote one. They only did one headline. That was both of them.
Hayne, I take it you've won.
Yeah, I'm on a delay. I couldn't hear anything anyone said, so that couldn't get spoiled for me again. Let's go.
Okay, general vibe is Matthew Guy didn't resign. Should he?
Does Sam Groth want the job?
Yeah, again, if Pizzuto was at one, you know, Pizzuto would.
Even Bill Shorten eventually resigned. So, yeah, is Matthew Guy really going to say he's worse than Bill Shorten when it comes to this?
Yeah, but Bill Shorten, like, he didn't...
Was almost there. But that's my point, that Bill Shorten was close.
Not just that, but Bill Shorten didn't, after 2016, resign as leader, then come back after a spill.
Yep.
No? They didn't return to him out of desperation, and then he just lost again almost equally as badly. You know?
Yeah.
So I don't know what to tell you. It's kind of hard to follow. By the way, again, following the Vic Socialists, they seem to be doing actually really well this election. Actually, by the way, for those who don't know, this is only the second election they've contested in Victoria. So they're a reasonably new party, not been doing badly. What was that, Stuart?
They came third in one seat. I believe it was Sydenham. I'll try and find it. They did come third in one seat. I'll try and find those figures.
No, we're ahead in Footscray by a long while over the Liberals in third, but that's dropped off now. But still actually not doing too badly.
Thomastown, they're third.
Thomastown, they're third, really? Hang on, I'll check that. I mean, I'm not saying I don't believe you, but, you know.
7.6% is their score on first preferences.
That's not bad.
And then family first in Greens. So the fact that they got third and beat the Greens.
How is Greens fifth? How are the Greens fifth? What?
And then AJP's sixth and final. But the fact that VSP But this election has shown that Family First, the DLP, and Victorian Socialists still are viable parties. How do you think it pick up seats in the upper house?
Yeah, well, Vic Socialist upper house is shaky right now. Also, I'm being told, and Hayne, you might be interested in this, Bernie Finn has apparently called into 3AW, saying preference flows could give him the win. In addition, Adam Somyurek could get the win as well. Are you buying any of that? Because I'm not.
That would be a turn of events. Speaking of turn of events, I'm looking at Albert Park, where it is now a Labor-Liberal two-party preferred.
Because Greens were up, weren't they?
The Greens were ahead at one stage. Now it is Labor ahead of the Liberal Lauren Sherson, who I actually spoke to a few weeks ago. She's lost a 3% swing, so a Liberal with 28% of the primary vote usually doesn't go so well. But I want to know how it's come to the Liberal in second. She's beaten the Greens candidate by 7%. There's an independent who got 7%. There's Animal Justice. There's Freedom Party. There's Lib Dem. There's Family First. That's probably where that's coming from. But yeah, if it ends up being, interestingly enough, if it's a Labor-Liberal contest, Labor hold the seat. But if the Greens sneak into second, they will beat Labor for the seat.
That should be interesting to follow.
The VEC is still saying two-party preferred Greens and Labor. So I don't know whose figures you're using. The VEC is still saying Greens and Labor.
I'm using the ABC here.
Yeah, the ABC is saying Liberal. I don't know if it's from 9 or 7. The Age is saying Green and Labor. So the Age is using the VEC's figures here, and they're both saying, although the scores are slightly different, but the VEC is saying 46.29 for Labor, and 53.71 for the Greens. So the VEC is basically on the VEC figures, it's going to be called for the Greens. However, having said that, the Age is still going to call it for Labor, even though there's that massive margin between the two. And might I point out, this is the first time the Greens have contested Albert Park and those things as well. I can check that, but the Age's figures are saying it's the first time, although I want to double check that actually now that I think about it. But either way, it's definitely an interesting seat.
I just wanted to say, before Matthew Guy came to power, the coalition had 38 seats on their hand. They could very well have like 23 seats after today's results. So after 2 terms, from 38 down to 23 is quite a shocking thing, really. I believe we're going into Dan Andrews now.
Yeah, hey guys, we're going to just interrupt here because Dan Andrews is coming out now. You're watching that live feed. We're expecting him to speak in a few seconds, announcing, he's won. I mean, what else is he going to say here? He's with his family there. No one's shocked there. Taking his time getting up as you would. I mean, he'd be really happy. That's his wife there, Catherine Andrews, his kids there. Some passionate Labor supporters in the background there after a long night, and you've got, of course, all the media following him. I wonder if the Herald Sun front page will be replaced, given he's just come out there. We'll place our bets on that. How would you be feeling, Stuart, if you were Dan Andrews right now? Happy? We're talking... I didn't expect this kind of level of happy, or do you think he was always confident?
Yeah, I think that definitely Dan Andrews knew he was going to win, or at least hoped he would. I think they both hoped they would, but I think Dan Andrews had more confidence from the polling, and also the other elections. So that's the other COVID elections also on his side, and I think this just affirms that we were wrong, but Dan Andrews knew all along.
Hey, well, I always said Labor minority, but Labor majority is a better chance than than coalition minority, and coalition majority is definitely out of the question as it is. I think we're almost ready to just listen in now, but certainly this is a repeat, and not just of 2014, but 2018. Of course, we had Dan. So this is Dan's slide 2.0. Stuart, would you agree? I mean, it's incredible results for him. Really good results for them.
Agreed.
All right.
It is.
Yeah, I think we're going to start to listen in now to Dan Andrews, who is speaking in Melbourne. I believe his wife, Catherine Andrews, is speaking first, though. So let's listen into that. No, not yet. Okay, we're just going to hold off. We're going to wait just a second.
Believers.
No, let's listen.
What an incredible moment. What a historic moment. I'm so proud of the hardest working person I have ever known, and I'm even prouder to introduce him. Please welcome my husband, the leader of the Labor Party, the member for Mulgrave, and the Premier of Victoria.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Reforming giant and Labor icon Paul Keating once said to me, "Son, leadership isn't about doing what's popular. Leadership is about doing what's right." Essentially, he was telling me that leadership is about doing what matters. And that's exactly what the people of this great state have endorsed today in resoundingly re-electing our strong, stable, majority Labor government. Friends, these last few years have been incredibly challenging. We've had to make some very difficult decisions, some very tough decisions, and Victorian families and businesses right across our state have had a very difficult time. This was a 1 in 100 year event. And because of the tough decisions that we made, and as important, in some respects even more importantly, the fact that Victorians stuck together, the fact that Victorians, through kindness and compassion, through connection and care, looked out for each other, went and got vaccinated because vaccines work. Because as a community, we were not, as some would say, divided. We were instead united in our faith in science and in our faith and care for and in each other. Yes. That too, that sense of kindness, that sense of connection, that sense that we are all in this together has been confirmed today as well. Friends, hope always defeats hate. Yes. And part of leadership, doing what's right, not being dominated and fixated into doing the popular thing. The other part of leadership is to move the state forward. And that's why it was so important that we put to the Victorian community a positive and optimistic plan for things like free kinder. Adding to the free TAFE list so that every Victorian can get the skills they need for the job they want. A positive plan that also includes more nurses. We'll give our nurses a big round of applause. And keep the applause coming, because our positive plan also includes more AMBOs as well. Our positive plan, so comprehensively endorsed by the Victorian community, also includes more schools, more hospitals,
It includes many different elements, but perhaps most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, it includes, and we will now deliver, bringing back the SEC. And you know why we're bringing back the SEC? To cut emissions, because it'll be 100% renewable energy. To cut household bills, because these big greedy companies have told us they're leaving, and goodbye to them. They'll be replaced with something better. And so our political opponents can't at some point in the future sell the new SEC like they sold the old one. We'll write it into the Constitution as well. It also creates 59,000 jobs, and at a personal level, perhaps the most important part, 6,000 of those 59,000 jobs will be apprentices. None of us get to stand here and give a speech like this. None of us get the opportunity and the obligation to do what matters on our own. So I've got a few thank yous to offer up. First of all, can I thank our amazing volunteers. True believers and a true inspiration. Can I thank each and every member of the mighty trade union movement? Can I thank two of the most incredible people that I've ever had the great pleasure of working with? People who work so hard to make possible the delivery of the agenda, those positive plans we've put forward in 14 and 18, and they'll work just as hard to get the job done with this positive plan so resoundingly endorsed today. To Lissy Ratcliffe and Jessie McCrone. For some in the media who like to write things about them, let me say it again, Lissy Ratcliffe and Jessie McCrone. To our outstanding State Secretary and Campaign Director, Chris Ford. 40, you've done a great job. 40, you've done a great job, and to all your team, thank you so very much. At a local level, I want to thank Barb Cool and all my elected office team. They have had to deal with quite a lot. And I thank them very much for their hard work. Can I, of course, thank the people of Mulgrave? I'm a little bit biased, but this is the best electorate in our state. And I'm truly humbled to have been, yet again, comprehensively endorsed by my neighbours, my constituents, to be your voice in the Victorian Parliament. Just before I get to the people who need the greatest level of thanks, they're standing with me here. I do want to thank Campaign Chairman James Molino. He was of course, before becoming the campaign chairman, an outstanding Deputy Premier and Education and Mental Health Minister, and I thank you, James, for your friendship and for your leadership and your work. I wish you, Megan, and the kids all the best for the future. Can I, of course, also thank Deputy Premier Jacinta Allen. And so as not to have forgotten anyone, can I thank all of my staff? Can I thank everyone who worked hard and believed in us and always was out there putting that positive plan to friends and neighbours and family and teammates and workmates, telling your stories about why you were voting Labor to help other people discover the reasons why they should too. It matters. Community-based campaigning matters. I'm looking at it right now. At a very personal level, I want to thank the strongest person that I know, my wife and my best friend, Catherine. And together, both of us want to thank the three most important people to us. Absolutely. The future three people we're very proud of, Noah, Grace and Joseph. Victorians today have re-elected, in comprehensive terms, a strong, stable majority Labor government. But there were some Victorians who could not see their way clear to support our plan. I want to be very clear. We will govern for all Victorians. We will deliver each and every element of our positive plan to benefit each and every Victorian. No matter how you voted, no matter what your views or opinions, that's what our job is. We take our responsibilities seriously because Labor does what matters. Thank you.
Premier Daniel Andrews there.
Daniel Andrews there with his victory speech, the third straight victory speech he's given, with, you know, an extraordinary result, it has to be said, a resounding result, a resounding victory for him. And look, you have to find it interesting because he echoed a lot of what he said back in 2018. You know, we will govern for all Victorians. He's also, you know, thanking the people of Mulgrave. He's very likely been re-elected there. Some breaking news coming in terms of that reaction. Former federal UAP MP Craig Kelly saying that Stockholm Syndrome has been renamed to Melbourne Syndrome. All we can do is weep for the state of Victoria. Former UAP MP. Let's not go there. Did he lose live on air for us? I don't remember. Maybe it was a few days later. But yeah, Dan Andrews, you know, Hayne, you obviously saw that SEC chant. He took a dig at the Liberals. You know, what did he say? He said, these big greedy companies are leaving and goodbye to them. So, you know, lots of chants of SEC. Hope always defeats hate. What did you make of that victory speech?
Personally, I thought it was really good. It reminded me of Albo's speech on federal election night because he didn't sound like a conventional Labor politician or like he did on the campaign trail at all. It was like some weird... It's like some weird thing where Labor leaders win and they turn into some sort of ultra charismatic megastar for about 10 minutes and then they go back to normal.
Imagine what Bill Shorten's victory speech would have been like.
I mean, incredible. Think of the zingers.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I thought
Mark
it was
McGowan
really good.
did it as well.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the crowd, the, you know, big Labor backdrop. I don't know what it is, but yeah.
If I was a conspiracy theorist, I'd say they were taking something, but that wouldn't make any sense.
Don't go there. Some people genuinely believe he's on cocaine. We'll get to Austin Pollock in a second because it's looking like there are some updates out of the seat of Mulgrave, and based on what Dan Andrews had just said there, it's good for him. He's looking like he's been re-elected there. Stuart, though, I'll get to you. What did you make of his speech? You know, really just reaffirming his election campaign material, doing what matters, and all of that. Do you think he's going to get any more popular from that, or is this it's all downhill from here? I mean, I don't want to get too far out of ourselves. I don't think his third term's officially started yet, but I think it was a definitely positive speech, although he did take a few pot shots at the Libs.
It was a pretty standard speech. I mean, nothing stands out. What I did like, however, and I don't think it's on purpose, or if it's just me listening to it, he pretty much opened with talking about thinking everyone getting vaccinated and stopping COVID, which is pretty ironic considering the campaign against him was based around his response to COVID. So I think that was quite a good jab to have there, pun intended, to talk about COVID vaccines when the whole argument against it, the whole case against him was based on reaction to pandemic. I thought that was actually quite funny to see.
Yeah, Austin, I found it interesting. Yeah, he mentioned Mulgrave there. I mean, not that surprising, but definitely, saying he's been re-elected comfortably. Looking like we actually have updates out of the seat. Do they reflect what he said there? Is he getting up in those results, and what are they looking like?
Well, he's certainly going to keep the seat. That's 100%. He's going to retain the seat. But Ian Cook, the two-party preferred count. So now, last time across to you, I think 8.5% of votes have been counted. Now I've just checked, and now 46.8% of votes have been counted. And Ian Cook is slowly getting better. He's on 39.5%, with Daniel Andrews on 60.5%. Now, for independent who has come from working in a family-owned restaurant and is wanting to fight corruption firsthand, well, he's certainly done a good job of obviously campaigning down there with a 5.6% swing away from the ALP. But
you think Dan will retain it though?
He will retain it. That's 100%. But Ian Cook done extremely well.
I think, yeah, definitely. So I just want to confirm that he is up against that Liberal candidate in terms of them going against each other.
The independent or the Liberal candidate?
The independent's up against above the Liberal?
He is, yeah. The independent's still above the Liberal, yeah.
Who's last? Is it still that guy with the initials in his name? Like
Ezra J.D. Isma.
Good
He's
guy.
got 49 votes.
Where's Howard Lee?
Howard Lee, he is on 65
votes.
Votes, correct? Yeah.
Oh gosh. I don't think that's really moved, but yeah. As it stands right now, Labor looking like they've got 50 seats. Obviously, they only needed 45 for majority. The Coalition 23, the Greens 5, none others 10 in doubt. Others could go up. Independents could be significant. Greens could go up by 2. What we could see here, and Hayne, I'd love your thoughts on this. The Greens could pick up more seats than the Liberals this election. Like, that's a very realistic possibility based on the results right now.
Well, I mean, the Greens are the only one of the major 3 parties to see their primary vote go up, so that would not surprise me one bit. The Greens have done a very good job at attacking the seats that they could win, other than Footscray, where they could have done more. And it's also something to point out that the Greens, once they win a seat, they hold on to it. They don't
That's
lose
very evident just federally. Melbourne with Adam Bandt since 2010, he's kept that. I think he was the first ever lower house MP they had elected, except for one in a by-election, where I don't actually think Labor contested it. So yeah, Bandt hasn't gone away. I mean, his vote went up. I mean, he's winning on primary vote now. Melbourne state seat was re-elected comfortably, as Brunswick, it looks like, but and the other seat they hold that I forgot the name of. But yeah, Richmond, I don't think Richmond was inevitable. Get rid of Richard Wine, the incumbent. It was inevitable, and because as I said before, every year Greens have contested since 2002. They have been one of the main parties. And Richard Wine's been there for all elections, bar one additionally. He was elected in 1999, been a member for 23 years, and he's gone now. But he's the candidate. Well, it wasn't helped by the fact that Labor got last on the ballot paper, Greens first, Vic Socialist second, I don't think. Yeah, so if you're a Greens person right now, Hayne, would you say, this is, even though they obviously were pushing very hard for a minority government, would you say tonight has been an overwhelming success for your party, if you're a Greens person?
Definitely. Just by the fact that they've got more seats and increased primary vote, they could have picked up another seat. Just alone, those types of numbers, because every single time they increase their primary vote election after election, they get closer in other seats just by getting closer to the Labor vote in those electorates where they split more. And in doing so, that brings more seats into question. And the fact that they're very good at holding on to their own seats means that Labor then have the problem of needing to try and go after them more, which they don't seem very good at strategically, or it means that they have to go find other seats to go after that aren't Greens held. So it does give almost like a little lock-in amount of, especially when you consider financially how much winning seats helps. It gives the Greens a little bit more money.
Especially with the tough financial laws in the state as well regarding parties.
Especially considering that they did very well with door knocking, how many more people can they now employ to door knock? So there's some level of exponential growth they could try and create.
It's incredible. It's incredible. But yeah, look, we'll wrap up the unless I'm told different. We'll wrap this up shortly before midnight, which is incredible. But I thank Dan for coming out nice and early. Well, look, you don't get your overtime pay, boo-hoo. But yeah, I will just kind of add just get your final thoughts in a sec, Hayne. But I'll go to Roman McKinnon first. Roman, you're obviously the political editor nationally. Obviously, we know what the situation is for the coalition right now, being there only being one Liberal National Coalition and one Liberal government in Tasmania. But of course, New South Wales is going to an election in March. Given the results here after 8 years of an incumbent Liberal government and after an incumbent Labor government, and they still can't win, what do you make of the current state of the Liberal Party right now?
I think they're collapsing to absolute pieces. I think first this year, it started off in May with the federal election. They took a terrible blow there, and then again tonight against Labor in Victoria. I just think it's been a very successful month for the Labor Party. Oh, also, I kind of forgot about this. South Australia, early
of course,
in, was that March or something like that?
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, also in Daniel Andrews' victory speech, he said that we will govern for all Victorians. So really opening that door for people that may not have voted for him for some of those other parties. Also, he said that hope always defeats hate. So talking about the past challenging few years, he'll become the longest serving Labor Premier in the state's history. There's a fun fact for you. So yeah, it's quite a monumentous night for.
And he only needed a few extra days, by the way, might I add. He only needed to last a couple weeks, and he could have just quit and he'd get that record. But I believe that would get. I'm actually going to look it up right now, because I am very confident in that. I think he would be the second longest serving Premier. Yeah, as he serves out his entire term, as we expect he will. Victorian Premier Dan Andrews will be the second longest serving Victorian Premier ever. He's not going to overtake Sir Henry Bolt with 17 years, 77 days, but he's up there.
Sorry, Leo, I also just wanted to quickly mention that there were 55 early voting centres across the country, across the state, with 1.6 million people early voting. 4.4 million people were enrolled. That was up from 2018's figure of 3.8 million people. So we're starting to see these new kind of politics with more people voting early. So not on the day, which is quite interesting as well. I should have noted that earlier.
Yeah, going to be absolutely fascinating. Roman McKinnon, our political editor, thank you.
Thanks, Leo.
Austin Pollock, national reporter. What do you make of this, just from your observations? You've been covering Dan Andrews' swing. Was it all about nothing? Was it really just a lot of noise from people who were anti-Dan in Mulgrave? I mean, Ian Cook hasn't done badly, but they've gotten nowhere near defeating him.
Well, it's always been a very safe Labor seat, Mulgrave. I mean, I'll try and grab up the results. Yeah, 15.8% swing towards the Labor Party at the last election. So it was a very safe Labor seat, and I think you're right. Probably a lot of noise from, Ian Cook and the Liberal candidate there too. But like in terms of the election overall, I'm quite surprised Matthew Guy didn't resign then and there. I mean, it's his back-to-back he's been defeated. Surely in the coming days he'll resign. But in terms of Mulgrave, I think in particular, I think it has been a bit of noise. Daniel Andrews couldn't lose the seat almost. It was just heaps of candidates, especially from independents. You've got a person who impersonates Kim Jong-un running, and then a person who got shut down by the government running, and a whole bunch of other independents. It was a bit of a lot of noise. Exactly what you were saying. Yeah.
And you got an independent candidate who tried to fund 50 independents, and they've got some guy named Urza, and no one knows who he is. At least Andrew Cook, he doesn't have any signage. He doesn't even live in the electorate, but at least he's got a name out there. What a bizarre seat. What a fun race to cover. But Austin Pollock, we'll keep following those races, and should be on 6 News tomorrow night as we just look at some of those more key seats. Austin Pollock, thank you.
Thanks, Leo.
Stuart, I want to get your final thoughts on this. Obviously, in terms of electorally, this has been a disaster for the Liberal Party, not so much for the Nationals. What do you think this means in terms of the state of, as I touched on with Roman there, the state of where the Liberals go now in terms of trying to win anything really, and it extends both federally and on a state level in Victoria?
Yeah, look, I think this means that the coalitions rely more and more on the regional and the rural vote. They can't rely on even the suburbs anymore, because we're seeing those that go to the independents or to Labor or to Teals. In the inner city, they've got no chance there because it goes to Labor, or they're at least in Melbourne, the inner city seats that went to Labor. So that was the Greens, what Labor says, not Liberals, I'm pretty sure. I'll be wrong there. So I think this definitely means that the Liberals are being pushed to the outskirts of the big cities and to the regional towns, while the Nationals basically strong where they are, and they're consolidating their strength, taking them to independent seats, and strengthening their grip on the border regions of Victoria. And I guess this really is free state that the Liberals need to sit down and rethink their strategy. They can't make any ground in Tasmania. They lost horribly in Western Australia. They lost in South Australia. They lost their government there, in fact, and now they're losing the states here. They need to reconsider what they're doing, whether that means merging back, as you suggested, or it means splitting into a couple of parties. They need to work out something.
And yeah, I mean, just adding on to that, as you say, not even the opposition in WA anymore. ACT, they've been in government like twice since the ACT got self-government, and the ACT can government with an ALP Greens coalition. So look, I mean, in Queensland, probably might win, but of course they're merged there. Obviously, country Liberals are over in the NT. It's a real mess for them, but we'll continue to wait and see. Stuart Jeffrey, thank you.
Thank you.
And just finally to Matthew Hayne, who's been with us all night, political commentator. Here we go. Get up, Hayne. Just give us 2 more minutes. Soccer's over. This has obviously been a fantastic night for the Greens. And to a lesser extent, we're not sure if they've picked up any seats, but in terms of their vote, Vic Socialists have done fantastically. I mean, Thomastown, 3rd, Greens 5th in terms of the primary vote. You look at other seats where they've actually done exceptionally well. At one point in, I think it was Footscray, they were like 10% ahead of the Liberal candidate, which obviously when it died down, but the fact it was there in the first place was extraordinary in itself. So in terms of Greens and Vic Socialists, and to a lesser extent Reason and Animal Justice, it would be a fantastic night for them.
It would be. Not just seeing strong primary vote, but also in the gaining seats. But for me, the most important thing that I think the takeaway should be is for both progressive parties to understand that this method of door knocking in order to get successful electoral results has now worked in Queensland, has worked at the federal election to an extent in Victoria, and has now worked in the Victorian election as well. This is a long-term strategy that can flip seats and can win, I think, long-term enough seats to be more than just a minor party, and can effectively force whoever is in government to be forced to listen to them as a third largest, almost major party. And especially if their primary vote is able to increase from 13 to 15% over the next couple of years, they keep this door-knocking effort up. There is no reason that the Greens, and to a lesser extent the Vic Socialists, can't become a real force in driving legislation in Victoria and Australia.
Would you say, though, even though they'd be happy to get a huge crossbench support, that the Greens especially might be a bit disappointed they aren't able to actually get a minority where they would be able to, properly challenge Labor on some things? And I know that we imagine they're pushing them, and in the upper house they'll be pushing them. But they certainly can't, force Labor to do anything. Labor will have that majority in the lower house.
Yeah, they don't have the leverage of a minority government or a hung parliament. However, they still have a handful of people there who can put pressure on in other ways. If you have 5 MPs who are leading a protest of the current sitting government over a policy, for example, on a climate policy regarding oil and gas, that can get plenty of people to a protest. That is the type of action that 5 MPs being there causes more of a stir than if there's 2. So in that type of activist sense, they could use their added numbers in that way more effectively, but not in a way to effectively block legislation if it was a minority or a hung parliament.
I mean, the Greens, look, regardless, huge impact I'm sure they're going to have in this next Victorian Parliament. Matthew Hayne, really great to have your insight tonight. And look, I'm sure we'll get you on for a state election that you won't even be in the state for in March next year in New South Wales. But that's March next year, New South Wales. Matthew Hayne, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That just about does it for our Victorian election coverage tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. Again, Labor winning in a majority quite comfortably. The Liberals potentially winning less seats than the Greens at this election in what's been a pretty extraordinary result. We are, of course, expecting more seat results to come in, potentially some gains in independents, including the seats of Mornington, Kew, Hawthorn, and we'll also be waiting to see for some more definitive results in a seat like Caulfield. But certainly it's been a good night for Labor, and that's something that both Matthew Guy and Dan Andrews have seemed to acknowledge, while the Greens have expanded their crossbench force and are looking like they will gain some seats in the upper house as well, while the upper house could also be filled with some other minor parties, but we will have to wait and see on that end. 6 News will continue to have special coverage of the state election throughout the day, all day on our website, 6newsau.com, on social media at 6NewsAU, and live from 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow night with special coverage, wrap-ups and analysis, and also a look at some of those key seats that we've been covering for you tonight. For now, though, that is 6 News for this hour. Again, you can head to 6newsau.com for more news 24/7 and on social media at 6NewsAU. For now, though, on behalf of the entire 6 News team, I'm Leonardo Puglisi. Thanks so much for tuning in. Have a great night.